This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Broken by Reese Knightley, narrated by Aidan Snow. Part 1. Chapter 1. Greek god of Erebus, the personification of darkness and shadow. Mid-October 2022. The beginning. O'Malley's bar was crowded and busy enough that a person could blend into said crowd if they wanted. Ice didn't give a rat's ass about blending in. He had come to the noisy place to get a drink. Sitting on one of the many bar stools at the long wooden bar, he'd ordered a whiskey neat. The warm burn of the liquor going down had the stress melting from his shoulders with a sigh. When a man sat on the bar stool to his left, Ice edged slightly to the right. He didn't want conversation, and turning a shoulder usually nipped that in the bud. The guy ordered a beer, and Ice swallowed down what was left in his own glass. He thought about Michelle, and a headache started behind his eyes. He felt bad for her, and he had done everything he could think of to help her with her problem when she had picked up a fucking stalker. Stalkers should be handled by the police. But she'd been terrified, so it seemed an easy fix for him. Act like a new love interest. Spending the night at her place hadn't been a difficult decision because they were friends. But it hadn't done a damn bit of good, because the stalker hadn't shown up. So when he later thought about it, the stalker probably saw him there and took off. Michelle wasn't too sure, and she had sighed in frustration. "What does he look like?" Ice had asked the first night he slept on her couch. Standing in her pristine kitchen, he tore the lettuce for the salad while she stirred the pasta sauce. "He's a big guy, taller than you and weighs more. His gut hangs over his belt. He has a scar on his face that you can't miss." "Scar? What kind?" "It starts at the right corner of his mouth and stretches diagonally to his chin and runs along his jaw." "Is it pink or red in color?" "No, it's white." So an old scar, he thought, with a nod. "What does he usually wear?" "Jeans and a t-shirt." "And you don't know his name?" "No. I've never met him in my life, other than constantly seeing him across the street or near my work." Her voice trembled. "Hey." He laid down the lettuce and pulled her into a hug. "We'll get him." The only thing Ice could do from that night on was to stay over at her place to keep an eye out. He'd slept there for a few days with his 9mm next to him, but nothing had happened. The stalker had disappeared. Which would be a good thing if Ice thought that the asshole was really gone. He fucking doubted it. Pushing away from the bar, he headed into the back hallway to use the bathroom. Shoving open the door, he stepped inside and came face to face with a slender man holding a knife in his hand. The blade dripped with blood, and another man lay prone on the floor with his throat slit open. Before Ice could process what the fuck was going on, the man holding the knife watched him with big dark eyes through a fall of equally black hair. Suddenly the man flipped the knife over and flung it with an incredible speed directly at him. Ice was too surprised to move. When he thought about it later, he would realize that it was a good thing he'd stayed still because the knife went deep into someone standing behind him. Ice spun just as a man holding a gun toppled to the floor with a loud crack. The knife the slender man threw protruded from the guy's throat. Had he been caught in the middle of a fucking war? Ice flicked his gaze over the gunman on the floor. A scar ran diagonal from his mouth, to his chin, and along his jaw. The man was without a doubt Michelle's stalker. Ice kicked the gun further away just in case the guy was still breathing. Had the asshole come to murder him? "Shit," Ice breathed and ran a hand over his mouth. The bathroom door swung slowly closed until it caught on the stalker's shoes. Ice turned back to the slender man. He hadn't expected the guy to be standing so close, and Ice froze, and for some odd reason, his pulse jumped. The man reached down and took the knife from the dead stalker's throat with a slight squelching sound and stepped past him to reach for the door. "Wait," Ice said, touching the man's arm. The knife came up fast and painfully sliced at Ice's forearm, opening a nice 5-inch gash. "Fuck!" Ice gasped and stumbled back, clutching at his arm, trying to stop the bleeding. He was left staring at the empty doorway. "Shit!" shit," he muttered, and quickly checked the pulse on both bodies even though he knew they were dead. The skill with which the man used to dispatch both men had been impressive. The guy had to be an assassin. "Care to share?" I stopped gazing out the window of Stone's apartment and sighed. The place was in a nicer part of Santa Barbara, and he could see the ocean from its location. "I think I ran into an assassin," I said. Stone stared at him before turning his attention back to his arm. "So, you still keep in touch with our former employer?" Stone glanced up briefly and shrugged. "No. Cut the crap. I know you didn't quit. You're still involved with Erebus." Ice deliberately said the name, knowing it would get a rise out of his friend. "Ow!" he hissed when Stone slapped the bandage on his arm with force when he mentioned the underground network of assassins. "So, who was it I ran into?" Ice wasn't giving up that easily on getting information. If anyone could help him track down the man who'd sliced him, Stone could. Stone could also tell him if the guy did not work for Erebus. Either way, Ice would find the knife-wielding man. He had a score to settle. "The cut isn't too deep, just keeping it wrapped ought to do the trick," Stone said, and started with white gauze over the bandage and followed that up with surgical tape. "It hurts like fucking hell," he mumbled. He'd have to go in to get tested. There was no fucking telling what was on the assassin's blade aside from the blood of the two dead men. "It could have been a lot worse. You don't even need stitches." "So, this guy, he stands about 5 feet 10 inches, slender build, dark eyes, and black hair that hangs in his face. Asian features. He's lethal, and I mean fucking deadly, with a knife." Stone's gray eyes flicked up and then back down, but Ice had seen the flicker of surprise. "He's an assassin, isn't he?" Ice probed. After a long moment, Stone nodded. "Sounds like it. Does he work for Erebus?" Stone finished with his arm and then rubbed his hands briskly over his face. "I can't answer that." "Fuck you," I snorted. "Answer me." "You quit Erebus. Dave let you out, don't do this," Stone muttered. "Hey," I gripped Stone's shoulder tightly. "Just answer the question." After a long moment, Stone let out a sigh and nodded. "Yeah, he's an assassin." "Who is he?" "Why do you want to know?" Stone scowled at him. "I'd like to know who tried to kill me so I can avoid him in the future," he smirked. Stone made a disbelieving sound under his breath. "Right. Did you forget it's me you're talking to?" "Nope," I smiled. "I don't know if I can say for sure who you ran into. What if I give you the location?" Ice rattled off the bar's address. Stone pinched the bridge of his nose and gave an annoyed growl. He turned to a laptop that was on the kitchen counter next to them and tapped away on the screen for several moments. Ice dropped his hand and waited patiently in the bright kitchen. Patience was one of his strongest qualities. Stone finally turned away from the computer. "From what you've described and the location of the hit, it's Echo," Stone said. "Echo." Stone squinted at him. "Don't mess with him. He will kill you." Ice smirked. Chapter 2. 9 months later, July 2023. "Here goes nothing." Muttering, Ice stabbed a finger at the doorbell of his best friend's house and glanced at the 7-month-old chocolate lab at his feet. He'd rescued Grit when he was 10 weeks old from a bomb site last March, and that had been the best decision he'd ever made. Hunter opened the door a few moments later with a huge smile on his face and ruffled the dog's ears. "Hello, Grit," Hunter cooed. Ice smiled at the lovey-dovey tone of his voice. "Hey, I haven't seen your friend in a few weeks," Hunter said, placing Grit on the floor. "It's been nuts," Ice returned Hunter's quick hug and stepped into the warm house. It was spring in the sunny state of California, but still damned chilly if you asked him. Grit tore down the slick entryway like a Tasmanian devil. "Yeah," Hunter said, and then called over his shoulder. "Babe, Ice and Grit are here." "Bring them in here," Seven's voice floated from the kitchen. Chucking off his jacket, Ice hung it by the door and then took off his boots. Hunter waited for him, and he followed the man into the bright, homey kitchen where Grit was already sitting at Seven's feet waiting for treats. Having smelled steak, the dog was all over that. "Not yet, boy," Seven told the dog and then glanced up from the meat he was seasoning. "Hey, man." Ice leaned on the large kitchen island-style counter. "Come here, Grit." The pup tipped his head after hearing his name, but nope, he was galloping to the back glass doors. Hunter opened the slider door and Grit launched outside. "He's huge." "More muscle. We've been training, but as you can see, he's got a wild streak," Ice chuckled. "He's still young," Hunter agreed, taking his seat at the counter. "Got KP duty, eh?" Ice teased Seven. "When we're both home, we take turns," his best friend said, throwing a smile in Hunter's direction. Ice glanced around the wide kitchen and then toward the patio doors and the pool beyond. "Where's Josh?" "At a friend's house." "Is he excited about college?" Ice asked Seven. "No." "Why?" The man grimaced. "He wants to join the Navy." "No shit." Ice raised his eyebrows. "No shit," Hunter echoed. Joshua was Seven's 18-year-old brother who lived with them full-time and had just graduated high school. In Ice's opinion, that was way too fucking young to go into the military, but he also knew that young adults needed to find their own way. Ice rolled over in the bed of the spare room at Seven and Hunter's place, and Grit was up and off the bed in seconds. At the door, the dog nudged at the slightly cracked door until it fully opened and trotted out like he owned the place. "Could you shut the door after yourself?" Ice yelled after the ungrateful mutt and swung his legs over the side of the bed to sit up. He rubbed at his face and tied his hair back. He'd given his notice on his apartment and put all his stuff in storage before coming there. The shocked look on Seven and Hunter's faces when he'd told them had Ice laughing. "I have a plan," he had said, but in hindsight, he might have jumped the gun. He just didn't want any ties to anything right then. "I'll just motel it when I need to." "Absolutely not," Hunter had said firmly. "You and Grit will stay in our spare bedroom." "Thank you." Ice had stayed quiet while they ate, with Hunter doing most of the talking. Hunter was a former Erebus assassin and one of the reasons Ice was there, but he'd saved that conversation for the right time. Seven currently took the odd Erebus job now and then, but wasn't officially working for them. Hunter had told him before that he'd never go back to that way of life. He got it. Ice figured if he had a family, he wouldn't want that either. He checked his phone and rolled from the bed to shut the door. After a quick shower, he pulled on jeans and a long-sleeved white Henley, and barefoot he walked down the hallway and stood at the kitchen door. "Hey, Ice," Joshua, sitting at the long granite kitchen island, looking up from his plate of food. Grit was positioned right next to Joshua's chair, waiting for any crumbs to drop. "Hi, kiddo." Ice dumped a serving of the puppy food into Grit's bowl before placing it on the kitchen floor. Grit ate as if it were his last meal. "Do you know Gage's brother Travis?" Joshua pointed his fork at a good-looking boy sitting on a stool across from Joshua at the kitchen bar. The pair looked to be roughly the same age. "No, we haven't met," Ice said, giving the other teenager a nod. Stepping around Grit, Ice made his way to the coffee pot that contained freshly brewed coffee and poured himself a cup. "Where's your brother?" he asked, lifting the cup to take a slow sip. "They're out back on the patio," Joshua said, glancing toward the backyard. Travis took that moment to stab his fork into Joshua's sausage and take it from the boy's plate. Joshua squinted and Travis smirked as he stuffed the whole thing into his mouth. "That's going to cost you," Joshua said. Travis snorted and smiled around the big bite. "Bring it." It was all Ice could do not to laugh. The two teenagers sounded like a grown-up version of Hunter and Seven. He pulled the patio door open, stepped through, and closed it before making his way over to the two men sitting at the round glass table. "So," Ice said and gestured to the kitchen, "since when has Josh and Gage's brother Travis been hanging out?" "Oh, they met several months ago when Gage stopped by to help Hunter move in here. They've been inseparable, right?" Seven looked at Hunter for clarification. "I don't keep tabs on teenagers," Hunter snickered. Seven snorted. "Anyway, they're best friends." Ice laughed. "Mm-hmm. What?" Hunter asked with his coffee mug poised at his lips. "There's more than friendship there," Ice told them. Seven grinned at him. "You seeing romance everywhere?" You feeling lonely, big guy? Fuck you. Ice laughed and swallowed some coffee from his mug. Want me to arrange a blind date? Hunter added with a teasing light in his eyes. Nope. Ice popped the P sound and gave a smug smile. Hunter's mouth gaped and his eyes opened wide. You found somebody? What? Who? When? The man fired off questions. None ya, Ice teased and then sobered. Hunter, I need a favor. Oh? I need you to get me back into Erebus. Hunter stared at him. You had wanted out. I did. But now I want back in. Why not call Dave? Ice shrugged and sipped at his cooling coffee. He gazed out over the swimming pool. Did you call Stone? Hunter asked. No. Ice glanced away. Why? You two go way back. How far back? Seven asked, squinting at him when he didn't answer. Years. Ice tossed Hunter a quick, searching glance before returning to Seven. I thought Hunter would have told you by now. He did, Seven said. I just wonder why you didn't tell me that you knew of Erebus and Hunter. I couldn't. I'm sorry. All of you guys sure played it cool. I would have never guessed that any of you knew each other. You acted like you were strangers. Sometimes you acted like you'd only just met, Seven told Ice. I'm sorry, Ice said again, dipping his head. Babe. Hunter lifted Seven's hand and linked their fingers. It's my fault. I kept things from you. It's just that Erebus is not something that any of us sit around openly talking about. I don't keep anything from you now. But back then, I couldn't tell you, Hunter said. Seven lifted his hands to his lips. You told me when it mattered. The big man smiled and squeezed Hunter's fingers before returning to Ice. And you don't need to hide shit from me, got it? I got it. Ice released the breath he was holding when Seven smirked. No way in hell did he want this shit to come between Seven and Hunter. The secrecy around Erebus was necessary. Very few people outside of Erebus knew that he'd previously been a member. In fact, anything in their dark underworld was not casually discussed. And when Erebus members met in public, they deliberately kept their distance from one another. That way, if shit went down, only those who were caught or fucked up would be eliminated. So, you don't want to join Pegasus? Seven asked Ice, keeping Hunter's hand locked with his. No. Okay. Hunter picked back their previous thread. Then why do you want back in? I want to do the odd job here and there, nothing permanent, he said. Bullshit. The curtly spoken word snapped Ice's eyes to Hunter. Tell me why, Hunter said with a hint of steel in his voice. Ice rubbed a hand over his face. I'm looking for someone who works inside the network. I no longer have access to search hit locations. So, you want to do what? Find this person and then quit? Hunter frowned. No, if I go back, I'll have to stay, Ice said with a nod. He understood what he was getting into. Yeah, you will, Hunter said harshly. Why would he? Seven cut in. I do odd jobs and I can quit any time I want. Because you are with me, Hunter said flatly, holding Seven's gaze. Ice got it. Hunter was special to Erebus. If anything happened to Solomon, who was the current leader of Erebus, then Dave's hope would be to bring back Jackson West or Hunter in to lead again. Ice could have told Dave that he was wasting his time on those two men. They were happily together with their significant others and had no intention of returning to that way of life. Ice was surprised that Hunter allowed Seven to do the occasional hit job, but then again Ice knew his best friend. Nobody controlled Seven. Hunter continued looking at Seven and the two men seemed to be having a silent conversation in their heads. Finally, Hunter nodded. It shouldn't be too hard to get you back in. You'll need to prove yourself to Solomon, though. Understandable. What about Grit? He's old enough to go where I go, I said, holding Hunter's gaze. Give me a few days, Hunter finally said. I'll make a call. I gripped Hunter's shoulder. Thanks, man. We owe you, Hunter said. Hunter was speaking about Joshua. Ice had done what any human with morals would have done and rescued Seven's younger brother from a dangerous situation. They didn't owe him a damned thing because he knew if push came to shove, they'd be there for him in a heartbeat. No, Ice shook his head. Friends don't owe friends. Chapter 3. Erebus Headquarters. Undisclosed location. I want back in. I stared at Solomon, who sat behind his wide oak desk inside a state-of-the-art warehouse. The leader of the Erebus assassins said nothing for a few moments and instead gazed at him as if contemplating something. Solomon was looking him over as if his stare could assess his current state of mind. The man's phone rang and he answered it without looking at the caller ID. Solomon. A pause, and then, come up. The Erebus leader hung up the phone and continued staring at him. Ice waited. There was no way in hell anyone could read his mind. He had a poker face and icy blue eyes to match. When the office doorknob turned, Ice pulled up the neck piece that would cover his lower face and flipped up the hood of his black sweatshirt. He slid his hand into his pocket where he had his Ruger tucked inside. 2 men entered the office. One slender man was completely shrouded in black, including a hood. Another, bigger with more muscle, had a dark cover pulled up over his face, only his eyes uncovered. Rogue Fisher, this is Ice, Solomon said flatly. Ice knew Fisher. The man was an ex-Pegasus operative turned assassin. He'd met the guy several times while hanging out at Creed and Kellum's place after they'd eliminated the enemy that had plagued Kellum for most of his life. Fisher was a quiet man, but he played a mean game of pool, and Ice had shared a smile with the guy when they'd cleaned up the table during pairs. He'd heard from Creed that Fisher was an unpredictable wild card, whatever that meant. Both men flipped their cell phones and IDs down on Solomon's desk and took the burner phones he handed over. The bigger one yanked open the door and walked out. Fisher turned to him and gave him a brief one-finger salute before disappearing out the door and closing it behind him. Okay, Solomon finally said after several minutes. I talked to Dave earlier. You know what this means, don't you? Yes. Solomon glanced at the laptop that sat in front of him on the large oak desk. Hunter gave his approval, and so did a few others. Ice didn't need to be a mind reader to know that Solomon had probably called Dave after hearing he wanted to rejoin. And Ice knew for a fact that Seven, Stone, Creed, and Wrath had all told Solomon to let him back in. It paid to have friends in high places, plus the fact that Ice knew a lot of the members made sliding back into Erebus so much easier. Why? Solomon asked. Why what? Why do you want back in? What was he supposed to say? That he wanted back in to search for a man he couldn't get out of his head? That was only part of the reason. He'd been on the fence about returning to Erebus for a few years. Roaming around had become pointless, and he sucked at holding down a real job. He'd even checked out Dave's other specialty teams, like Pegasus and Phoenix. That hadn't done a damn bit of good to help him make up his mind. He supposed that any one of the units would do, but after meeting Echo, his decision became clearer. Stone said you ran into Echo. Ice held Solomon's hard, flat gaze. I did. I don't recall seeing Echo the last time I worked here. He was away for a long time, Solomon said, glancing at his arm and the long pink scar. Cocking his head slightly, Ice waited Solomon out. That was careless of him, Solomon said with a nod to the old wound. Something dark and ugly flashed briefly in the man's eyes, but was gone in an instant. Ice didn't take the bait. He didn't need to know what beef, if any, Solomon had with Echo or vice versa. All he wanted was to see Echo again, just to confirm something. I'll give you a trial run. 1 month starting now, Solomon said before he turned to his laptop. A moment later, the man pointed to the electronic reader on his desk. Read the rules and sign here. Ice nodded and quickly scrawled his signature at the bottom of the rules he knew by heart. Turn over your cell phone and ID. Ice placed the items on the desk and Solomon slid a burner phone across the desk to him and a vehicle key. A moment later, the burner pinged with an incoming text. Take care of the mark I just assigned to you. Report back to me when you've completed the hit. There wasn't much to say after that. Plus, he was never one for idle chit-chat. He stood, collected the items from the desk, and walked out of the man's office. Ice made his way through the warehouse that had been fashioned into an office building and took the 4 flights of stairs down to the parking lot. The clicker unlocked a nondescript 4-door gray sedan, and after collecting Grit from where he was curled up outside of the warehouse door, Ice slid behind the wheel with Grit in the back seat. "Well, boy, we have our first official job. What say you?" Grit pushed up between the seats, paws planted on the center console, and wagged his tail. Ice took that for a yes. 1 week later. "The job is simple." Wrath slid Ice a sideways glance, and then gave an up nod to the shipyard below them. Ice shifted a bit, settling one knee down on the roof of the building. He gripped his high-powered rifle that sat resting on the tripod and tilted the scope to his eye. "Don't overthink it or you won't take the shot," Wrath continued and shifted a bit on the metal roof of a neighboring building. "I've done this before." Ice slowly turned his head and scowled at Wrath. The assassin was shrouded in black with a masked hood that covered his head and face. He'd known Wrath for years. They'd served together as Navy SEALs. Wrath had been one of 2 medics in their unit while he'd been a sniper, so the guy knew he knew what the hell he was doing. "Why are you really back?" Wrath sounded exasperated suddenly. "Why would you want to do this shit again? What is it? Did you miss it so bad?" "No." Ice squinted at his friend while rubbing at the new letter E tattoo beneath his shirt. It was slightly sore. The letter, inked on his upper left chest, represented Erebus. They hadn't been tattooed when he'd been part of the group back in the day. Maybe they were keeping track better. "What about you? Why are you working for them?" "I have my reasons," Wrath murmured. "Well, I have some unfinished business." Wrath squinted at him, and I scowled right back. "With Echo? How'd you know?" "Everyone knows he let you live in that bar," the medic said. "Let me live? Don't underestimate him. We have a score to settle." Ice turned back to the scope and moved it around the area below to get a bead on the entrance to the shipyard and the 2 exits. "Let it go." "Can't." His gut churned at the thought of not seeing Echo again, and he suddenly frowned at Wrath. "Why are you here tonight?" "To make sure everything goes smoothly." Ice snorted and turned his attention back to the shipyard below. Fucking Solomon. That motherfucker was a thorn in his side. Thankfully, Ice had been in Erebus back in the day when Jackson West had been in charge. Now that had been some good times. Too bad Jackson had quit and was now running Cobalt Security. More power to the guy, but being a bodyguard was not in Ice's nature. He'd rather sit in the dark and take out the scum of the earth. 15 minutes later, his target arrived in a sleek black town car. The creep was a rapist about to leave the country after posting a $2 million bail. The guy had a wealthy father. Money was power, pure and simple. If you had enough of it, you could buy anything, even a one-way ticket out of town. Ice would send the guy somewhere all right. Straight to hell, where he belonged. 2 bodyguards got out and opened the rear door. A man wearing a dark suit stepped out of the car and straightened the jacket with a snap. Wrath held out the burner phone, and Ice glanced down at the photo of the mark's face. Ice snapped his eye back to the scope, finding that same face. Releasing his breath, he squeezed the trigger. He and Wrath were on the move seconds later. Ice didn't need to look back or double-check. As a sniper, he knew his bullet had hit the rapist in the head. He broke down his rifle and tucked it into his backpack while on the run. It wasn't the first time he'd done it, and he imagined it wouldn't be the last. "Keep up! Fuck you!" Ice snorted. "You wish!" Wrath replied and leaped the distance between 2 warehouse buildings. Ice followed and landed on the pebble-covered roof. Ice slipped the backpack straps over his shoulders and hauled ass after Wrath. He kept up easily with the guy, and suddenly wished he could have caught Echo this quickly. Although, come to think of it, chasing Echo the past week had been a fucking turn-on. It didn't matter that Stone and Wrath had both told him to stay away from the assassin. He wasn't going to listen. He sent a text to Solomon that the hit was complete. When he got back and after he picked up his SUV, his only focus would become tracking down Echo. While he'd been studying the best way to take care of this job, he'd been constantly searching. However, the assassin had stayed one step ahead of him. It was frustrating. It was thrilling. and damned if his pulse didn't hum with excitement. Fuck, he didn't even know if Echo was into guys. And at this point he didn't care. He only wanted to talk to him. He could always use another best friend. Yeah, right, he snorted under his breath. He did not want to only be friends, but the main problem continued to be that Echo was extremely difficult to locate. That's okay, he whispered. Run while you can. Ice destroyed the burner phone and left pieces of it buried along the way. After parting from Wrath, Ice slid into the same nondescript sedan he'd driven away from the warehouse and started the engine. Reaching a service road just north of a deserted canyon, he ditched the vehicle in a small gully. He slung the strap of his rifle case over his shoulder and walked up the ditch to a dirt road. The car exploded behind him. Within minutes of walking along the road, a pickup truck pulled up and he got into the passenger seat. Grit poked his head between the seats and licked his arm until Ice caressed behind the dog's ears. Thanks for watching, Grit, Ice said. No problem. How'd your first job go? Stone asked, stepping on the gas to get out of the area ASAP. It was fine. Wrath showed up. Was this the rapist who posted bail? Mm-hmm. He was trying to board his ship out of here. Good job, Stone said. I heard that the girls he raped are too scared and traumatized to testify. Yeah. Well, now they don't need to. He had to admit there had been a great deal of satisfaction with this job. Although there were others who thought taking justice into their own hands was wrong, Ice knew the vermin that took advantage of society didn't give two shits about killing someone just for the hell of it. Or, in this case, hurting several someones just because they wanted to get their fucking rocks off. Stone dropped him off at his own SUV a few blocks from Solomon's office, and Ice drove to the building. Along with Grit, Ice was buzzed in, and he took the stairs instead of the elevator. Striding into Solomon's office, he found Wrath and another man. Solomon tossed his ID and his personal cell on the desk. Good job, Solomon told him, and then gestured to the man standing at the window, back to the room. You already know, Wrath. Ice exchanged a smirk with Wrath. I'm sure you remember Real, Wrath said. Ice's mouth dropped open, and he gaped at his former Navy SEAL buddy who had his back to him. Real turned slowly and gave him a smirk. Ice, Real smirked, and then cocked an eyebrow at the pup in his arms. Whoa, dude. I thought you'd never quit being a SEAL. Ice grinned at the man. Real snorted and shook his offered hand. The man was younger than him by 8 years, but they had managed to serve a year together before Ice had called it quits to pursue other things. They had sometimes kept in touch when Real was on leave, but Ice hadn't seen the man in a few years. When did you get out? Last year. I meant to call. Real bent and caressed Grit behind his silky ears. Ice chuckled. It's cool. Let's cut the chat and get to the business at hand. Solomon cut Real off with a dark look. We have a job. There are 2 or maybe 3 sexual predators in Northern California. There was a recent incident, and Dave wants them eliminated before the cops can arrest them. Solomon cut in with a dark look. How long ago was the latest attack? Real asked. Yesterday. However, you won't be involved with this, Solomon told Real flatly and then turned to him in wrath. Why the fuck not? Ice asked when Real had gone quiet. Solomon squinted at him. Do I need to remind you that you're on probation? Do I need to remind you that Dave is one of my closest friends as well as Hunter and Seven? Ice countered. Real is in on this if he wants to be. Solomon's gaze turned glacial, and Ice glared right back. He didn't give a rat's ass if Solomon was pissed. Chapter 4. A few days later. Echo hadn't started out being a killer. He'd grown into the job as a small boy living under duress. Death carried a particular smell, and the act of killing stayed with a person. The visual violence, the brutality of ending a life hung around, but after a while even that faded. When? It was hard to say. Years, maybe, decades, absolutely. He couldn't remember the exact moment taking a life had become an unfeeling act. Now he just killed. It was his thing. It had made him the man he was today. Killing was all he'd ever known. Violence was all he'd ever been exposed to. The act of killing, of ending a life, bothered a whole hell of a lot of people. Of course, some people might find satisfaction and morbid glee in the act itself. Echo felt none of that. Murder was just something he did. The mark lying on the dirty floor at his feet gasped for air. Clutching his chest, the guy made a gurgling sound that slightly echoed in the rest stop bathroom. Echo crouched next to the guy and studied him, much like he would a bug. The man had killed his entire family and now lay bleeding out on a dirty concrete floor filled with piss, shit, and fuck else. It was odd to Echo that the mark dared to look stunned. Unfucking believable. "Hello," Echo said. "I'm Death." Echo fingered the tip of the bloody blade and gently waved the knife in front of the man's eyes before he leaned over and slowly shoved the blade into the mark's meaty side, just beneath the rib cage. The knife went deep with a squelch. Letting out a gasp, the mark gave a low, agonizing moan. The stunned look faded away and fear swept through the man's eyes. A gurgling sound emerged from his throat. Reaching into his back pocket, Echo pulled out the photograph of the man's smiling wife, holding their 2 little children in her arms. Echo stared dispassionately at the photo of a loving family. He would have preferred to skip this part, but the client insisted. The dying man's gaze landed on the photo and his eyes widened, mouth suddenly opening and closing like a fish. "Please." That surprised Echo. He was sure he'd removed the fucker's ability to speak. He'd need to process that particular piece of information for next time. Improving his craft was always paramount. Perhaps he'd put tape over the mouth of his next mark. "Begging won't help you." The blade, Echo slid from the man's side, made another squelching sound when it was pulled out. "I'm sorry." This time, the words were almost unintelligible, but Echo got the gist of it. "Sorry?" He moved a bit closer to look into the man's eyes and smiled. "Tell that to your wife's brother." Terror filled the mark's eyes. This was the part that Echo loved. It wasn't a requirement to let his marks know who ordered the hit. He'd added that part in pro bono, free of charge. He really did enjoy his job. He tapped one flat side of the blade against the man's forehead, leaving behind a bloody mark. Echo flipped the photo from his gloved hand, and it landed in the middle of the man's bloody shirt. From there, he placed the tip of his knife at the base of the mark's throat. He stilled for a second, not even breathing. 1 second, 2 seconds. Whoosh. With a quick punch of his free hand against the handle, he sent the blade through skin, cartilage, and bone. He twisted the knife for good measure before pulling it free, but it didn't matter. The fucker was already dead. Oh well. He would have spent more time with the mark, but he was running a teensy bit behind schedule. Completing 2 hits in one night was his thing, but tonight he'd taken 3 jobs, and the sun was rising in just under 2 hours. 3 jobs was pushing it. Solomon had earlier warned him. Not that he listened to his boss much anymore. Wiping his blade on the man's shirt, he slipped it inside the sheath strapped to his thigh and walked out of the bathroom. He cut a right and stayed close to the brick wall before making his way into the blackness of the brush-covered hillside that ran behind the building. The hiss of a semi-truck's brakes came from the parking lot. If the trucker had arrived 5 minutes earlier, Echo would have been found out. Doing the hit in a public place had been risky, he knew that, but it certainly would never stop him. He was tired of feeling nothing. Wasn't it a good thing he had discovered how to get a bigger thrill? So what if he'd raised the stakes and now killed with the thought of being caught? Doing jobs in public places had turned out to be downright exhilarating. He never got caught. He was too sneaky. When the truck's door slammed in the distance, Echo kept walking. He didn't look back. Reaching the industrial plant at the end of the block, he leaped onto a nearby scaffold. He balanced on the lower railing for a second before climbing several feet upward. From there, he jumped across the distance to a metal ledge that surrounded a burnished tower. Hand over hand, using his feet and body, he advanced higher and higher up the tower. Reaching the highest point, he leaped and balanced on the narrow railing that surrounded the top. Crouching, he studied the terrain below. His gaze snagged on the figure of a man. It was the same guy he'd sliced in the bathroom at the bar last October. Coincidence? He didn't believe in them. That was Solomon's teachings. Everyone and everything was suspect. Echo squinted at the distant figure. He'd only cut the fucker when he could have easily sliced open the blue-eyed, blonde-haired man's throat. When he'd told Solomon that he'd let someone live, his boss had not been amused, and Echo figured he'd made a smart move by telling Solomon over the phone instead of in person. His boss had bitched about him not cleaning up the scene. The figure glanced up, but Echo wasn't worried. There was no way in hell the man could see him, and he doubted the guy could climb that high. Even if he did, Echo had ways of escaping that the guy below probably never dreamed of. He was a master at the art of escape. Chapter 5. Mid-August, 2023. Ice never in a million years thought he'd see Echo again, much less have the man walk into a secret meeting at Creed's house one warm California evening. He launched himself across the distance, but Echo was out the door like his ass was on fire, and Ice knew he had seconds to catch the assassin before he disappeared. Flying over a fence, Ice rolled and came up running. He almost got a hold of Echo's pant leg, but the material was too tight, and a well-placed kick had Ice dodging back. That was all it took. Echo had spider-climbed the neighboring house and was up and flying across the roof before Ice had even cleared the gutters. The assassin was poetry in motion, with his slender build and compact height. The beanie Echo had ripped off his head after he came into Creed's house had concealed messy, dark hair, equally dark eyes, and full lips. The man looked exotic. Ice ran flat out, but he had no hope of reaching the man. Echo was like catching quicksilver. Coming to a stop on the roof 5 houses down from where they'd started, Ice watched Echo's flying form. He smiled and touched his lips. You can run, but you can't hide. It was amusing when he thought about it. The assassin had stabbed him and still ran. What was Echo so afraid of? No matter. You'll be back, Ice said. Ice gripped the railing when the yacht pitched in the churning water. Repositioning himself on the boat's roof, he laid flat and wedged his boots against the metal rung, balancing easily. Port side, 50 yards out, waited a skiff with several men on board, ready to rescue the 3 hostages they knew of on board. Below Ice, on the lower roof, crouched Echo. He'd been correct. Echo had reappeared when Creed needed him, and as luck would have it, Solomon had ordered them to pair together to complete a hit. That conversation had been a shit show. You two think you can stop your shit for an hour or two to get the job done? Solomon had not looked happy. I have no beef. Echo had crossed his arms and glared at Solomon. Like hell, Ice snorted with disbelief. Echo swung around and Ice took a step back. You're the one who can't let things go. Why don't you do your fucking job and leave me the hell alone? Ice gaped for a second, and then snapped his mouth closed. That's not exactly getting along, Solomon grimaced, pinching the bridge of his nose. Fine, Ice said flatly. Whatever you do, Dave wants these trafficking sons of bitches wiped out, Solomon interrupted before they can continue arguing. Make it clean. Always, I said, giving Echo a challenging smirk. I know what I'm doing, Echo glared. Do you? Ice couldn't resist goading the man. Damn if Echo wasn't attractive when all heated up. You can bet your ass I do, Echo hissed, wanting to punch the asshole in his smiling mouth. He fingered the blade at his side, and Ice's gaze dropped to the wicked slice of steel before they snapped up to his. Echo, stay after this meeting, Solomon ordered. That brought both assassins' attention from each other back to their boss. No, we need to talk about your last job, Solomon frowned. No, Echo glared, his voice cold. We can handle it, I said, bringing Solomon's attention back to him. If this job isn't done right, you're out of Erebus, Solomon said, squeezing his hands into fists. And I'll be the one to do it. Ice smirked, noticing that Solomon hadn't included Echo with that comment. Handing cell phones and IDs to Solomon, they both walked away. Ice caught up to Echo just outside of the warehouse. Grit got up from where he was waiting and galloped over to them. The pup was 7 months old and huge for his age. He'd grown into the size of his paws. Although still young, Grit was highly trained and listened to him without launching into puppy mode. It had taken a lot of patience and 24/7 repetition, but Ice hadn't minded. He knew the more Grit learned and understood, the safer the dog would be in the field. "What now?" Echo spun on him with a glare. Ice shoved Echo back against the stucco, and when Echo went to reach for a knife, Ice snatched the man's hand and planted it against the building by his head. "You're asking for death." Ice smirked. He was a mere few inches from Echo, and the man's chest lifted and fell. "I've been courting death for years." "Who the fuck says words like that?" Echo scoffed. "Courting." "I'd like to court you," Ice said, his eyes dropping down to Echo's lips, and at the same time he snatched the man's other wrist and knocked it against the building. This hand had a dagger in it as well, and Ice would bet money that Echo would have stabbed him if he hadn't anticipated the assassin. Grit bared his teeth with a low rumble, but the dog would hold his position unless told otherwise. That had been one lesson that was now embedded in the pup's head. "Are you trying to get my attention?" Ice murmured, dropping his eyes to Echo's lips. "Get the fuck off me!" Echo twisted his wrist and dropped one of the daggers. It clanked to the ground, and he managed to get his wrist free from Ice's grip and shove against the man's shoulder. Ice didn't budge. Okay, so hand-to-hand combat wasn't Echo's thing. But he was going to gut this fucker the moment he had a chance. He gazed up into icy blue eyes. "What the hell do you want?" Ice didn't answer him. Instead, the man lunged in and pressed his mouth to his lips and kissed him like there was no tomorrow. Startled, all Echo could do was blink in surprise, and his lips parted. The kiss turned achingly hot, and the crazy thing was that he wanted to kiss Ice back. Panicking, he shoved again and managed to get his other hand free and used the side of his clenched fist around the blade and his other hand to shove Ice hard. The man stumbled back, gazing at him, pupils blown, breathing hard. "You fuck!" Ice touched his lips, and Echo was reminded of the feel against his. "I'll be seeing you, Echo," Ice whispered, and sauntered across the parking lot with his dog on his heels. Echo wanted to throw a blade between the asshole's shoulder blades. He wanted to slice him open and make him bleed. Next time, he vowed. Next time, he would. He turned away, his lips tingling, and hauled ass to his nondescript vehicle. Watching Echo now on the yacht, Ice wanted another kiss, but he had a feeling that would cost him. He settled deeper into his spot, and when Echo glanced up, Ice gave him a small wave. Although he couldn't see Echo's face, he could imagine the grimace and glare the assassin aimed at him. "Asshole!" Echo clenched his jaw and turned away from the smug bastard. The sniper was all set for fuck knows what, because using a rifle on a yacht was all kinds of stupid. Whatever floats your boat, Echo thought. He preferred to kill from up close and personal. When Ice jammed the ship's electronics frequency so comms and cell phones became unusable, the man gave a slight signal, and Echo dropped down soundlessly to the deck. He needed to get close to his prey. He wanted to look into their eyes and see them turn blank. It didn't matter if they regretted their actions. Actions couldn't be taken back like words could. Actions had consequences. Sliding the ulu knife from his shoulder sheath, he gripped the knuckle handle and held the curved blade at the ready with his right hand. With his left, he ran his fingers along his belt, checking the 6 Doran dagger holsters. Each held 3 battle-ready Honshu kunai blades. From there, he unsnapped the sheaths on each of his thighs, with additional knives. A guard with a fully loaded automatic rifle came down the passageway, and Echo slid upwards, completely encased in black. When the man reached him, he struck. 4 quick jabs to the lungs, and the guy was done. Echo sliced the man's throat open just for shits and giggles before he melted into the darkness. From above, Ice watched as Echo delivered the killing jabs that would cause the lungs to collapse. The blur of the attack had been stunning. He'd seldom seen anyone faster or more deadly than Echo. He couldn't take his eyes off him. Echo moved on, and Ice grimaced. The very fucking least the guy could have done was move the body from the walkway. "Shit," Ice muttered and placed his rifle on the roof. He climbed down from the top of the lower roof, and from there he followed Echo's path and dropped down to the deck. Reaching the dead guy, Ice sidestepped the dark pool of blood on the deck and grabbed the guy's legs. Dragging the dead body over to the railing, he rolled it off the side. The slight splash was swallowed by the churning waves. Ice ran hunched over back to pick up the man's automatic rifle and chucked that over the side as well. When he reached for the metal bar he used to climb back to his spot, he suddenly found Echo watching him. The man's head was tipped just a bit, as if questioning what he was doing. That was when Echo pulled back his hood and smirked at him, right there in the entrance to the fucking hallway. Fucking ass. "Hide the fucking bodies," Ice hissed with menace. "Otherwise our target won't come out." "Hiding bodies is not my style," Echo whispered and flipped his wrist. The dagger came fast and landed in the fiberglass next to his hand, so close that Ice felt the bite of steel. Shit. He should have fucking expected it, but he hadn't been careful enough. It could have been a lot worse, but he'd thought they were past this point. "Motherfucker, quit doing that," he snarled, shaking at the sting in his hand, but Echo was already gone. Was that a snicker? He must be imagining things. Echo didn't laugh or smile, and he never played nice. Ice pulled Echo's dagger from the boat and tucked it into his boot. He was keeping this one, along with the others. Maybe someday Echo would run out of knives. Yeah, like that would ever happen. The killer probably had stock in those companies. Ice shook his hand again and sucked at the drop of blood coming from the cut. He hauled ass upward and retook his spot on the top roof. Another guard came down the opposite side from where Echo had killed the first one. Ice lifted the sniper rifle and released his breath. Snick. When the bullet entered the man's head, he dropped like a stone. Just about ready to go down there, he saw Echo emerge and stand over the body. The assassin used his foot to roll the body over the side along with the rifle. Ice smiled. He so badly wanted comms between them, but it wasn't their thing. He wanted Echo to become his thing, but like always, the assassin eluded him. Things were not going like he'd imagined, but there was a reason for it. Echo had no time for anything but killing. Rolling to his back, Ice checked his weapon and then sat up. Echo climbed up and over the top roof and crouched near his feet. Their gazes held in the darkness. "I found the victims. They're being held in the galley." "Are you asking for my help?" Ice smirked. Echo's eyes narrowed and he lowered his hand to the daggers lining his sides. "Do I need to?" Ice held up his hand and shook his head. Rather than answer and risk another dagger, he rolled to his feet. Pulling the knife at his thigh, Echo held it out to Ice. When the guy didn't take it, Echo let out an annoyed sound. "I have my own," Ice said and pulled a knife from the back of his pants. "Not a very safe place to keep that." Ice lifted his shirt, showing a black leather knife sheath that Echo hadn't seen before. "Custom made?" Ice smirked and gestured for Echo to go first. Chapter 6. Echo shot Ice an annoyed look, spun and disappeared over the side of the roof. He didn't look back to see if Ice was behind him when he entered the hallway. He knew for a fact that Ice couldn't keep up with him. No matter how hard the other assassin tried, he always failed. Not that Ice wasn't extremely fast, because the fucker was. When he reached the hallway that led to the galley, he waited, and a few moments later, Ice crouched at his side. A weird tension filled his gut, but he chalked it up to not liking people near him. Using his fingers, Echo signaled he'd take the guy on the left. Ice nodded and launched with a power that was sexy as all hell. Why the fuck was he losing his train of thought? Fuck! Echo lunged upward and flung 3 daggers in quick succession into the left guy's throat while Ice plunged his knife into the right guy's ribs. Tat, tat, tat. The automatic rifle in the right guy's hand sent several rounds into the ceiling. The big fucker wasn't going down, and Ice pulled the knife from the guy's ribs, but the guard slapped at his hand and pulled his own knife. Echo leaped across the distance and ran his blade over the big guy's neck, opening the guy's throat, his blade flashing in the dim light. Breathing hard, Ice stood, gazing down at the dead man. The guy's throat looked like a gaping yawn. Blood spilled out and the scent of sweat along with copper filled his nostrils. Echo moved up to him. The top of Echo's head only reached Ice's throat, but Echo managed to catch his eyes. "Fucking move," Echo hissed and shoved him. Ice snapped out of whatever the fuck had happened and grabbed up the guy's rifle. Entering the galley, Ice stayed low. One lone gunman was inside, and he was standing with his hand around a young boy's throat, a gun pointed at him. Echo entered behind Ice, and the gun swiveled to level at the other assassin. Ice lifted the rifle and put a bullet in the guy's throat. Blood splattered the boy's face, and the little girl screamed. "You guys ready to get out of here?" 2 little boys and a girl were dazed, but they took the offered escape and ran with them to the railing of the yacht. Reaching the deck with the 3 kids, Ice pulled the flare from his boot and sent it upward. Echo slid away, and Ice saw the man going upward to the lower roof. Within minutes, 3 Pegasus operatives climbed over the railing and onto the deck. Ice took the 2 earpieces from one of them. "Use those to communicate with Echo. Dave's orders. They won't be affected by the jamming signal if you stay close. This needs to end tonight." Ice nodded at the information and raced back to climb the metal that would take him upward. He found Echo cleaning his knife and held out the earpiece. They both watched as the children were lowered down into the rescue skiff and sped away. The sky was growing light by the minute. "What now?" Echo asked. "They're not coming out," Echo said of their real target. 2 high-powered politicians into sex-trafficking children were barricaded in a room on the yacht that they had no chance in hell of getting into. "Dave wants this over now," I said. "I have an idea," Echo said. "Why do I suddenly hope to see the sunrise tomorrow?" Echo's eyes suddenly gleamed. The blast blew them clean off the boat. In hindsight, Ice figured he should have been ready for it, but he'd been more worried about Echo. Hitting the water, he kicked to the surface and cleared his eyes with a swipe of his hand. Searching for Echo, Ice swept his eyes around the churning black water. Echo bobbed to the surface a few feet from him, and Ice caught the Sliderman's arm and dragged him closer in the cold, dark water. "You good?" Echo's eyes were wild with excitement, and he turned from the fiery yacht and gave him a smile that was so bright it made Ice lose his head. He pulled Echo closer, wanting to taste just a little bit of that joy, and he touched the man's lips with his own. The kiss fucking exploded between them. It went from cool water temperature to heated lava in seconds. When fingers gripped his hair, Ice slanted his mouth completely over the assassin's lips. Echo bit at him. Ice licked at the blood. They ended up on the dark beach, clothes tossed away with sand getting in places it shouldn't, but fuck if he gave a shit. Echo shook out one of their shirts and shoved him back down on it. And naked, Echo straddled his hips. Using spit, the slender man reached between them, took his engorged dick in hand, and guided it to his ass. Ice almost exploded before he got inside, but he gasped and panted and clenched Echo's small waist, stilling the assassin's hips for a split second. Echo snarled and knocked his hands away and jammed down, head tossing wildly, hair falling into his gorgeous eyes. Ice cupped Echo's ass, and when the assassin came down on his dick again, Ice snapped his hips up and they rode the rapids until both of them snapped. Ice fisted Echo's hair and took the man's mouth in a bruising kiss as he emptied his balls. When Echo's cock spurted on his abs, Echo bit at him, drawing blood again. Ice growled and rammed up one last time and then dropped, panting, to the sand. Echo rolled away and Ice swiped out a hand, but the assassin was too quick. Before Ice could process shit, Echo was already into his pants, shirt, and was pulling on his shoes before strapping back on his sheath and knives. "Let's go back to my place," Ice murmured, sitting up. "No." Echo shook his head. Ice launched to his feet and grabbed the assassin's arm. The knife swiped out and caught him in the fleshy part of his stomach, near his side. Ice hissed and fell back, holding the wound. "Don't make the mistake of thinking that I like you." The words came hoarsely, and then Echo strode away. The man's slight frame was swallowed by the night. "Shit," Ice muttered and slowly dressed. He'd lost his rifle in the water when the blast knocked him off the boat. Good thing the serial number was filed off and nothing could trace it back to him. He picked up the little dagger that Echo had thrown at him on board the yacht and tucked it away. He'd keep it as a memento. Chapter 7. 2 months later. October 2023. The next time Ice located Echo, he didn't approach the assassin. He had been sent to find Echo for a reason, and he didn't want the man running like he had that night on the beach. When he recalled that night, he could still feel Echo's hips in his hands and remembered the wild look of pleasure on his face. His chest grew tight, and he wondered how much longer Echo would evade him. Shaking off his infatuation that bordered on fixation, he turned his thoughts to Solomon's request. From where Ice sat hidden between a retaining wall and an industrial trash can, he had a clear view of the wharf below. The shoreline just off the Washington state coast was deserted and dark. 2 men walked down the wooden boards and approached a bobbing skiff. Ice followed them with his eye to the scope of his rifle. Somehow he needed to get close enough to Echo to call off the hit. Maybe if he put a bullet close to the assassin, he'd get the idea that he wasn't alone. Ice squeezed the trigger and sent the bullet cleaving into the wood right next to where he knew the assassin was standing. Like water, Echo melted away. The man disappeared so completely Ice couldn't see him. Grit whined and Ice rubbed at the top of the dog's head. "Don't worry, boy, he'll find me." Ice knew that as sure as he knew his own name, Echo would be there very soon. Ice quickly broke down his rifle and tucked it away. Then he put his back to the wall and waited. The conversation he'd had with Solomon weighed heavy on his mind. The hit had been all kinds of wrong, and he'd gone to Wrath when shit didn't add up. "This is fucked up," Wrath muttered, looking at the encrypted website that kept their info plus a list of open and closed jobs. "You need to take this to Solomon." Ice had been close to the office, so he'd gone straight there. Solomon had given an annoyed look. "Just check it," Ice said. With a scowl, Solomon turned to his laptop, and Ice waited patiently. He moved to make a pot of coffee on the table that sat against one wall just inside Solomon's large office. Several minutes later, Solomon made a sound of disgust. "You're right. This doesn't look legit." "Whose hit is it?" Ice had asked, pouring a cup of coffee before the pot could finish brewing. He sipped at the hot brew and eyed his boss. "Echo's." "What did he say?" Ice leaned forward. "He's gone dark. Not responding to my emails or texts to the burner. I don't suppose you want to go to the hit site and tell him to wait until I double-check things?" "Yeah, I'll handle it." Solomon squinted at him. "Just tell him to call me." Ice placed his half-empty cup on the table and walked out. Tipping his head to listen, Ice waited for Echo to show up. There wasn't any sound of footsteps approaching, nor even a shifting of the air. There was nothing save the waves from the ocean and a few boats knocking against the dock. Yet Ice instantly knew he was no longer alone when Grit stood suddenly from sitting. Dog's hearing was great that way. Even at 9 months old, Grit was poised and still, laser-focused on something in the dark. It showed that the guard and tactical training Ice had been doing with Grit over the past few months had paid off. "What the fuck are you doing here?" Echo snarled, stepping out from the shadows. "Solomon sent me. The hit has been cancelled." Like hell he'd tell Echo to call Solomon. Their boss rubbed him the wrong way for some reason. Echo got in his face, so fucking close that Ice was tempted to kiss those full lips. Fuck. He'd give anything just to taste them one more time. "You sure about that?" "I'm telling you, Solomon called it off." "I think you're lying," Echo sneered, clearly not believing him. Ice squinted down into the man's face. "You're wrong." Echo snorted. "You just don't have the balls for this type of work. Why don't you take your dog home and sit this one out, huh? I'll take it from here." Solomon said no. "I'm not putting this off." "We don't know if the facts are legit," Ice murmured. "What the fuck does that matter?" Echo snapped, inches from him. "It matters," Ice whispered, his throat going tight. "You're fucking dreaming. The request came in, I'm doing the hit." "Echo, don't." Ice made the mistake of reaching for the killer. Echo grabbed him and Grit sprang up, snapping at the slender man even though Ice hadn't given a command. "Hold," Ice ordered Grit, and the dog sank immediately to his stomach with his haunches tense and a low rumble from his throat. "Oh, shit." It wasn't the first, nor, he imagined, the last knife wound he'd get from Echo, but this one had gone deep, really deep. He thought about keeping his distance, but changed his mind and launched forward. He knocked Echo's knife hand. He should have known it wasn't going to work because the blade stayed firmly in the assassin's grip. Ice didn't give a fuck. He clamped his hand over Echo's wrist, pushed it aside, and brought the slider man to his chest with an arm around his waist. They mashed together, chest to chest, groin to groin. His side burned and ached, but Ice had only one goal above the pain. The kiss this time was even more explosive than the one in the water. Tongues tasted, laved, and sucked. Lips were bruised, bitten, and rubbed until Ice had to lift his head to breathe. Echo's arm came down with a sinister strike, and Ice barely had time to dodge before the knife struck. He'd almost been cut again. "Quit fucking doing that!" Echo spat. "Why?" Ice wiped at his mouth and at the same time pulled his shirt away from where the blood was soaking the material and running down into his jeans. "Next time I'll cut your fucking throat." "Again, why?" "I like you." "You don't even know me." "I want to know you," Ice murmured. Feeling slightly lightheaded, he kept a wary eye on the blade. Echo was a killer, and at any moment the man could put that knife in his throat. "No, you don't want to know me." Something dangerous and hard flashed in the dark depths of Echo's eyes, and Ice wondered what kind of hell the man had lived through to make him so closed off from humanity. "Don't you want a friend?" Ice kept his voice light, even though his throat was closing around a lump of pain. "I don't need a friend." Echo ran his eyes over Ice, from his blonde hair to his blue eyes. His gaze drifted to the blood growing on the man's shirt, and his lips tightened. He clenched his teeth so hard his jaw ached. He gave a jerk of his chin to the knife wound. "You're going to need stitches." "This?" Ice glanced down. "It's nothing," he said, looking up, and then swayed. Echo was now several yards away from him. Ice stayed where he was, mainly because he didn't want to die, but also he didn't want to fall. Echo took a few steps away and then darted a look over one shoulder. "Echo," he said the man's name on a breath, and took one step forward. "Don't follow me. Don't contact me, and for fuck's sake, don't think I'm your friend." The killer disappeared into the shadows, and Ice immediately pressed harder against his side. He jostled with his cell phone to his ear and almost dropped it from his slippery grip. Blood coated his cheek, and he knew he was getting it everywhere, but he was running out of time. "What's up, Iceman?" Seven said, answering on the first ring. Ice had to smile at his best friend's greeting. "Can you come pick me up and take me to Harbor General?" He rattled off the address. "What the fuck happened?" Seven snarled. "I'll tell you on the way," he promised, and sank to his ass on the ground. Grit pressed close with a constant whine. Seven and Hunter were among the few people he'd ever share any of this stuff with. Chapter 8. Echo made it back to where he'd been and leaned into the deepest part of the shadows. Pulling one of his daggers, he toyed with it, flipping it over and over in his fingers. He spotted blood and wiped it away. Several of his daggers had Ice's blood on them. Damn that man. What the fuck did he want from him? He liked him? How many times did he have to shove a knife in Ice for the guy to get the hint? That wound had been bad, but he'd been desperate. There wasn't anything he could think of to do to keep Ice away from him. He gritted his teeth to keep silent and watched as a limo pulled up in front of the marina. Two men in suits got out, and one opened the back door to pull out a young, scantily dressed girl. She couldn't have been more than 16, if that. Struggling, the girl pulled at the man's grip, and he slapped her a few times. "Showtime," Echo whispered, tugging down his hooded mask and pulling out his knives. One in each gloved hand, he moved with speed through the dark, sticking to the shadows until he reached the dock. He'd already taken out most of the lights to provide shadows here and there. That was all he would need to get close enough. The first man he came up on didn't see him, so when his Doran dagger hit the fucker in the chest, the look of surprise was comical. As he ran, Echo pulled another dagger and hit the same man in the throat. The other man pulled the girl around to use as a shield, but Echo was already there. He swiped the razor-sharp edge of his Ulu blade at the man's neck and opened it wide. The spray of blood covered the girl's head and back. Flying past the two dead men, Echo returned to the shadows, whirled, and crouched, waiting and watching the car for any signs of additional perps. The girl had fallen to her ass on the dock, staring at her bloody hands. Echo lifted his burner, took a small video of the scene, and shot it to Solomon along with the text. Like hell, this was a job gone wrong. Get your fucking facts straight. Realizing she was free, the girl scrambled to her feet and fled. Echo waited until she was gone before he moved in and retrieved his daggers. He took the keys from one man's pocket and then kicked the bodies into the water. Getting into the car, he drove it to the other side of the marina and left it there with no trace of fingerprints. All in all, it had taken him 8 minutes. He wondered how Ice was doing, and then made a sound of annoyance in his throat. Why the fuck would you think of him? Ice woke up in the ICU. From what he'd been told, Echo had nicked something with the jab. It had been an internal bleed, and he'd been out of it for days. Seven and Hunter had hovered over his bed during that time, and even Stone had made an appearance. Dave was busy, but he called him every other day. Grit was currently at home with Joshua and Travis. Echo was the only one who didn't show up, but then I suspected that Solomon hadn't told Echo about it. He'd been there several days and still no show from the assassin. Perhaps it was time to give up? Echo clearly regretted what they'd done on the beach and was definitely not ready for any type of relationship. Real slid into the hospital room and gave him a smirk. I told you not to get dead. I'm trying. The man shook his head and walked to his bedside. Ice gripped the hand Real held out. I've got to go, but I'll be around, he said. Seven and Hunter came into the room. Hey, this is Real. Ice made the introductions. Okay, I'm going to get going, Real told him after a moment, and Ice gripped his friend's hand hard. Take care. Real strode from the hospital room and closed the door. He seems nice, Hunter said, arching an eyebrow. He's an old military buddy. Ah, cool. Did Echo kill the mark? Ice murmured, keeping his voice low even though the door was now closed. Yes, but there was a fuck-up. There really was a 16-year-old girl being trafficked, so Echo did good, Hunter said softly. Ice smiled, shifted, and then grimaced in pain. I should have listened to him. Yes, Seven said. You should have. Come on vacation with us, Hunter said. Huh? He blinked up at Hunter and then shot a look at Seven, who shrugged. We're taking Josh and Travis along, so you coming won't be a problem, Seven said. What about my dog? Ice said. Can't Dave watch him? Yeah, Dave had no problem watching Grit, and a vacation sounded really good right about then. Where to? Athens, Hunter said with a smile. I've always wanted to see that place. Then come. I'll pay for your ticket, Seven said. I can buy my own ticket, Ice huffed and then winced. I'll need to be cleared for flying. We will wait, Hunter assured him. Ice felt the room whirl and slapped a hand at the hospital tray to keep from spinning. He sent his plate filled with lunch flying, and when Seven shouted his name, it came through muffled. Hunter reached out and grabbed a hold of his arm while Seven ran out into the hallway yelling. Ice couldn't respond, and the room closed in on him. Echo stood just at the corner of the hallway where Ice's hospital room was. He gazed at the closed door that Ice lay behind. Both Seven and Hunter had gone inside a while ago, but he wouldn't be going in there until it was dark, if that. Ice was out of the woods now, according to Stone. It pissed him off that Solomon wouldn't tell him jack shit where Ice was concerned. Why do you need to know that? The man had growled the words, his tone ugly. Because I'm the one that stabbed him. I just need to know where he is. His voice had trailed off. Fucking hell, he hadn't sounded like himself. What the hell was wrong with him? He didn't give a shit about Ice, but that didn't stop him from storming out of Solomon's office when his boss had refused to answer. Echo sought out Stone, who had told him about Ice's complications. He'd been stunned. That jab shouldn't have caused that much damage. Had he gone that deep? Was he slipping? Or had his desperation affected his skills? Something's wrong! Seven's shout snapped him back to the busy hospital. And when Seven ran to the nurse's station, Echo sank back around the corner and out of sight. With a pounding heart, he squeezed his hands into fists when nurses and staff started running past him. They disappeared into Ice's room. Maybe with such a big crowd going in, he could slip in unnoticed. And Do what? Frozen, he stayed where he was until the doctor, staff, and most of the nurses left the man's room. Seven and Hunter had stayed inside. That meant whatever the hell had happened, Ice had made it through. Fuck. He stayed still for several more moments before he slipped down the stairs and outside into the cool night air. Wiping the back of his hand at his nose, he bent over and placed his hands on his knees and sucked in huge gulps of air. He had no time for this shit. He had things to do, jobs to finish, and he definitely didn't have time to even think about a man he despised. Rubbing at the sudden heartburn in his chest, he pushed all thoughts of Ice from his mind as he slid behind the wheel of a borrowed vehicle. He left the parking lot and dialed Stone. "What's up?" "Did Seven call you?" Echo said. "No. Why?" "Something's going on with Ice at the hospital. Can you find out and call me back?" "Will do." Stone hung up. Echo pounded his fist on the steering wheel. So much for not thinking about Ice. Part 2. Chapter 9. Present day. Several months later, Solomon still hadn't agreed to make him permanent. It was now the end of February and the jobs remained inconsistent as fuck. What was supposed to be 1 month of probation had turned into 6. That was long enough for a fucking probation period. "What's the holdup?" he said, taking a seat in one of the 2 leather office chairs that sat in front of Solomon's desk. He squared off with the Erebus leader, who sat behind his big wooden desk. "It's my call. It's Dave's call," Ice squinted. "It's mine," Solomon said with a sneer. "You were injured on the job. You took 4 weeks off to go to Greece in October. Just consider this your continued probation period." 1 month extended to 6 because I was knifed? Ice snorted. Personally, he thought Solomon was an asshole to the nth degree, but he might be alone in his thinking. For all he knew, other assassins might think the sun rose and set in the guy's ass. Solomon continued to stare with his big hands clenched into fists on the top of the desk. "You seem to have a problem with me," Ice finally said, his lids narrowed, his gaze focused. "I don't want you around messing with Echo," Solomon said. Okay, that took him off guard, and it certainly had come from left field. He wasn't sure what Solomon had against Echo, but maybe it wasn't that at all. Was Solomon attracted to Echo? Well, get in line, motherfucker. "I don't give a rat's ass. I'll mess with Echo if I feel like it." "And how is that working out for you?" Solomon said with a curl of his lips before the man dropped his gaze to where his shirt covered the scar from the knife wound Echo had inflicted. Okay, this fucker had been getting on his last nerve for months, and now I suspected that Echo was the problem. Well, too bad, asshole. "I didn't know that Erebus leaders let their yearning for someone affect their job performance," Ice said dryly, silently daring Solomon to make a move. He'd end this bastard right the fuck now. Rage darkened the man's eyes. "That's it. You're out." Without saying a word, I stood and walked out of the room. Once he and Grit jumped into his SUV, he called Dave. "Ice, how are you feeling? Haven't talked to you since you got back from Athens," Dave teased. "I'm doing good. How's it going?" "Oh, I can't complain." Ice chuckled. "Yeah, same shit, different day. You got that right. So hey, I just had a run-in with Solomon. Can I come see you?" "Of course," Dave said after a brief moment of silence. "I'm at my Santa Barbara home. I'll be there in a half an hour." Dave's home really was grand when he thought about it. Of course, having been there so many times, it was easy to forget. The place was a very large estate that sat on 6 acres right on the beach, which was almost unheard of in Santa Barbara. But if you had enough money and you bought out your neighbors, it was achievable. The outside was lined with wrought iron fencing along with a guard station out front. Ice checked in with the guard and then pulled his SUV through the gate and up the long circular driveway. Several bodyguards were positioned around the property. He got it. Dave was the former Secretary of Defense and a very important man, as well as a close personal friend of the president. After all, Dave managed the president's specialty units like Pegasus, Phoenix, and Erebus. There was probably a whole bunch more that Ice didn't know about. One of the bodyguards showed him to the front door, and the man inside took him to a spacious study. Grit trotted at his side. Ice shot a glance at Dave's wide oak desk and found it empty, which was odd at this time of the day. A faint smell of cedar lingered in the air, and light piano music drifted through speakers in the ceiling. A cup clinked, drawing his attention, and he found Dave sitting comfortably in one of two large leather chairs in front of the bay window. Of course, Grit had already located the man. "Don't get up," Ice grinned and walked over to shake Dave's hand. "I wasn't, you smartass." Ice snorted and dropped down into one of the roomy brown chairs. Dave leaned forward and patted Grit on the head before gesturing to the pot of coffee and an empty cup. "No alcohol," Ice razzed and poured himself a half a cup. "It's bad for my health." "I hear ya. Hey, I've been meaning to ask you something," he said. "What's that?" "Whatever happened to Theodore Cotta?" Dave smiled. "Theo? He's working for me at another site. He won't be going back to the assassin world." "Ah, okay. Yeah, I didn't see him at the warehouse, so I was wondering." "So, what's going on?" Dave probed when several minutes passed. "Did Solomon call you before I got here?" "No." Dave shook his head with a frown. "Nor did I call him." "Well, you know that I got stabbed because I was stupid. So I went on that vacation with Seven and Hunter that you approved, but I've been back for months now." Dave nodded and lifted his own cup from the side table to sip at it. Ice quickly went over the conversation he'd had with Solomon, leaving nothing out. "So according to him, I'm out." "Do you want to be out?" Dave asked. "No, I don't. I think he wants me out because he's jealous of Echo," Ice said. "You think so?" Dave placed his cup down and looked thoughtful for a moment. "It's just a gut feeling." "Have you heard about Echo's past?" Dave asked with a sad smile. "No, tell me." "All right. If you have the time, I'll tell you what little I know." "I've got all the time in the world. I just got fired," Ice joked and eased back in his chair. Dave took a deep breath and began. "Echo made his first kill when he was 8 years old. He ran away from home and was caught by a man on the streets." A few hours later, Ice was still trying to wrap his head around what Dave had told him. Some diabolical madman had captured and turned Echo into a killer before he even hit puberty. Ice could only imagine the horror a young Echo had gone through. According to Dave, Solomon had taken Echo under his wing a few years ago, and that was why the Erebus leader was protective. "Who is the guy who locked him up?" Ice couldn't keep the rage out of his voice. "To this day, Echo won't share who the son of a bitch is. He could be dead for all I know," Dave concluded. Ice squeezed the bathroom towel in his hand, wishing it was the unknown fucker's neck. Not only had this jack-off taught, tutored, and coached Echo into becoming a murderer, the man, according to Dave, had been very controlling with Echo. A control, according to Dave, that appeared to border on manic. That was all Dave could get out of Echo during the hiring interview. And the only reason Echo had answered the questions was because Dave had rules, and I suspected that Echo had complied because he very much wanted to be a part of Erebus. Slinging the towel over the shoulder to dry, Ice pulled on a clean pair of gray sweats along with a black t-shirt before stepping into the big bedroom. It was a good thing he always brought a few changes of clothes, including his gear, in case he got a job. He slid into a pair of brand new slippers the maid had given him, and he smirked at how the wealthy lived. "Stay, boy," Ice told Grit, who'd lifted his head when Ice walked to the door. The big dog had already been fed and was sprawled out on the bed and resumed his snooze. Leaving the room Dave had given them for the night, he made his way to the dining room and found Dave sitting at the table, along with two nicely dressed women. One of the women was Dave's cousin, Monica. She had to be in her mid-50s, but she looked much younger with dark wavy hair and blue eyes. The other woman looked several years younger with bright blue eyes and long blonde hair. I supposed that some men might find it sexy. "Is this okay?" Ice gestured to his clothes. He could eat in his room if not. "It's fine. Come in," Dave said, waving him into the room and pointing to the chair at his left. Dave had changed into a dark blue polo and black slacks. His curling black hair was threaded with light sprinkles of gray, but his steel gray eyes were sharp as a tack. The former SecDef always looked sophisticated and powerful. "Hi, Ice," Monica waved, sending her dark hair tumbling. "Hey, Monica," Ice said, settling into the chair next to Dave. "This is my friend, Charlene Jones," Monica gushed. "They dropped by unexpectedly," Dave said flatly. "David," Monica pointed at her cousin, "if I told you I was coming, you'd say don't bother. And for good reason. I have company." "It's only Ice." "Should we leave?" Charlene asked, looking from Dave to Monica. Ice stabbed at a potato and waved it at Charlene. "No, they always argue," he said and popped the bite into his mouth. Charlene gave him a tentative smile and picked at the salad on her plate. "See," Monica glared. "You're scaring the guests." Dave snorted and returned to his plate. Ice wasn't sure why Monica had brought a friend, but he suspected that she was trying to get Dave married. Ice could have told her that she was barking up the wrong tree with Miss Blondie there, but it wasn't his story to tell. "Ice, are you seeing anyone at the moment?" Monica asked. "No, but there's someone I'm interested in." "Oh, pooh. Well, if you're not that invested, you should stick around tomorrow and we can all play tennis and swim." Ice smiled at Monica. He'd be gone in the morning, now that he was fully reinstated back to Erebus. Dave and his matchmaking cousin would have to deal with this shit on their own. He had given Echo space, a lot of space over the past several months, but now he had every intention of finding Echo after what Dave had told him what little he knew of his past. Dave only knew what Solomon had told him because Echo wasn't sharing. All Dave could say was that Echo had split from Solomon for about 6 years, and then one day in 2022 he'd reappeared. Where had he been those 6 years? Later that same evening, Ice's cell phone buzzed with an incoming text. "Stone, where are you?" "Ice, at Dave's, why?" Those 3 little dots flashed across the screen telling him Stone was responding, but then they stopped. They flashed again and then stopped. Stone must have been writing a book. Ice huffed and flopped back on the bed and waited. "Stone, Solomon gave us a job together." It took that long to type 6 words. Why the hell was Solomon pairing him up with people suddenly? And why the sudden job? Ice could only imagine that Solomon had to be beyond pissed, especially after Dave had called him. That conversation which Dave put on speaker had been hilarious. Before Solomon could do more than say hello, Dave barked out a question. "Why did you take Ice out of Erebus?" The former SecDef didn't growl or even sound mean, but something in the powerful man's voice had the hair on the back of Ice's neck lifting. He could only imagine what Solomon's face looked like. Ice stared at Dave's face, but nothing showed. The former SecDef was very good at keeping his expression blank, his thoughts hidden. "I just thought," Solomon's voice trailed off. "What did you think? You thought you had sole hiring power over my fucking team? No, we won't have this conversation again, will we?" "No, sir." Ice slapped his hands to his mouth to keep from laughing, and Dave placed a finger against his own lips, meaning keep your mouth shut. "Anything else you'd like to tell me?" Dave asked. After a moment of silence, Solomon finally spoke. "I hired a few new men if you'd like to look them over." The man's voice sounded relieved. "I'll be in your office tomorrow around 1500. Dave ended the call. Ice scratched at his chin and then pulled the tie from his hair. He caught up the strands and retied them. "I thought you and Solomon were tight." "We are, but lately, we're not." "What do you mean?" "Nothing you need to worry about," Dave smiled. Another incoming text brought his attention back to the big bedroom and his phone. "Stone, well?" With a sigh, he rolled to his stomach and responded half-jokingly. "Ice, pick me up. Stone, be there in 20. Why was Stone so close to Dave's place? "Ice, where's the hit?" "Stone, Nevada, so pack a bag." "Ice, Sin City?" "Stone, do you really need to ask?" Ice could just imagine the guy rolling his eyes. He glanced at the time. Shit, Stone would be there soon. Driving and texting was so easy with the voice-to-text capability. Launching off the bed, he startled Grit, who was up and ready. "No, boy, not this trip. You stay and guard Dave. He's a very important man," he told the dog while he pulled on dark clothing and stepped into his soft black leather boots. Shoving shit into his backpack, he left the room and jogged down the stairs with Grit at his side. All was quiet, and he found a paper and pen in Dave's desk and started writing a note. Grit trotted over to where Dave normally sat. "Where are you going? Hell, why are you lurking in the dark?" I spun toward the double chairs near the wall of windows. Beyond the glass lay the night sky with sparkling stars. "Can't sleep," Dave said, shifting in his favorite chair. "I got a job tonight. Solomon paired me with Stone." Ice flipped on the tiny desk lamp and returned the pad of paper and pen into the drawer and walked over to take a seat. He dropped his duffel at his feet. "How far?" "Las Vegas. Can Grit stay with you?" "Yes. You should get going. That's a long drive. Stone is picking me up." His eyes had adjusted to the dim lighting just enough to see Dave's face, and the outside light from the garden helped a bit. The man turned his face away and back toward the night beyond the window. Ice knew Dave wanted to ask how Stone was doing, but wouldn't. Those two were so fucking stubborn. "He's fine, by the way," Ice said. "He got a cat." Dave's eyes snapped to him. "A cat?" "No," Ice chuckled. "When have you ever known Stone to have an animal?" "Never," Dave admitted with a slight smile and slowly ran a hand over Grit's big head. "He's away from home too much." Ice could relate. In this line of business, it was hard to have a hearth and a home. Chapter 10. Across town that same night, Echo jumped from the ground to the scaffolding and climbed upward. This hit was on the 4th floor of the rundown apartment building, and climbing the outside was as easy as eating pie. This was something he'd been doing since before he'd been of legal age. When a person grew up on the streets, climbing almost went with the territory. That, plus fighting for every scrap of food you could find. His childhood had been spent clawing and fighting every human being, whether or not they meant him harm. Living free and wild became his way of life. He fucking loved it. Plus, he relished not having feelings like those other sorry bastards. He wasn't nice and had never been. He hated everything and everyone equally. Why not do something constructive with the hate? He shook off that fucking voice. At 8 years old, he'd made his first kill. At 10 years old, he'd been caught while eating a stolen bag of chips of all things. He'd lived 2 years on the streets, and it never occurred to him that he was being watched. It happened when he grabbed a package of whatever he could get his hands on inside a convenience store and had fled out the door with the store owner screaming at him. He'd darted around the building, flew down the alley, and careened around the corner. Running down a walkway, he slipped inside an open doorway. It was there that he had crouched, tore open the bag, and stuffed handfuls of nacho cheese chips into his mouth. So fucking hungry that tears had started to fall. He had suddenly choked when hard hands grabbed him and he screamed, not from fear, but from fury when his bag of chips fell and scattered on the ground. "Stop," a hard voice ordered. But Echo fought like a wild thing with clawed hands and kicking feet. Shit. Echo jumped when a window above snapped shut and he wobbled on the scaffolding. Why now, of all nights, would he remember his fucked-up childhood? Climbing upward, he reached the 4th floor and he dipped soundlessly over the balcony and waited. After a moment, he picked the lock and opened the glass slider. It squeaked, but the mother of the beaten and raped daughter had assured them when she'd asked for help that her husband would be too drunk to hear the door open. Echo never relied on luck or another person's words when it came to a hit, so he'd followed the mark from the liquor store to home and waited a good hour before making his way up the outside of the building. That the building was in the middle of having their windows washed was a bonus. Slipping through the opening, he pulled his Ulu knife. He'd almost brought his Ruger, and while the compact lightweight pistol was deadly, his love of knives had won out. He wanted to look into the fucker's eyes when he sliced him open. The daughter had been too scared to press charges against her father. Deadbeat motherfucker needed to die. Mr. Copenhagen was passed out on the bed in his greasy clothes from work, a half-finished bottle of scotch lying on the floor. The guy had muscle and tattoos covering his arms, and he could only imagine the damage he'd done to his daughter. Echo walked soundlessly to the bed, then leaned over to get a good look at the guy's face. It was the same as the picture on the burner phone, but what the phone didn't show was a very recent scar slanting down the man's face. It was that scar and the man's overall physique that had Echo drawing back in shock. Memories assaulted him. They were not memories of Copenhagen, but of a similar man from his childhood. His past came roaring up again. The man's eyes popped open and Echo jabbed his knife into the fucker's side. Copenhagen gasped and swiped out a hand, fingers fisting in Echo's hair. The fucker's grip was like a brick, having worked with iron his whole life, and Echo should have been prepared. He should have been faster, but he'd been too caught off guard with the man's resemblance to the fucker from his youth. Copenhagen flung him hard. Echo saw stars when his head cracked against the bedroom wall. The beefy fucker rolled from the bed and grabbed him, and Echo sliced down Copenhagen's shoulder and arm with his ulu, but the man didn't seem to be fazed by pain or the blood. Echo's feet left the ground again, and Copenhagen tossed him like a rag doll against a heavy wooden dresser. Pain splintered in his back, momentarily winding him. Thank fuck that the apartment was on the end of the building was all Echo could think when he slammed down to the filthy carpet. Still drunk off his ass, Copenhagen stumbled, tripped, and fell down to sit on the bed before he bounced back up. Rolling to his knees, Echo flipped one dagger after the other at the man's chest, groin, and throat until all 6 Doran daggers were embedded. It was that last knife to the throat that had Copenhagen dropping to his knees. Echo didn't wait. He crawled forward, slashing his ulu knife into the man's neck, but he fucking missed the kill shot from shaking too much. Still, it was enough to send Copenhagen toppling flat to the floor. Echo leaned over and stabbed the motherfucker over and over until his gloves grew wet with blood and his clothes from the spray when he finally cut the bastard's jugular. It had been years since he'd thought of the John who had raped and tortured him when his mother had been out selling herself for drugs. That John had been his very first kill, and just like that night when he'd been 8 years old, he squatted next to the dead man and swirled his knife in the bloody wounds. He really couldn't blame all of what he'd become on Solomon. Fucking Solomon. Solomon rubbed at the crick in his neck. He sat at his desk, not really looking at anything since the phone call from Dave, and now he had a backache. It didn't surprise him that Ice had gone and ratted him out. Not that he gave a shit, as long as Ice stayed away from Echo. He'd just gotten Echo back into the nest after the man had disappeared for 6 fucking years, and he would not have Ice fucking this up. He and Echo went back far too many years to have some asswipe come in and ruin it. He'd only taken this job from Dave just to be able to keep his eyes on his boys. It had been that way between all of them from the first moment he'd taken them in. Each and every single one of them belonged to him. Of course, getting Echo to stay this time around had taken some threatening on his part, but it all worked out. Echo, the man, was not that different from Echo, the boy. He'd spotted the urchin living on the streets, and had been for a while by the look of things, which gave Echo some skills at escaping, and Solomon remembered how the boy had almost wiggled free. He'd instinctively known that if Echo got away, he'd never catch him again. "I'm not going to hurt you," he told the boy. It didn't matter what he said, though. Echo had continued raging and clawing until he ran out of strength and hung limply in his tight grip. Hefting the slight weight over one shoulder, he walked down the alley and entered an abandoned warehouse. Making his way into the deep, dark depths, he reached the very back. It was there that he dumped the kid in one of the empty cages designed for dogs. It would do until he could figure out what to do when the kid woke up. The cage next to Echo's rattled when Rogue came awake. The boy kicked at the metal, but Solomon wasn't worried. He'd spent the extra money on that cage to hold Rogue in place due to his size. Even at 12 years old, Rogue was big. Next to Rogue slept 15-year-old Fisher curled on his side, still recuperating. When he locked the padlock on the cage, Echo came awake and clawed at him through the small openings. Solomon snatched his hand away, rubbing at the rising, bloody welts. "Let me out!" "What's your name?" Solomon asked, taking a seat in a chair that sat in front of the cage. The boy grabbed the bars and shook the whole cage, hollering with rage. Long black hair hung into his face. Hate-filled eyes the color of chocolate glared through the strands. With a dirty face, almost skeletal body, and filthy clothes, the boy looked on the verge of death. He had spirit. Solomon had to hand it to him. "Your name," he said, lowering his voice to a growl. "Echo." The word was hissed, and it took a few moments for Solomon to understand that Echo was an actual name. Or at least that was what the boy was telling him. Echo was unique, and Solomon liked it very much. "Who named you that?" "My mother when she was high. That's what she said." "How old are you?" 12. "You look like you're 8, Solomon smirked. Echo slapped at the bars. "I do not, I'm 10. Solomon chuckled and lifted a heavy piece of rebar from the floor. Rogue shrank back to the far end of his cage and covered his ears. Solomon leaned closer to Echo's cage and shoved the bar through the metal holes. Only when Echo's screams died to whimpers did he stop. "Never lie to me again," he said, tossing the rebar down with a clang, and Rogue pulled his knees to his chest and wrapped his arms tight around them. When Echo's sobs filled the air, Fisher stirred in his cage and rolled over to stare at Rogue through the bars. Solomon stood and walked out of the area. If pain and fear stopped working on Echo, he'd deny food. There was always a way to break someone to heal. Perhaps Rogue and Fisher could help the kid out by telling him that he meant business. The laptop on his office desk pinged, and Solomon returned from thinking about the past to the here and now. First order of business was to make peace with Dave, and in order to do that, he had to make nice with Ice. Solomon lifted his cell phone and held it for a moment, and then slowly returned it to the desk. After several long minutes, he lifted the phone up again and made a call. Chapter 11. Echo didn't know just how long he'd sat there and played in the blood. "Get up!" Rogue hissed, snapping him back into his right mind. When had Rogue come into the apartment? Gazing blankly down at the dead body, he found his gloved hands full of squished intestines. Getting sluggishly to his feet, he, along with Rogue's help, found every single one of his daggers and his Ulu knife. He made extra sure to count all his knives as he tucked them away with no sheath left empty. "What are you doing here?" Echo rasped through a raw throat. "What does it matter? Get your ass out of here," Rogue snapped and shoved him toward the window. "Where's Fisher?" Echo asked, stumbling toward the window. "On a job." The dam broke, but not until he was outside and almost to the bottom of the scaffolding. It started with a small tremble in his hands that caused him to lose his grip and drop to the ground below. It wasn't far, but a pain shot through his ankle. Rogue yanked him up and shoved him toward the sidewalk. Echo ran. Hauling ass around the apartment building, he ran full out through the pain until he was about a mile away. Then and only then did he hunch over in a deserted alley. Rogue was nowhere to be seen, but the assassin was like that, disappearing and reappearing at will. Lifting the bottom of his mask, Echo puked his guts out. He hadn't played with a kill in months. Spitting bile into the trash can behind a closed fast food place, he pulled his hood down and walked back to retrieve his vehicle. His ankle hurt like hell, and he started limping halfway there. Could shit get any more fucked up? He wiped at his nose beneath the mask with one messy glove. All he wanted now was to collect his ID and cell phone, destroy his clothing, and shower. And then hide away and sleep for a fucking month. And not remember the past. It was sometime a week later that Echo stumbled groggily from his rumpled bed. The sheet and blanket were in a pile of mess, and one of his pillows lay on the floor. He'd been feeling weird for days, like his nerves were raw. An off and on again pounding headache didn't help. Flashes of the kill flickered on replay, and his skin felt tingly and tight. A feeling of impending doom created a fog in his brain that he couldn't seem to shake. Checking his phone, he found that Fisher had sent him a text the night before. "Fisher, Rogue is worried." Echo, "I'm okay." Fisher, "Stay safe." Echo, "You too." He sat there for a moment, recalling how the three of them, along with Jinx and Fox, had watched each other's backs through their training, if you could call what Solomon had done as training. Torture was more like it, although it had made him the man he was today. Was that a good thing? He didn't know, but it was all he knew. This was his life, and that fact had been pounded into his head since the age of 10. That he'd killed the John before Solomon caught him worked in Solomon's favor in turning him into a killing machine. Maybe it had been his destiny. Echo thought of Jinx and Fox. They'd made it out and stayed out along with several others, and Echo was glad for them both. He, Fisher, and Rogue hadn't been that lucky. Oh, he'd tried to leave once and had stayed gone for 6 years, but family had eventually brought him back. Maybe they weren't related by blood, but he considered Fisher and Rogue his brothers. After making and sipping on a much-needed cup of coffee, Echo selected a 9mm handgun from his small collection of weapons and settled in at his small kitchen table. He meticulously broke down the weapon and cleaned it, purposely keeping his mind blank. Reassembling the 9mm, he twisted on a new silencer. He would start carrying it, even if only for a few days until he felt safe again. If he'd had his gun, things would have turned out quite differently that night. With the barrel of a 9mm pointed in the face, a mark would have been too scared to fight. When his cell phone pinged with an incoming text, he stared down at the video that came through. Usually he just deleted this type of bullshit, but something made him hit the play button. "Motherfucker," he whispered, and stared in disbelief at the screen when he saw himself slicing open the throat of a mark he'd done just last week. Slamming down his weapon on the table, the sound cracked through the room, and he glared at the video. The phone rang from the same number, and Echo snatched it up. "How did you get my phone number, you motherfucker?" "Meet me. 2:30 a.m. at the Ventura Pier if you don't want this made public," a robotic voice responded, and hung up. The asshole was using a voice changer. It wouldn't matter. Echo would kill this fucker. His first mistake was wanting to meet him. What did he want? A free hit job, probably. Big fucking error on the guy's part. The phone number was unknown, the person behind the 20-second video anonymous, and Echo slammed the phone down and lifted back up the 9mm in the other. This was bad news. Someone had followed him and filmed him completing a hit. It had to be someone he knew. He'd been covered from head to toe in black clothing, so they wouldn't have been able to see who he really was. Unless they already knew. Who the fuck was out there videoing his jobs? That was really dangerous for business. "Whoever you are, you're fucking dead," he snarled at his silent phone. The pier was located off the coast of Ventura, California, and from where he lived, he could drive there in 20 minutes tops. He thought fleetingly about calling Solomon to report the incident, but he didn't want the consequences of the Erebus boss finding out he'd let himself be filmed. He'd take care of this shit himself. Ice stood near the water slightly after 2 a.m. The ocean was calming to him, even though the waves were churning and crashing against the shore. The first week of March in California was damned chilly, and a storm threatened to break at any moment. He didn't mind, though, and turned to the sea. In quiet times like this, his thoughts turned to Echo. He'd spent last night searching for the assassin, but he'd come up empty-handed. He wasn't all that worried because Echo had disappeared for months before. Besides, he was the one who'd bailed and gone to Athens, so maybe Echo was pissed and this was payback. Or maybe he didn't even think of him anymore. Since assassins worked primarily alone, Ice had been able to avoid running into Echo when he'd returned from Greece, but that had only been to give the man space. Now when he wanted to locate Echo, he couldn't. Wasn't that life for you? He sighed. He would need to take different measures and alter his tactics. A man with long, ratted hair stumbled near the end of the dock, clutching a bottle before finally passing out on one of the benches. Having left Grit at 7 and Hunter's place, Ice was alone, but it didn't bother him. He, Stone, and Real had been ready to take another job in Vegas, but he'd been called back to take this job in Ventura while Stone and Real took on something else. The overload with jobs was a bitch right now, but it would soon ease up with the new men once Dave gave his final approval. This hit was to take out Leo Getty, the leader of a human trafficking ring, and the man wasn't due to arrive until 3 a.m., so Ice had time to kill. He would need to make his way to a lifeguard tower he had earlier scoped out. From there, he'd have a clean shot at the guy, who should be arriving at a closed restaurant across the walkway. The place Getty owned was high-end and looked fancy, but it was used to traffic young adults. Turning away from the water, Ice made his way up the sandy incline and reached the pavement where it ended and the wooden walkway of the pier began. Making his way along the pier, he gazed at the water as he moved closer to the lifeguard tower. He waited patiently for the right time to take up his position. In this weather, there was no sense in climbing and laying on a lifeguard tower before he needed to. He thought about the money he'd get for this hit. With this payment, he could finally afford to purchase his own home without touching his savings. Of course, he could have bought one when he worked for Erebus years ago, but he hadn't felt the desire. A home. Wouldn't that be something? He'd never in a million years thought about buying a house until he'd come back this time to work for Erebus. It was Echo's doing, and Ice almost laughed out loud and continued walking. He was turning into a mush. That was what love did to a guy. Scratch that. Heavy affection. Or, if it was love, it was unrequited love. Echo didn't love him or like him, nor really know him yet. But if it all worked out, Ice would change that soon. He wanted to share his past with Echo, even though it was boring. Plus, he wanted to hear about the things Dave didn't know about Echo. Halfway down the pier, he stopped. There wasn't any reason, but his sixth sense told him that someone was watching him. Turning slowly around, he found Echo standing about 20 feet from him. Speak of the devil and he'd appear. Ice smiled. Snick. Echo pulled the trigger and shot him. The bullet punched hard. The pain took his breath away. Chapter 12. With a stunned expression, Ice gaped at him across the short distance. For a moment, a blank look swept over Ice's face before the man looked down at the bullet hole in his shirt. Then Ice stumbled and grabbed the railing. Echo didn't approach. Instead, he watched as Ice slid down to his ass and pressed a hand to his abdomen. Lifting his gun, Echo pointed it at Ice's head and waited until the assassin looked up. He still couldn't wrap his head around the fact staring him in the face. It had been Ice who had videoed him doing a hit. He knew he was going to kill someone he recognized on this pier tonight, but never in a million years would he have thought it would be Ice. What the fuck had Ice been thinking? He knew the man had been searching for him, but was the video the only way to get his attention? Was this Ice's way of courting? It didn't matter. If a person jeopardized the company, they were history, plain and simple, and the rule was to have them retired. Permanently. Ice mouthed something at him, and Echo squinted, trying to read his lips, his fingers still on the trigger. When Ice whispered this time, Echo knew and clenched his teeth. Echo. Why the hell had Ice spoken his name? Did he think that saying his name would personalize this shit? There were real consequences for being a traitor in this business. This dance is over. He spoke just loud enough for Ice to hear him across the distance. Ice swallowed hard and lifted his hand to press fingers to his throat, leaving a trail of blood. Echo could leave and let Ice bleed out, but he wasn't that cold-hearted. He'd end it quickly. He should have already ended it. His finger was still on the fucking trigger. Ice nodded as if sensing his hesitation and then closed his eyes. Something hard tightened in Echo's chest, and all he could think of was why. Why the fuck did Ice do this? Echo's cell phone buzzed and he almost ignored it. It was probably Solomon or Wrath trying to get in touch with him, but it rang insistently. Irritated, he tugged it out while holding the gun on Ice in case the assassin was faking it. He wouldn't give the man a chance to slip away. What Ice had done was going to cost him his life. Echo answered it. Is it done? The robotic voice was unexpected. Echo forgot to breathe. His eyes flipped wildly around and then up and over to Ice. The man still sat with his hands, palms upward, lax at his sides. What Ice didn't have in either hand was a phone. No phone. No fucking phone. Then who had sent the video and now called him? He jerked the cell away from his ear. It was the same number as the video clip. "It's done," instinct had Echo responding. He lifted his shocked gaze from the phone in his hand and back to Ice. The assassin could have pulled his gun and killed him by now when his attention had been snared by the phone call. Why hadn't he? Why was he still breathing when Ice could have ended his life several ways as soon as he'd taken the call? But Ice hadn't taken the shot. Echo started forward and Ice jerked upright and rolled over the wooden railing and into the water. "Ice, wait!" Echo ran. He was fucking fast, but he got there too late to do anything but gaze over the railing at the dark, churning water. Fuck! Echo snarled, and without thinking, he leaped the railing, gun and all. He went in feet first, and the cold water closed over his head. It was dark as shit, and he stayed under as long as he could hold his breath, searching the black depths. He saw nothing. No body, no shadow. It was too fucking dark. Surfacing for air, he slapped at the water. "Shit! God damn it!" he shouted. "Ice! Ice!" Only silence answered him. Reaching the shore, Ice pulled himself up to lay in a rocky crevice. He thought he heard Echo shouting, but he had to be hallucinating. Assassins never shouted. It was detrimental to their health. Well, was this the way he was going out? It was hard to wrap his head around. But since he was going to die here tonight, he was glad that Echo had been the one to do it. He wondered if it had been Echo's idea to terminate him, or if he'd just been another job, and why. He couldn't recall doing something that bad that would piss Echo off, or anyone else for that matter. He'd never know for sure who had ordered the hit, because it surely had been a hit. An old saying suddenly came to mind: live by the sword, die by the sword. The ocean smelled of salt, sand, and seaweed, and he figured it would be a good way to go if he could just let the waves carry him away and sink into the darkness. "You fucker!" He gazed up when Echo's face appeared over him. Okay, now he really was hallucinating. Just in case, Ice held out his hand to stop the knife attack that was surely coming. Just let him bleed out. Let him go in peace. Just let me float on the waves." At the choked-out words, something ragged grew in Echo's chest, and it pissed him off. "I should gut you," he snapped, his breath coming in huge gasps. It had to be from searching the water and not the feeling of panic he couldn't shake. He never fucking panicked in a situation like this. Ever. Reaching down, he hauled Ice up, which wasn't easy since the fucker outweighed him by a lot. Ice swayed, panted, and groaned. With Ice's arm around his neck and his own gripping the assassin's waist, Echo walked them as far up out of the rocks and water as he could and gently lowered Ice onto the sandy part of the beach. "You guys okay?" a voice called out. "Do we look okay?" Echo snapped with a glare at the surfer dude who ran up to them. "Do you have a phone?" "Yeah," the guy said slowly and handed it over. Echo dialed one of the hundreds of numbers he had stashed in his head. "Hello? Justice, it's me. I need you to ping this number and come get me and Ice." "I'm on my way." Echo handed back the guy's phone. "Stick around. My friend can find us, but only if you don't move." "Shouldn't I call 911? "No." Echo reached down and slapped Ice in the face. "Ow!" The man croaked and opened his eyes. "Don't go to sleep, you hear me?" "Yeah." Echo took off his own shirt and pressed it to the wound on Ice's lower abdomen. It hadn't been a kill shot. He'd only delivered it to keep Ice in one place while he killed him. Ice held his eyes, and suddenly, Echo had to look away. Chapter 13. Hearing voices, Ice came to. "Did you get the bullet out?" Echo asked. "I did," said a voice Ice didn't recognize. "I closed the wound and I'll get some antibiotics." Thank you, Justice. Why didn't you contact Rogue or Fisher? Justice asked. They don't have your skills with bullet removal. Okay. Care to tell me what the fuck happened? The man called Justice said. We were set up, Echo said. No way did he want his brothers mixed up in any of this. He considered Justice safe, since the man was related to Wrath. Plus, Justice would not prevent him from taking Ice and leaving. That was what his plan was. There was no way that Ice could survive here right now. Fighting the weakness that had taken over his whole body, Ice was unable to speak or move at all. They must have given him a strong painkiller, he thought before he passed back out. The fever hit him hard, and he was in and out of it so much that he only caught snatches of conversation and lost track of time. The next time Ice was able to stay awake for longer than a few minutes, they were on the move. He was being held up by a man a bit bigger than him with an arm wrapped around his waist. Echo ran to a black SUV and opened the door to the back seat. It was a good thing the guy next to him was strong, because Ice was pretty sure he would have fallen to the ground and wouldn't have been able to get back up again. You got the passports? The man Echo called Justice asked, and Ice realized it was the guy holding him up. Yeah, thank you, Echo said. You know you can stay hiding out with me, Justice said. It's already been a week. I'm nervous. I need to get the hell out of here and get him well, Echo said. All right. Here's the name and number of my medical contact when you get there, plus a place you can buy supplies. I do have my own contacts, Echo said. Take them just in case. Justice held out a piece of paper, and Echo took it, read it, and handed it back. Echo moved closer to take Ice from Justice and wrapped his arm around his waist to move him toward the SUV. Ice was guided into the back seat, and his stomach hurt like a fucking bitch. Slowly he managed to get inside with Echo's help, and panting, he leaned back while Echo buckled him in. Over Echo's shoulder, Ice watched as Justice put the flame from a lighter to the small piece of paper, and it went up in smoke. The guy seemed vaguely familiar, but Ice couldn't place him. Call me when you land, Justice said. I will, but I won't tell you where we are. Good. Don't tell a soul. Light filtered through the window, cutting a swath across his eyes, and Ice slapped around the bed until he found a pillow to put over his face. Well, that's one way to do it, Echo said. Fuck, that was right. He vaguely remembered the SUV and then a commercial flight and then customs, but not much after that. Echo had somehow taken care of everything, and Ice had to admit he was impressed. Right at that moment, he had no idea where he was, but it felt humid as hell. Had Echo carried him away to a secret lair? Ice? What? He said, his voice muffled. I was set up. The bed dipped when Echo took a seat beside him. No. Ice pulled the pillow from his face and stared into Echo's bottomless brown eyes. We were set up. Is that why you were on the pier? Echo frowned. I was told to take out a mark at a restaurant across the walkway. I was sent this. Ice took the phone Echo held out and watched the short video clip. You disabled the GPS on this phone? Echo snorted, but his lips twitched. I'm not a newbie. Where's my dog? Ice croaked. Probably where you left him? Echo blinked. Good to know. Seven and Hunter would take very good care of Grit. How long have I been out? He sipped at the straw Echo held to his lips. It's been 2 weeks. We've been here for 3 days. Where's here? Maldives. So that was the reason for the humidity he felt. What he knew of the Maldives was the country was made up of 1,900 coral islands. As far as Ice knew, the island was filled with civil unrest and remained a nesting ground for terrorism. Leave it to an assassin to flee to such a violent place. Handing back the phone, Ice held Echo's gaze. He wanted to stay awake and get more answers to other questions, but his body was telling him he needed rest. His eyes drooped, and rolling his head away from Echo, he closed his eyes and slept. It seemed that sleep and eating small amounts of food was all he was capable of for the next week and a half. A few days ago, Echo started opening the window on the far side of the room. Beyond lay blue sky with a few palm fronds hanging that blew in the wind. They must have been on a tropical island, but he was almost afraid to ask. They didn't talk much, but that was mainly because he didn't say much. What could he really say at this point? They'd been set up, but Echo had still shot him. The assassin had no problem that night trying to take his life. Which brought up the question, why had Echo saved him instead of finishing him off? A true killer wouldn't have thought twice about killing someone who threatened their identity. Had Echo hesitated because it was him? Was that the reason? Ice wanted to ask, but he stayed silent. In the beginning of the following week, Ice felt well enough to sit up in bed and even made it by himself to a chair by the window. Echo walked in with a bowl of soup and fed him with a large spoon. A napkin was dabbed at his mouth and chin. Ice ignored Echo until the man stayed squatting next to his chair. Finally, he turned to meet the other man's gaze. Something painful and weary swirled in the tormented depths of Echo's eyes, and Ice wanted to take the pain away. He just didn't know how. Reaching out, he cupped the man's cheek, and Echo sucked in a swift breath of air. "You shot me," he said gruffly. Echo's tongue darted out and licked at his bottom lip. The man's lips parted and a sigh escaped. "I'm sorry." Ice thought for a second that he was imagining things. Had he heard correctly? Echo had apologized. "Why didn't you kill me?" "I couldn't." Searching Echo's gaze, I suspected the reason Echo hadn't finished him off. "You like me," he said. "Don't get ahead of yourself," came the tart response, and I smiled and then winced. His smile grew and Echo pulled the blanket further up his legs and leaned closer to lift the colorful tourist shirt he wore. Echo placed one palm on the bandage beneath, probably testing for heat. "Are you in pain? Do you feel hot?" Echo dropped his shirt back in place and leaned over to place a hand on his forehead before he could even respond. He didn't mind Echo's touch at all. Finally, Echo was acting like a human being instead of a cold, methodical killer. Oh, he knew without a doubt the man could and would kill, but he also knew Echo wouldn't kill him. And right then, that was all that mattered. That, and Echo's touch. He felt irritated when Echo dropped his hand and stepped back. "Are you still hungry?" "I am," Ice said, but food wasn't what he was after. "Okay, let's get you back in bed and I'll bring you some rolls I just made." I stayed quiet and let Echo get him back in bed. He wanted the man to stay and talk, but sleep was dragging him down, and for the first time in his life he cursed his damned body. He needed to recover and fast. He wanted Echo in his bed. They had a lot of catching up to do. They also had a killer to catch. Chapter 14. It wasn't until the end of the next week when Ice woke up feeling like he'd turned a corner. Echo was reading in a chair next to the bed. The man had been doing that since the first night there. All kinds of books, from fiction to non-fiction, even academic. He'd woken up once to find Echo reading a comic book. Ice shifted to sit up, and Echo was there to help. He acted like he needed to help by slowing his movements to get comfortable, and Echo plumped his pillows. "Hungry?" the man asked, placing a hand on his forehead to brush the hair from his face and then neck, carefully pulling strands out of his beard. The touch sent goosebumps over his skin and heat to his stomach. Ice shook his head, sliding one hand up Echo's arm, and the man's breath caught. Slowly, allowing Echo to pull away if he wanted, Ice cupped the man's nape and drew him in for a kiss. After a slow, aching press of lips, Echo drew back enough to whisper, "You're injured." "I'm fine." "What if your wound opens up?" "Let's be careful then," Ice murmured, brushing one hand down Echo's stomach to his sweats. He squeezed the man's hard cock beneath the fabric and swept his tongue between Echo's lips to tangle with his. Echo hissed and then moaned into his mouth. When the man drew back, the look in Echo's eyes locked up Ice's throat. The hunger he'd kept banked for the past few weeks came roaring up with a vengeance. "I got tested after the beach," Echo whispered. "So did I." Ice cupped Echo's face in both hands and softly kissed his mouth. "I haven't been with anyone since." "Neither have I." Possessiveness swept through Ice at Echo's words. "You know I'll kill anyone who touches you," he growled the vow, his grip firm on the man's neck. It was only fair that Echo knew what he was getting into. The corner of the assassin's mouth tipped up. "Same." Echo's eyes glittered like black diamonds. "It's a deal, then. With those gruffly spoken words, Ice tugged at Echo to come up onto the bed. Climbing onto the mattress, Echo took his mouth in a biting kiss, thrusting his tongue inside and carefully straddling his hips. Ice sucked at the man's tongue, and Echo gave a strangled groan. Before too much time passed, Echo was pulling at his own clothes, and Ice slowly took off his own button-down shirt. With Echo's help, his boxer briefs were tugged down and away, and Ice dropped a hand to his hard dick to tug. Echo's husky laugh of need was such a fucking turn-on that Ice almost blew his load. Lube was snatched from the bedside table, and Echo tore off the seal around the brand-new bottle. Reaching around behind himself, Echo stared into his eyes. "You won't always play bottom," I said. "When I'm better." "Oh yeah?" Echo breathed out, his arm moving behind him. "What will you do?" "I'll let you fuck me." Ice pulled at his own dick, watching as Echo's pupils blew, and he started panting. Ice urged the man forward and squirted some lube on his hand before he reached between Echo's parted legs and cupped his balls. He deliberately bypassed Echo's hard cock that was leaking pre-cum. Echo made a sound in the back of his throat, and Ice slipped his hand farther and probed at the fingers Echo had tucked into his own ass. "Going to let me in, darling?" "Yes," Echo panted, sliding his hand free and moving up. Ice had just enough time to twist his lubed-up palm on his own dick before Echo was taking the crown in his ass. Ice wanted to move, but his stomach was protesting, so he lay there and let Echo run the show. Cupping the man's slender hips, all he could do was hold him there while Echo rode him. Lifting up, the man slid down, pushing him deep and then deeper each time until he was buried balls deep. Caressing Echo's hip with one hand, Ice closed his other around Echo's cock and squeezed hard before pumping slowly up and down with a twisted grip. Fuck," Echo's voice rang out, his cock pulsing in his hand. Ice found his own release a few seconds later and drew Echo down into a wild, hungry kiss. Ice groaned against the man's lips, and Echo made a hungry sound in return. They were nowhere near finished for the night. Born out of mutual need, they dropped into a pattern after that day, and Ice couldn't say he was unhappy about it, but Echo remained just out of his grasp. When he thought back over the past week and the hot-as-fuck sex with Echo, he couldn't have been happier that the assassin had slept in his bed every night. But something was missing. Ice plucked at the beach towel Echo had draped over his legs, as if he'd get cold in this weather. He sighed. They didn't talk much, and when they did, it wasn't about what really mattered, things like their pasts, families, or if they even had a future. But damn, they were so good together in bed. They burned up the sheets, but Echo was still distant outside of bed, and that was frustrating as hell. Right now, the man was dressed in a pair of black, loose-fitting shorts and a loud button-down shirt with a big yellow and black flower print. Holding a pair of pruning shears, Echo hacked away at the foliage around the house. The man had been doing it for hours, and he only stopped long enough to check on him about every half an hour, and to replenish his drink. "Hey, I have to go into town for groceries and to the phone store." Ice glanced up and found Echo standing close. Pulling off his work gloves, Echo dropped them on the ground near his chair. "There's nobody we can pay to have them delivered?" Echo frowned. "Why? Are you feeling okay?" Again with the concerned hand pressed to his forehead. It was so at odds with Echo's standoffish behavior during the daytime. "Yeah, a hell of a lot better today. And to answer your question, I don't want strangers coming to the house." "So you personally know the doctor?" Ice was curious about the medic who'd shown up shortly after they'd arrived that first day. The doctor had come and gone without saying much, not even his name. Each visit, the man gave instructions, left medicine, and then quickly left. "No, he's the only exception," Echo said, crossing his arms and glancing toward the beach. "Ah, I see. Go then. I'll be here when you get back." Ice smiled and patted both hands on the arms of the lounger. Indecision flashed in Echo's dark eyes when their gazes locked and held, but then the assassin nodded and walked away. He gazed after Echo's slender form until he disappeared around the corner of the house. "Screw this," he muttered, and finished his tea before shoving the bottom of the glass into the sand. Ice pushed the towel aside, got his legs beneath him, and stood before walking toward the ocean in bare feet. The warm breeze blew at his hair, and he tied it back with the band from around his wrist. The doctor had told him that light exercise would do him good, but so far he'd only gone from the bed to the washroom to his chair outside. He felt fucking restless, and useless. But he figured the useless feeling would take some time to ease, and the feeling of restlessness would go away when Echo got back. He might need to ask some hard questions to get Echo to open up, and he thought about the different ways he could do that. Perhaps talking in bed might be the answer. Echo seemed different when he was in his arms during the night. But when he wasn't, all Echo's walls came back up. Reaching the shoreline, he walked into the warm water up to his ankles. The Indian Ocean's color resembled the palest of turquoise and aquamarine blue. It was one of the warmest oceans on Earth. Today the view wasn't doing it for him, not if he couldn't swim, and swimming was out for the time being. Glancing around, there were two directions he could go. One was the deserted beach to his left that ended at a rock jetty, and to his right held population. Lifting a hand, he squinted toward a far-off crowd and spotted several beachside businesses. People wandered about, some stood in groups, and Ice made his way toward the gatherings. Choosing the populated area was mainly due to the fact that he was weak as hell and couldn't really defend himself right now if he were caught alone. In this area of the world, a person had to be extra careful and diligent about shit like that. Besides, it was habit for him to choose the best option that would keep him alive and out of trouble, especially since he didn't have a weapon. Music coming from an open bar reached him first, and Ice smiled at the lively tune. A few people were dancing in an area where the tables had been shoved back. Brightly colored clothing added to the happy vibe. Maybe he'd bring Echo there when he got back. They could have a drink and eat. Walking to the bar, Ice gazed at the menus lining the wall behind the bar. "What can I get for you?" The bartender smiled wide, his teeth flashing in his dark face, and he placed a square napkin on the bar top. The name tag pinned to his bright orange shirt displayed the name, Scotty. "Let's go with beer on tap and a double order of your chili fries," Ice said, sliding onto the bar stool. His back was to the tables and the dancers, and he didn't particularly like that. So after Scotty poured his beer, Ice turned with his back to the bar and sipped at the cold beverage. When his fries came, Ice picked up the yellow plastic basket and utensils rolled into a napkin. Making his way to an empty table that sat against one wall, he took a seat. This way he could see people coming and going, plus have a view of the ocean. He unrolled the napkin and placed it aside the knife and fork and used his hands on the chili fries. Life didn't get any better than this. There was only one thing missing. Echo. So close, and yet the distance remained between them. He'd seen the scars that littered the man's body. So many fucking scars. That first day, and over the course of several nights, Ice had memorized them, making a mental note of every single shape and location. A few of them looked like knife wounds, but it was the smaller, rounder ones on Echo's legs that Ice couldn't figure out. He hadn't asked Echo about them for a couple of reasons. One, he didn't want the man to feel self-conscious, and two, he didn't want Echo shutting him out of his bed. Not that the blemishes mattered on the surface, but Ice knew they had to matter to Echo, at the very least inside. He sighed and turned to his food. He needed to quit worrying so much. He had his own set of battle scars from the military. Two men looking out of place in dress pants and solid-colored button-down shirts came into the place, taking all of his attention. Ice slowly slid the knife from the table into his pocket. Scotty greeted the two men and poured them hard liquor. Ice kept his head down and ate his fries, but out of his peripheral vision, he kept an eye on them. Chapter 15. Before buying groceries, Echo stopped at the contact he'd arranged ahead of time and picked up 2 new handguns and ammo for him and Ice. And because he was super paranoid, he used Justice's contact to purchase a few knives. It was there that he called Justice to check in. "How did it go? How's Ice?" Justice asked. "He's doing better. It was touch and go there during the first week we were here, but the doctor you suggested did great." "That's good. Any signs of trouble?" "No, none." "Well, stay vigilant. You too. And Justice, he continued when the assassin stayed quiet. Thanks. Anytime. Check in when you can or I'll worry. Echo ended the call and selected 2 very nice blades from the arrangement the owner had placed on the wooden desk. One was a limited edition fixed-blade carbon steel knife that fit in his empty sheath, and the other was a standard Mk3 Navy knife, similar to one he'd seen Rogue carry. While he and Ice hadn't taken their weapons on board the flight, Echo had checked a bag that contained his favorite daggers. He'd take these 2 knives and add them to his daggers. It never hurt to have too many. The grocery market was busy, and over an hour had passed since he'd left Ice alone. Sweat beaded his brow. Some of it was from the humidity, but most of it was from being separated from Ice. And he still had to go to the cell phone store and buy them fucking phones. What was supposed to take 40 minutes tops would turn into several hours by the time he was done. Echo! Turning his attention from the oranges he held in his hands, he met the eyes of Savage Markle. Not only was Savage an assassin, he was also a former fling. That was the correct term for the 2 weeks of sex one hot summer 4 years back. Savage, I didn't expect to see you here. Echo felt his insides churn and he reached behind his back, gripping the handle of the Navy knife tucked beneath his shirt. Savage saw the move for what it was. Hey, I'm not here for anything other than a little R&R. Echo held the assassin's gaze for several long moments. You know you can trust me, just like I trust you, Savage murmured and ran a hand through his dark hair, rumpling the ends. A worried expression swept over the assassin's face. One thing Echo did know about the man standing before him, Savage wasn't good at lying, and he saw no deceit in those blue eyes. Lowering his hand from beneath his shirt, Echo nodded and stepped out of the way when 2 women walked by, ogling Savage. He certainly was eye-catching. Kind of like sin rolled into one hunky body. And Echo remembered having the hots for the guy. But now all he could see was Ice's blonde hair and blue eyes versus Savage's dark hair and sky-blue eyes. He hoped to hell Savage wouldn't make it awkward by asking him to come back to his house. Babe, a voice called out, and Savage held out one arm to a slender blonde man with a wide smile and a cute face. When the man stepped up, Savage draped an arm around him and pulled him into his side. Echo, this is Thane. Hi there, the man said. Thane. It had to be an assassin nickname, and Echo gave a slight smile. Hello? Let's do dinner, Savage said. Echo blinked at Savage, and Thane slapped the man on the arm. You're such a Neanderthal, the blonde shook his head. We're staying at a hotel nearby. We can meet at the restaurant, if you're not busy. Thane's smile was wide. I'm busy tonight, but how about in a few days? Echo found himself returning the man's infectious grin, and he chalked it up to the island. This place had a way about it that made a person relax, which was bad for his health, but for some insane reason he wanted to join them for dinner and bring Ice. Sure, that's awesome, Thane said and pulled at Savage's arm. We need to hurry. Savage smiled fondly at the slender blue-eyed blonde and then at him. Call me. You have my number. Echo tapped his temple. Right here. With a wave, the pair walked away, but Echo could still hear Thane talking. The man was a chatterbox, which was probably a match for the big and quiet Savage. Hauling ass out of the store with enough groceries to last a week, he sped to the phone store and then raced back to the house. Unloading the groceries, he shoved the cold and frozen stuff in the fridge and went into the bedroom and found it empty with the bed made. If there was one thing that he knew about Ice, it was that the man loved sitting outside in the hot sun. He hoped like hell he wasn't out there sweating and overdoing things. Grabbing a glass from the counter, he poured iced tea into it and carried it through the house to the open double doors and stepped out into the sand. Ice's chair was empty. Carrying the glass, Echo stalked back inside. Ice! He searched the house, but there was no sign of Ice. Maybe he went for a walk on the beach. He was going to wring the man's neck for going near the water without him. What if he fell? What if he ran out of energy? Why was he suddenly so fucking worried? Echo hurried back outside and glanced immediately toward the ocean, but there was no sign of Ice at all. Where the hell was he? Had something happened? Had someone found them? Only a few people knew he owned a home here, but nobody knew exactly where the house was located. This place was filled with crime. Tossing the full glass of tea into the sand, Echo ran full out toward the water and then cut down the beach. "Ice!" he yelled at the top of his lungs. After a very long conversation with Scotty at the bar, the two men finished their drinks and left. Finished with his beer and fries, Ice made his way out of the open bar, careful to stay alert. There was a souvenir stand next door, and he walked over to step through the tables and racks, looking at the keychains and souvenirs, but also looking around. Spotting a straw hat in an off-white color, he plunked it on his head. He bought a new shirt and changed right there after paying. This one was in a blue and cream wild paisley pattern. He paid for both and walked out onto the hot sand. Now he really looked like a tourist with his white knee-length cotton shorts. That was enough of a disguise for now. He figured Echo would be back about then, so he headed down to the water to walk along the edge, making his way back toward the house. "Ice!" Echo's frantic shout startled him, and he searched until he found Echo's flying form running down the beach toward him. If he hadn't have had this damn gunshot wound, he would have opened his arms wide. Not that Echo would run into them, but it was a nice thought. "Where were you?" Echo skidded to a stop several feet from him, panting, eyes wide. The man's face was pale, his gaze fierce, and fists clenched. "At the bar." "The bar?" Echo repeated through his clenched teeth, and then the man's legs gave out and he dropped to his knees in the sand. "Fuck." Ice's stomach twisted. He had scared Echo. The assassin had expected him to be at home, but he'd gone out like a dumbass and he hadn't even left a note. "I'm sorry," Ice said, stepping closer to pull Echo up from the sand. He closed his hand around Echo's wrist to keep the assassin from bolting, and for some reason Echo didn't pull away. That gave Ice hope. He rubbed his thumb over Echo's pulse point. "I should have left you a note. I didn't think I was going to be gone that long." Still panting, Echo did something completely out of character, and it surprised the fuck out of Ice. Echo turned his hand and linked their fingers together and then started pulling him back toward the house. The pace was making his side ache. "Slow down, please." Echo slowed immediately, and Ice couldn't hide his pleased smile. Reaching the house, Echo released his hand, snatched up a glass from the sand, and marched inside. Feeling like the biggest ass on the planet, Ice lost his smile and followed Echo into the air-conditioned house. He found the man in the kitchen, and he took a seat at the bar to watch. Echo started pulling food out of the fridge, and Ice dropped his new hat on the bar. When Echo eyed the thing, Ice grinned. "Like it?" "It looks stupid." The man sniffed and started washing green onions. "I think it suits me. I could get used to living here. What about my new shirt?" Echo shrugged and continued washing the vegetable. "Did you get our phones?" The only response was a nod. "I'm sorry, Echo, I really am." "It doesn't matter." The words came out muffled beneath the sound of running water. "It matters if I worried you." "It's fine." Echo shut off the water and slapped the onions on a cutting board. Ice released an annoyed sigh. "Why can't you open up to me?" Without answering, Echo grabbed up a knife and started chopping, and Ice studied the curve of the man's cheek and long dark lashes. "I thought we were growing closer," he whispered, unable to keep the hurt from his voice. "We have something good, don't we?" The knife slammed down to the wood, and Echo whirled around. "We can't grow close. I'm broken," he shouted, tears pooling in his eyes. Ice slid off the stool and rounded the counter to take Echo in his arms. When Echo tried to tear away, Ice held him tighter. The pain in his side was worth holding Echo, even if it wouldn't last. He was wrong. It did last after that first initial struggle, and instead of pushing him away, Echo suddenly burrowed closer. "I'm here for you," Ice whispered against the top of Echo's head, cradling him close. "Nobody ever stays for long." "I'm not going anywhere. I think I've proven that by now." "You didn't come find me when you got back from Greece." Echo's voice sounded clogged. "I was giving you space." Ice smoothed his hands down Echo's back, keeping him close and locked together. Oh, yeah. He smiled at the croaked word, oh. Standing there with Echo in his arms, Ice kept an eye on the knife sitting on the cutting board. They still had hurdles to go through. He'd been stabbed too many times by Echo to completely trust the assassin. After getting shot, he was going to be very careful. But someday he would get to the bottom of Echo thinking he was broken. "What are you making?" he said lightly, easing Echo away. "Chili. It's the quickest thing." "Sounds good." It should go perfect with the fries he'd eaten earlier, and if not, he could just take some antacids. 20 minutes later, they carried their bowls outside to eat, and Echo lowered the mosquito netting around the back porch area before he sat down. They didn't talk much, but it was a start as far as Ice was concerned. They both still had trust issues, but he was hopeful for the future. Well, as much of a future as two assassins could have. "How long have you known that guy?" Ice asked. "Justice? He's Wrath's little brother." "That Justice? Was that him? Damn, he's grown up." Ice had met both of Wrath's brothers a long time ago during military leave, but Justice and Rip had both been scrawny teenagers at the time. He hadn't connected the teenage Justice to the man he'd become. "You know him?" Echo asked. "Yeah. Wrath and I served in the military together." "How'd you meet Justice?" "On a job. He's a medic like Wrath." "I imagine Wrath is proud of him," Ice said. Although he knew Wrath had been at odds with his brothers for years, it was the job. Being an assassin did shit to people. "Wait, does Wrath know Justice quit the army?" "No." "Does he know that Justice is an assassin?" "I don't believe so," Echo said with a sigh. Oh, shit was going to hit the fan when that tidbit of information came out, and Ice was not going to be the one to deliver it. The brothers could sort themselves out on their own. Ice reached over and linked their fingers together, and after a quick searching look, Echo turned back to the ocean as they finished their food. Ice watched as the sun sank lower before displaying a beautiful sunset over the Indian Ocean. "I met a friend today." "Friend? What friend?" "I'll just say he's in our line of business." Ice gritted his teeth. He tried fighting the green-eyed monster that churned his gut, but quickly lost the battle. "What else was he said from between his teeth. Echo's eyes snapped to his, and the man's lips twitched. "Jealous? Hell yes, I'm jealous. Don't be. I never stabbed him." Ice gaped and laughed, clutching at his side. "Oh, fuck, my side." Echo was up and out of his chair, leaning over him, and Ice grabbed and pulled the assassin onto his lap, right where he fucking belonged. "Were those love bites?" he teased through his laughter, and Echo grinned and kissed him. "You're corny." Corny he may be, but Echo shouldn't underestimate him. Now that they were together, Ice would end anyone who came between them. Chapter 16. 1 week later. First week of May. Ice felt somewhat content, sitting beneath the bright sun with the sand between his toes and a brand new fully loaded Ruger 38 auto pistol in his lap. He sipped at the last of the tea in his glass. At that very moment he could say he was a happy man, but in all honesty he had to wonder at the changes in Echo the past few days. Ever since the breakdown and screamed words, "I'm broken," Echo had been different. The assassin was starting to come out of his shell. It was surprising, but maybe Echo was beginning to trust him just a little bit. Yet, could Ice honestly trust anything right now? After the knifing, evading, and shooting Echo had done, how sincere could he suddenly be? Ice would need to wait and see. As much as he hoped Echo had turned a corner and that their relationship was moving in the right direction, he was going to save his hopes about their future until more time passed. Echo dropped into the lounge chair next to him and handed him an open bottle of beer. "No more iced tea? You've graduated to beer since you no longer need the pain meds." "How long can we stay here?" Ice asked, taking a swallow of the icy freshness. "As long as we want." Ice glanced over. "Who owns this place?" "I do," Echo said, picking at the paper on the bottle. "It's beautiful here," I said, hesitant to voice the hundreds of questions that swept through his head. It looks like a fancy vacation rental. Echo smiled and took a sip from the bottle. I had the siding custom made to resemble a thatch hut when I bought it. Was that around the time you left Erebus? Ice smiled at Echo's look of surprise. Yes, it was. What do you know? The words themselves could have sounded suspicious, but Ice found only curiosity in Echo's deep brown gaze. I know that you left Erebus and were gone for 6 years. I came to work for them during your hiatus. You quit the business. I did, just before you returned. That's why we didn't run into each other, Ice said. But you came back, Echo pointed out. I did. Ice stared out at the sea. What would Echo think if he knew he'd come back to find him? He'd think he was nuts for sure. Ice rubbed the cool beer bottle against his forehead, and Echo was out of his chair with a hand pressed to his head as if feeling for a fever. Does your head hurt? The assassin dropped to his knees between his splayed legs, and Ice cupped Echo's cheek, running his thumb lightly over the man's lower lip. My head is fine. I'm too tough to die. I saved you. I can't let you die. Echo cringed inside at how stupid he sounded after he was the one who'd shot Ice, but he couldn't stop from blurting out the words. Ever since he'd located Ice in the water beneath the pier, he couldn't seem to let the man out of his sight. Having Ice disappear on him last week had been a living nightmare. Echo still felt like throwing up at the memory. All his fucked up life, he had never had anything of his own, and right now he considered Ice his. And God help anyone who tried to take him away. It's hot and humid here. I'm used to the weather in the States. Another few days and I'll be fine, Ice assured him. Echo searched the man's face for lies and found none. The incredible blue of Ice's eyes appeared to be magnified beneath the tropical sun. The lines of worry and stress had eased on Ice's forehead, and for that alone Echo was glad. He had no fucking clue how to be in a relationship, and he'd probably fuck this up all ways to Sunday. But there was no going back, at least not for him. What are you thinking? Ice moved the back of his fingers to his cheek and caressed him there. That you belong to me now. Oh, Ice said after a brief moment. Echo wanted to kill something when he noticed the hesitation in Ice. It was going to take time for Ice to completely trust him again, and Echo never was one for being patient like the man sitting before him. But he'd try. Ice had become too important too quickly for Echo to walk away, and it didn't only stem from when he couldn't find Ice that day on the beach. Echo couldn't say exactly when this feeling began, but perhaps it had started when they'd fucked hungrily on the beach after the boat explosion. Or maybe it had begun the moment when he'd saved Ice's life in the bathroom of that shitty bar. Because even doing that had been way out of character for him. Still, though, he couldn't say it was any one thing that started it all, but the possessiveness he'd tried to hold back had reared its ugly head the moment he'd searched for and found Ice lying in the water, dying from the gunshot wound he'd inflicted due to his lack of trust. It had probably been all of those things, if Echo were being honest. Could he honestly say he trusted Ice completely? Yes. It was that simple and that complicated. If he had to choose one person on Earth, then Echo realized he would choose Ice to have his back. And that stemmed from the way Ice had never given up on him. Ice was the first man he wanted to let in. And perhaps that emotion was born out of the fact that Ice saw something in him, something that he himself didn't even see. And he was angry at himself for wasting time. Echo sucked in a deep breath. I grew up in a house filled with drug addicts and prostitutes. Ice drew him up from the sand, lifted the Ruger, and then pulled Echo into his lap. When Ice placed the gun in his lap, Echo clutched the grip. Ice positioned a beach towel over the gun and then smoothed his fingers through his hair. Echo couldn't remember a time when someone had ever done that for him. Touched him in comfort, nor smooth his hair and caress him like Ice did. He craved the man's touch, not only at night, but now during the day. That was another reason why Ice had become so important, plus a lot of little things like Ice kissing him out of the blue or teasing him when he read aloud part of the book he was into. My mom was a hooker. He forced the story out. And he went on to tell Ice about the endless days of no food. His voice wobbled when he told Ice about the John that raped him and of how he'd murdered the fucker when he was 8 years old. It's a good thing, because I'd kill him myself if he were still breathing air, Ice murmured in a raw voice. Echo looped his arms around Ice's neck and continued. I ran from home that day and never looked back. How did you live? Ice wrapped him up tight with those strong arms around his back. Echo sucked in a deep breath. This part was going to be hard, and he hoped that Ice believed him. I survived 2 years until Solomon caught me. Ice's body tensed beneath him, and Echo turned to nuzzle his face into the man's neck. Solomon. Caught you? Ice asked slowly, as if struggling to understand. Mm-hmm. Kept me in a dog cage, he continued doggedly. But you know what? It was better than going back to that house. At least I got food sometimes. Sometimes. Ice's voice was so choked up that Echo lifted his head and gazed into the man's tormented face. He saw all the sorrow and banked rage on his behalf reflected in Ice's eyes. I survived. It was there that I learned to hone my killing skills. He smiled, trying to ease the man's building rage. I'll fucking end that bastard. That was the last thing Echo wanted. No way did he want Ice tangling with Solomon. It was better to leave that bear sleeping. He'd learned that lesson the hard way. Chapter 17. What about you? Echo's question jogged him from his dark thoughts. The fucking monster who'd locked Echo and other boys in a cage had been Solomon. He needed to call Dave. Tell me, Echo kissed his jaw, pulling his attention back. He smiled at Echo's earnest expression, and it took all of his self-control to switch the subject, but he managed it by shoving away the images of how much pain he was going to inflict on Solomon. My childhood was normal. I grew up in a fairly happy home, the only child of elderly parents. I lost them in a car accident when I was 17. I stayed at a friend's house until I turned 18 and then joined the military. He ran his hands up and down Echo's arms, his mind racing. What branch? Navy. I became a SEAL, Ice said, and then paused. He needed answers. Can I ask you something? Sure. Why haven't you already killed Solomon? That's a long and complicated story. Echo gazed toward the ocean. Ice realized Echo had more than likely shared enough for today, so he didn't pressure. He would bet fucking money that Solomon had a hand in setting them up. He wanted to talk his thoughts over with Echo, but he stayed silent. He couldn't even begin to imagine what Echo had lived through. Were Echo's feelings similar to Stockholm Syndrome? If that was the case, Ice would have no problem putting Solomon down. Tell me when you're ready, he murmured, stroking his hands down Echo's back. Echo finally turned back to him and changed the topic back to him. So what did you do after the military? How did you become an assassin? I kicked around doing mercenary work at first. I eventually found Erebus when I mentioned to Dave that I was looking at gun-for-hire jobs. You know, to make some real money. Wait, you told the former Secretary of Defense you were searching for hit jobs? Ice chuckled and hugged him tightly again. Yeah, Dave and I go way back. He was an army buddy of my father's. I knew Dave before I even went into the military. Although I think he's still a bit peeved that I joined the Navy. He's all about Army Special Forces. Then you quit Erebus, Echo said. Yes. I quit and went back to mercenary work. Then I ran into Seven. He's an old friend, and after I helped him out of a jam, he wanted me to come work for Pegasus. Pegasus? I've heard of them. What exactly do they do? Echo looked intrigued. They're a group of operatives that help out when law enforcement's hands are tied. But I didn't want that. I was more attracted to the dark side of things. Echo nodded. Me too. I wanted to wipe out the trash that preyed on the weak. Same with me, he smiled. Echo smiled. I didn't know you've known Dave that long. Was his house the place you stayed after your parents were killed? Yup. He didn't have the place he has now back then, but he made room. So, you've known him pretty much your whole life? Yes. How old are you? Echo's forehead creased adorably and Ice chuckled. I'm 38. How do you feel about older men? He waggled his eyebrows, making Echo snort with laughter, and fuck, it was an awesome sound. I'm 30, I'll have you know. You don't look it. It's my Asian heritage. Who from? Your mom or dad? My mom. Echo turned and gazed toward the dark shoreline that was just visible via the lights from the house. Kicking himself in the ass for not remembering that Echo more than likely didn't know who his dad was, he held Echo close, listening to the sound of the waves. Memories from Echo's past had to be painful, and he vowed to bite his tongue for now. And his rage built. Hello? I smiled when Dave picked up on the first ring, even though his call had to have come through as an unknown number. Dave, I'm safe. Damn it! How the hell could you wait 2 months to call me? Dave shouted. It's been 9 weeks. Are you fucking kidding me? Ice had to pull the phone away from his ear that time. He pressed it close again. Calm down, Ice heard someone tell Dave. Fuck off! Dave snarled at whomever that had been and then drew in a deep breath. Where are you? Don't you want to know what happened? Ice asked, easing back in his lounge chair. The sun was bright the following afternoon, and he could hear Echo in the kitchen making sandwiches. It was after midnight where Dave was at, but Ice knew the man wouldn't be sleeping and probably hadn't slept much since he'd disappeared. He'd wanted to call sooner, but they didn't risk using phones. Plus, he'd been in no condition during those earlier weeks, so his hands had been kind of tied. I already know what happened. Solomon told me. Dave gave another deep-sounding sigh. How the fuck did Solomon know what happened? Was it like he'd thought? Had Solomon set them up? What about the job to take out the trafficker? Had that been bogus? And the phone call with the robotic voice? Had that come from Solomon too? He mulled over something in his head. Solomon had been the man from Echo's past, and he'd bet money that the guy wanted him dead. What did he say? Ice asked calmly. I can't tell you over the line. You know this isn't secure, Dave said with a heavy sigh. How's Echo? He's good. And you can't say where you are? No, I'm sorry, the lines are not secure, I said, using Dave's line. Who's that? Echo said around a mouthful of sandwich. The assassin sat down in the chair next to him and placed a large plate of cut ham and cheese sandwiches on the small nearby table that sat between them. It's Dave. He said that Solomon filled him in on what happened, Ice said. Echo's eyes widened and then narrowed to slits in his handsome face, and Ice snorted when Echo snatched the phone from his hand. Hi, Dave. You want to know the real story, find justice, Echo said, and hung up the phone. You just hung up on the SecDef, Ice pointed out. Former. Chuckling, Ice grabbed a sandwich just as his phone rang. Did he just hang up on me? Dave shouted into Ice's ear. No, my finger hit the end button when I took the phone from him. Ice lied smoothly and took a bite of food. Oh, a moment passed. When are you coming home? I'm almost back to 100%, so soon. I have something important to tell you, he said around a bite of food. Even though leaving this island didn't sound appealing at all, the thought of killing Solomon trumped everything right now. Wait. 100% what? Dave said slowly. The man's voice had changed into a tone that Ice only heard when Dave was beyond pissed, as in ballistic angry. It was a quiet voice filled with deadly power that caused a person to sweat, and he was once again thankful that Dave had never used it on him. Ice swallowed his food and murmured softly. Like Echo said, ask justice. Chapter 18. 2 weeks later. We can't go back to my place, Echo said. Ice glanced up from the magazine he was reading. I'm crashing in 7 spare rooms, so we definitely don't want to stay there. Echo shook his head and then tossed his empty coffee cup in the plastic trash bag the airline stewardess held open. They were on a flight home to deal with whatever the fuck was waiting for them and to try and figure out who had set them up and why. Echo didn't like it at all. He still didn't believe that Ice was fully recovered, but Ice was stubborn. Damn, was he stubborn. And hot. And sexy. Echo traced his eyes over the perfectly cropped beard and mustache where Ice's long and loose blonde strands caught in the small hairs. "We should probably get a place that nobody knows about," he said, reaching out and gently brushing Ice's hair back. Ice's eyes were unreadable at the moment, and Echo stared at the pale blue depths, trying to see how Ice was absorbing his suggestion. But he came away with nothing. Ice had a poker face when it suited him. "Or we can do separate—" "I'm good with one," Ice smirked, and Echo had to laugh. He'd been doing that a lot lately, smiling, and he wanted more than anything to be back on his secluded hideaway with Ice. But they had monsters to slay. He found Ice still staring at him. "What?" "Nothing." "What?" "I was just thinking that it's too bad Savage and Thane aren't with us," Ice said. "Same," Echo agreed. Savage and Thane had come to his home, and they'd enjoyed a night of drinks and food on the beach. He had never had friends over like that before and had hesitated at first after telling Ice about them. Ice got over his jealousy hearing that Savage had a lover. When the pair arrived with food, wine, and jokes, the atmosphere had rocked. That night, the four of them had told stories by a fire on the beach, and Echo couldn't remember when he'd ever had such a good time with other people. Too bad the pair of assassins didn't work for Erebus. "Give them time," Ice said, reaching over and taking his hand. "You told Savage you'd recommend him and Thane to Dave." "Yeah. But didn't you see the look Savage gave me when I said that?" "I did. It looked like surprise. Maybe he didn't expect you to offer." Echo nodded and leaned his head back against the seat. It was definitely a bad idea to want friends in the assassin business. Hell, he even kept his distance from Rogue and Fisher, and they'd all grown up together. Yet he couldn't help think that if Savage and Thane worked for Erebus, he could... Could what? Have someone to double date with? What the fuck was he thinking? He crushed the thought and turned his thoughts to Erebus as a whole. They were the most unique group of assassins in the world. Nowhere else had Echo ever heard of someone gathering together a bunch of killers and setting them on a path to righteousness like Dave had. Assassins that worked as a team. It was unprecedented. It was admirable. It was a disaster waiting to happen. Solomon stared at the man holding the gun from across the desk. "I told you to get Ice to leave, not have Echo shoot him." He squeezed his hands into fists. "You told me to take out Ice." The man pulled off his hood and shook out his hair, gazing at him through dull gray eyes. There was no humanity left in the face Solomon knew as well as his own. The boy he'd called Rogue was long gone and had been for years, but Solomon still missed him. The sneer and dead look on Rogue's face was something he'd seen in the younger boy, only that boy had not been pointing a gun at him like now. "I don't recall saying that. I said get rid of him," Solomon said calmly. Stunned, Rogue stared at the man he had considered a father of sorts for most of his life, a fucked-up shitty one, but Solomon had been the only thing he'd had growing up. "How else was I supposed to get rid of him?" Rogue said between his teeth. "You were not supposed to involve Echo." Solomon squeezed his fists where they rested on the desk, and Rogue involuntarily took a step back, which pissed him off. Was Solomon serious right now? If he had shot Ice, Echo would have never forgiven him. It was better this way. "They are on the way back. Collect Echo and get rid of Ice." Rogue wondered if Solomon had a shred of humanity left inside. He didn't think so. But he couldn't be sure because he'd lost his own humanity while lying in his own shit locked inside a dog cage, waiting to be pointed at someone to kill. Whirling toward the door, he knocked his long trench coat out of his way. It swirled around his black boots. Rogue paused before leaving. Was there any use in saying any more? What else could he say? It was the same fucked up shit as always, and his brain clicked over, going from dark into red war mode. He suddenly thought of his brothers. Echo wasn't too broken that he couldn't be saved. Fisher was already past that point and too fucking damaged to last much longer. And him? He would live in permanent hell for his crimes. He felt nothing. He was nothing. He walked out. LAX airport was busy. He and Echo had decided on a hotel until they could get a place together. Making their way down the escalator, they stood just outside of the crowd that waited around baggage claim. It was there that they leaned against a far wall. They'd checked a bag because Echo had brought his beloved daggers. They'd had to leave the weapons and other knives in a locker that Echo paid monthly on, but the assassin said they'd be collected and cared for while they were gone. Echo stood upright from the wall suddenly, and Ice slipped an arm around his shoulders, drawing him close. It was hard not to feel the edge of the blade pressing against his shirt, right over his ribs. Ice drew Echo tighter into his arms. Dipping his head down, he brushed his lips against the man's ear. "We need to split up," Echo said on a rushed breath, wrapping his free arm around his waist, but the knife held steady. "Why?" "It's not safe." "I disagree. I think we are safer together." Ice waited for the bite to puncture his side, but it didn't come, and after another moment, whatever the sharp object had been disappeared. The turnstile started up, and Ice rubbed his hand up and down Echo's back. "I'll get the bag. Wait here." "I will." "Promise," Ice said. "I promise." When Echo nodded, Ice strode to the metal belt and waited for their one bag to come around again. He glanced over his shoulder and found Echo watching him. Ice smiled, and Echo smiled back. It wasn't a big smile, but those would come once they got rid of whomever had set them up. More would come the longer they were together. And hopefully Echo could be happy once they lived together, because that was Ice's ultimate goal. He snagged the large gray suitcase with its out-of-the-country stickers and turned back to Echo. Echo had lied. He should have known Echo would be gone. But it still hurt like fucking hell. Chapter 19. It was easy to melt into the crowd. Every step he took away from Ice was like a knife in the gut. He'd thought of stabbing Ice so he couldn't follow him, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it. He walked along the crowded area where other flights had landed, and their luggage was now spinning around the belts. Someone closed a hand around his wrist, and Echo didn't tug away until he was pulled around a corner hidden from view. "What the fuck, Rogue?" Echo yanked his wrist free. "You need to come with me." "Why?" "It's not safe for you to be with Ice right now," Rogue said, searching his eyes and then glancing away. "What the fuck's going on? I can't tell you." "Then I'm not leaving him." "You don't have a choice," Rogue said flatly, gesturing to the hand he had tucked into his pocket. That Rogue had a gun inside of LAX didn't surprise Echo. He had a knife of his own. Getting weapons into impossible places was one of their areas of expertise. At times like this, Echo wished he had paid attention when Rogue and Fisher had tried to teach him hand-to-hand combat. "If you don't leave with me now, the gun that's pointed at Ice's head will take him out," Rogue said. "Don't hurt him." "Then move." Rogue kept his eyes hooded and gestured with that pocket to move toward the exit. Echo tossed one last look in the general direction Ice had been before he walked to the door. Inside Rogue's truck, and before the assassin could even start the vehicle, Echo pulled the synthetic blade. Rogue gave the shiv an indifferent glance. "I swear to God, I will gut you if you don't tell me what the fuck is going on," he hissed before Rogue could even start the vehicle. "Look," Rogue said, turning to him. The man brushed the dark hair back from Echo's face. "It's going to be okay." The touch reminded him of when they were young, when they'd only had each other to stay warm once Solomon put them all into one larger cell he'd built in a cold and damp warehouse. Echo leaned into the touch. "I love him." "I know," Rogue murmured. Too late, Echo felt the needle go into his side, and he jerked out of Rogue's hands. The cab of the truck spun. "You fucker." "Shh, it's okay. Fisher will handle it." Rogue reached over and gently took the plastic shiv from his numb fingers before putting his seat back and buckled him in. Where was Fisher? Echo felt the tears trail down from his eyes into the hair at his temple. Was he to be betrayed by both of his brothers? Darkness closed in on him, and it was almost a relief. Ice wasn't going to chase after Echo. Those days had come and gone. At this point, all he could do was trust. He stopped at a phone store in the airport and bought a new cell phone. They'd ditched theirs in the Maldives and planned on getting new ones with their old numbers. He called Wrath from a payphone from inside the terminal. "Who is this?" "Ice." "What's up, Ice Man?" Wrath had heard Seven call him that once and it stuck. "You busy?" "No, why?" "Can I stop by?" "Where are you?" Wrath said. "Leaving LAX. Is Echo with you?" "No." Ice sighed and glanced around, hoping to see any signs of that dark head of hair. But nothing. "Yeah, come on over." Taking an Uber to Seven's place, he found Joshua and Travis, the only two home. He collected grit, promising to be back as soon as he could. All in all, it had taken him roughly 3 hours to do all that and get to Wrath's apartment located in a shady part of Glendale. "Hey, how are you?" Wrath asked, leading him to the small bar that faced an equally small kitchen. Grit trotted in and found a place to curl up next to the sofa. "Getting better every day," Ice said, taking a seat on the couch and plugging in his new phone. He spotted Wrath's MacBook sitting on the coffee table. "Can I use your laptop? I need to activate my new device." "Go ahead." Wrath poured him a cup of coffee and brought it to him before returning to the kitchen. "I heard snatches of what happened from Stone, but nothing concrete," Wrath said. "Justice is the only one who knows most of the story outside of me and Echo," Ice murmured, signing into his account. He flipped his eyes to Wrath, but the man stayed at the counter with his back to him. "Please tell me my brother didn't have a hand in this," Wrath said. "So, you know Justice left the military?" "Yes," Wrath said, reaching for a mug from the shelf over the countertop and pouring a cup of coffee. "He's not mixed up in this. He actually patched me up." Wrath turned, holding the mug, and sipped at the brew. "Well, at least he's done something right." Ice smirked. "I know you two don't see eye to eye, but he's turned out to be quite the man." "Assassin," Wrath muttered through his teeth, squinting at him with those piercing steel-blue eyes. "So, you know about that too," Ice said, going for broke since the cat was well out of the bag. "Yes. And you know how hard I worked to keep Justice and Rip from going into this line of work." "I do. But a man needs to make his own way in life. All you can do is trust them." "Wait, is Rip an assassin too?" "Not yet that I know of. But both of them make stupid mistakes." Spoken like a bossy older brother. Wrath gave him a flat, bored look and then changed the subject. "Where is Echo? On a job?" "No. I don't know where he is. He left me at the airport." "What?" Wrath frowned. "He said he wouldn't leave and then he was gone." Maybe he had a job. Maybe. But if Ice had to guess, Echo was trying to keep him safe. The only problem with that was, who would keep Echo safe? Chapter 20. Fisher tapped his gloved fingers on the wheel of the shit-brown four-door sedan he'd borrowed off a used car lot. Borrow may be putting it lightly, but he was going to return it when he was done. He cocked his elbow on the open window and stared at Wrath's apartment. Ice had gone inside about an hour ago and did not come out. Was he going to need to go in there? That would suck, because Wrath would interfere, of that he had no doubt. And if anything happened to Wrath, there wouldn't be any place that he could hide. Fucking hell, why couldn't he keep his mind on the job? Were his roaming thoughts because he had sat across from Ice and had laughed, drank, and eaten food together? He rubbed tired fingers at his forehead. The press of the gun right at the base of his skull had him closing his eyes. "Toss your weapon out the window," Justice said in that smooth-as-silk fucking voice that sent a shiver down Fisher's spine. He did as he was told and tossed the silencer out of the window. He winced when his baby hit the pavement. "And the other one, plus the knife," Justice said with a hard nudge from the gun. "Are you really going to shoot me?" Fisher dug out his ankle pistol and pulled the knife from the sheath on his thigh and slid them both out the window. "This'll teach you to sit with the window open. You should have just used the gas and kept the air running," Justice said. "Now roll down the back window." Fisher made an annoyed sound and rolled down the rear window. Justice had no trouble keeping the gun on his head and picking up his weapons to toss in the back seat. Quicker than he liked to think about, Justice slid into the back seat. Fisher slowly turned around and eyed the 9mm with the silencer twisted on the end. "What you doing here, Fish?" Justice asked with a narrow-eyed look. "Waiting. For my brother? No." "Ice." Justice's voice turned deep and hard. "I have no choice. We all have choices, Fish." "You wouldn't understand," he hissed, suddenly pissed off beyond normal. Justice's icy blue eyes flickered from his face down to his arm, and Fisher realized one sleeve had pulled up a bit away from his wrist. He yanked it down to hide the hideous scars. "You know what? I never could understand your blind faith-following rogue." Fisher glared, fisting the end of his sleeves in his hands. He wanted to hide his eyes, but his hood was lying on the seat next to him. Justice shifted slightly. The muscles beneath the tight T-shirt corded and rippled on his gorgeous chest and arms. "Here's the thing. I can't let you kill Ice." Fisher sneered. "Why? You got a crush on him or something?" He tried to stem his irritation, but it came out anyway. Fuck, he sounded fucking jealous. Shit. Justice smiled, and it was one of those smiles that came slow and sexy with a tilt of his firm lips. Fisher's breath felt strangled in his throat. "Motherfucker." "No crush, but Echo loves Ice. Do you honestly think Echo will ever forgive you if you kill him?" "No," he raged inside. He knew Echo would never, ever forgive him. Fisher vehemently shook his head as if that would take away what he wanted to do. No, what he must do. He had no choice, and he wished like hell that Justice understood. But in order for Justice to understand, Fisher would need to clue him in, and well, he wasn't ready to share that shit with anybody. "And Echo would spend the rest of his life hunting you down until he wiped you from the face of the earth," Justice continued, tipping his head. Dark blonde strands fell forward across his forehead, but his icy gaze never looked away. "And I can't have Echo killing you." "Why?" Fisher whispered, and then clenched his teeth. He hated how his voice turned softer when speaking to Justice. "Because then I'd have to kill Echo. And I like Echo." Justice leaned forward a bit and cupped Fisher's cheek in his hand. When the man's thumb brushed at the corner of his mouth, Fisher parted his lips. They'd been flirting around an attraction that had been growing for years, but Fisher always shut it quickly down, with the exception of a few times that he refused to think back on. His brain scattered at Justice's touch. The man truly was a force of nature. Why was Justice being so bold? Was the man going to kiss him? No, he didn't want that. He'd never be ready for that again. He yanked his cheek away from Justice's palm and glared. "You don't understand." Fisher clung to those words. Nobody in the fucking world really understood him. Some tried, but not even Rogue or Echo or any of the other kids that had been, and still were, under Solomon's power. Hell, he hadn't even shared with Owen, and they were army buddies. Creed he met later, but Fisher still kept his past to himself. No way did he want them infected by him. "Try me," Justice murmured. "I can't." Fisher grabbed his beanie and dipped out of the car. He leaped onto the hood and ran up the windshield to the roof. From there, he jumped on top of a 6-foot retaining wall that enclosed the house next to where he'd parked. He'd done all that before Justice could do more than shove his door open and get out. Their eyes met across the distance. Fisher couldn't figure out why Justice wouldn't give this up. His fucked up life wasn't worth shit, and it would be better for all if Echo did eventually kill him. "Fisher, don't run!" Fisher didn't respond. He dropped over the side and into the shrubs below. Running was what he was good at. Into the void lay safety. Chapter 21. Ice called Dave. The SecDef listened to his suspicions about Solomon but wanted to give the Erebus leader the benefit of the doubt about the setup. One thing Dave brought up was last year when Solomon got shot during a sting on their former Erebus leader. As far as Ice was concerned, that could have been a way to keep his fucking cover. Dave, however, was disturbed over the fact that Solomon had taken street kids and made them into killers. "Keep this under wraps for now," Dave said. Ice clenched his teeth. "Yeah, okay." "Where are you?" Dave said. "Rath's place. Stay there and try to figure out who all is involved in this setup. I'll call Solomon." Dave's voice had gone very quiet. Ice knew that tone, and he hoped that Dave had the fucker killed. If not, he'd do it himself. "Who was that?" Rath asked, coming from the short hallway off of the kitchen. The one-bedroom apartment was small but comfortable. "Our boss. He wants us to work on who set us up," Ice said. "Who do you think it was?" "Solomon. But Dave said to cover all factors." "Solomon, really?" "Yeah, that's my thinking." Rath tapped his chin with a squinty-eyed look. The doorbell rang and their earlier order of food arrived. "So who do you think it was?" Ice asked once Rath tipped the guy and closed the door. Rath placed the box on the low table and Ice snagged a piece of pizza and tore into it. They sat on the man's sunken-in brown tweed sofa sharing a pepperoni and sausage with extra cheese plus sparkling water. "I don't think Solomon did it. All signs point to Rogue." "Why Rogue?" Ice asked, vaguely remembering the man who'd come in with Fisher that time in Solomon's office. "Rogue has always been protective of Echo." "That doesn't mean shit. Wait. Why?" "Did Echo tell you about his past?" "Yeah." Ice held Rath's eyes, and after a long moment the assassin nodded. "Rogue was there with Echo." "As in," Ice squinted. "As in caged by that sick fuck." "Sick fuck," Ice echoed. "Rogue won't give me his name," Rath sighed. "Shit. Fuck." Rath did not know that Solomon was the one who had caged them. Ice badly wanted to share what he knew about Solomon, but he'd promised Dave to keep a lid on it. "How many kids were there?" Ice asked, the pizza forgotten in his hand. Echo hadn't known just how many children were involved. "I don't know. The details are sketchy. And this guy is a fucking ghost," Wraith said, eating half a slice of pizza in one bite. Ice wondered how Solomon had gotten away with it right under their noses. He had to talk to Dave. But one thing was for sure. Solomon was the mastermind of setting them up, and nobody was going to change his mind about that fact. "Why do you think Rogue set us up?" "Because of this." Rath dug something out of his pocket and held up a bullet. "Justice dug this out of you. It's Rogue's signature, to use a jacketed soft lead." "How did you get that?" "From Stone," Rath said. Ice eyed the soft lead that surrounded the copper metal. It was designed to allow a bullet to penetrate the target easier. "It was Echo who shot me," Ice pointed out. Rath nodded and ate another piece of pie. "Yeah, but I suspect Rogue switched out the bullets in Echo's gun." "He has access to Echo's place?" Ice asked, unable to keep the affronted tone out of his voice. Hell, not even he knew where Echo lived. Rath snorted as if the answer was a no-brainer. "You don't know anyone else who uses that?" Ice asked, eyeing the bullet. "Not anyone who would want you dead." "Does Rogue have a thing for Echo?" "No, not in the way you're thinking. But they grew up together in that hellhole. They're brothers." "Blood?" "No, but as close," Rath said. The doorbell rang, and both he and Rath pulled their weapons. "Stay quiet," Rath ordered and made his way to the camera that showed the front downstairs door. "It's Justice." Rath sounded surprised as hell and hit the buzzer. A few moments later, the door opened and Rath's younger brother came inside. Wind-blown hair a mess, blue eyes wary like an animal's, and wearing a leather jacket and blue jeans with black combat boots. "What are you doing here?" Rath said, not sounding happy at all, even though Ice knew Rath had to be pleased. "Well, hello to you too, big bro," Justice said sarcastically, and walked past Rath. Ice held the man's gaze. "Where's Echo?" "I don't know," Justice said. But you had someone out there waiting for you to emerge. Who? Justice shook his head. What about this? Wrath held out the bullet and dropped it into Justice's hand. This is Rogue's signature round. I'm thinking he replaced Echo's bullets with these. To be sinister or just safe? Wrath asked, and Ice stared at the assassin. What kind of question was that? Did Wrath think that Rogue wasn't involved in the setup? Ice couldn't tell because Wrath kept his eyes and face blank. Was that who was out there? Rogue? Ice asked Justice, shoving to his feet. He entered the small kitchen and dumped his paper plate in the trash. No. Justice shook his head, walked over, and took one of the 2 last pieces of pizza. Was it Echo? Ice asked, even though he didn't for one moment believe it would be. It was Fisher, Justice said around a mouthful and shot a quick glance at Wrath. Wrath's face turned into a thundercloud. Rogue sent Fisher, Wrath said, squeezing his fists. Yeah, Justice ran a hand through his longish hair. Something was going on beneath the surface and Ice was done. What the fuck is going on? He said. Justice glanced at him and then back to Wrath. You better rein your boy in. Boy? Ice echoed. Was Justice calling him a boy? Wait, that couldn't be right. He's not my fucking boy, Wrath snarled. Like hell he isn't. You're the only one who can control him. Get him reined in because if he has Fisher do something that he doesn't want to, Rogue is going to end up dead, Justice said, his voice as deep and hard as Wrath's. They were talking about Rogue. Fuck you, Wrath snapped. And I'll be the one to do it, Justice added. Wrath's fist connected to Justice's jaw. Now that was surprising because Justice was clearly the bigger of the 2 well-muscled men. Justice rubbed his jaw, slanted Ice a glance, and then shoulder-knocked Wrath out of his way before stalking out the door. The slam left behind echoed in the apartment. Wrath stood, clenching his fists. A muscle ticked in his jaw. What the fuck is going on? Ice said. Nothing. Bull-fucking shit. Do you have control over Rogue? Wrath gave a heavy sigh and walked back over to sit on the couch. Ice rounded the counter and resumed his seat next to the guy. Wrath, be honest with me. Do you have any control over him? Ice said. I have some. But I don't think it's enough. He doesn't answer to me. Who does he answer to? That I don't know. And you still think it's Rogue? Ice said. Yes, I know him. He will do anything to keep Echo from being happy. Ice shook his head. He wasn't buying it, and neither would Wrath if he knew that Solomon was the mastermind behind this whole fucking thing. Yet what proof did he have for his suspicions? Not a fucking thing. That was what he had. So now he had to prove that Solomon had planned and used Rogue to execute the setup. Call Rogue, Ice said. I'll talk to him. There was a sad pull at the corner of Wrath's mouth, and Ice felt for the guy. He knew firsthand what it was like caring for an assassin. Sympathy aside, Ice still wanted to kill Rogue himself for tricking Echo into shooting him. For that alone they had a score to settle, even if it was like Justice said between Wrath and Rogue. And he'd take great pleasure in choking the life out of Solomon. That old saying, it's not personal, it's just business, didn't apply this time around. It was very personal to him. They had fucked with his trust and almost killed him. They'd also fucked with Echo. And that was something Ice couldn't allow. Chapter 22. Where are we going? Wrath grumbled as Ice flew down the freeway doing 75. The 101 was deserted this late at night, and he had smooth sailing all the way to Santa Barbara. To Dave's house. Wrath looked shocked and gripped the oh-shit handle. We can't just drop in on the former SecDef. Yes, we can. Dave and I go way back. How far back? Dave knew my dad. They served together. So, he's like your old man? Kind of. I'd say an older uncle. Ice tossed Wrath a grin. What about Stone? I don't want to fuck with him, Wrath said. Ice darted a quick look at Wrath before returning his eyes to the highway. What do you know about Stone and Dave? Just what the rumor mill spits out? They have history? Are they a couple? Ice wasn't going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. Stone shouldn't be there, he said instead. They don't live together. They don't? Ice shook his head and got off on the exit. He drove toward the beach and pulled up to Dave's front gate. Hey, Ice, the guard in the small shack leaned out the window with a smile. Hey, Mike. Who's that with you? My good friend, Dave knows him. All right, go on up. Thanks, Ice called out when Mike opened the gate and waved him on through. You know the guards on a first-name basis? Ice grinned. I've known Dave since I was like 9. How old is he? I'm not sure, Ice said. He'd lost track. But that kind of shit could be looked up on the internet. The birth date of a former sec def. Only Ice didn't give a shit how old Dave was. The man was one of the most brilliant strategists he'd ever known. Nobody came close to Dave's ability to get shit done when it counted. And that was what he hoped Dave would do when he told him about Solomon. He's got to be close to retirement, Rath said, gazing at the huge house that sat just off the California coast. Maybe, but he won't retire, he said and got out of the car. Rath gave a death glare when one of the guards insisted on frisking him and pulled out Rath's weapon. Can't let him in there with this, bodyguard said, holding the 9mm aloft. Here, Ice held out his hand, and the guard handed him the weapon. Come on, he said to Rath, and led him toward the door. Once inside, he handed Rath back his weapon, and they followed another bodyguard to Dave's study. Entering the room, Ice found Dave settled in his favorite chair in front of the window. Hey, Dave. Lowering the book he was reading, Dave gazed at Rath and then to him. What brings you here at... He glanced at his watch. 200 hours. We have a story to tell you, Ice said, and waved Rath to the big chair across from Dave. Dave called his staff and another chair was brought in for Ice to sit in and a pot of fresh coffee made. Rath told Dave what he knew, including what he suspected was Rogue's part. Dave gazed at him curiously. And you? Do you think that Rogue ordered the hit on you? Ice cradled the warm mug in his hands. If you'd have asked me that a half an hour ago, I might have said yes. But no. I'm wondering, how would Rogue get me to that job on the pier if not for Solomon? Exactly, Dave murmured. And when the man's cell phone buzzed, he lifted it and checked the screen before returning his attention to Ice. And Justice found Fisher waiting to kill me outside of Rath's place. How are we going to handle Fisher? Justice will handle Fisher, Rath said, and Ice slanted him a squinting look before turning back to Dave. Solomon gave me and Stone jobs that split us up. How do you think Rogue is involved in that? Let's ask Stone what he thinks, Dave said, and lifted his phone and sent a text. A few moments later, Stone came from a side door and into the study. The man's entrance startled Rath enough to pull his weapon. Stone? Rath? The two men stared at each other and then exchanged smirks. Hey, Stone, Ice said. Hey, Ice, Stone said with a slight chin jerk, and then glanced over his shoulder. You two can come in, Dave said to someone behind Stone. Savage filled the doorway and stepped inside the room, followed by Thane. I heard you three have already met, Dave said to Ice. Yeah, hey, Ice shook hands with both men. Let's move this to the dining room, Dave said, and stood, carrying his cup out of the room, and they all trailed after the man without hesitation. How come you're here? Ice asked, flipping his gaze between Savage and Thane. I've known Dave for years, Savage said. So have I. Why haven't we ever met? I was commander of one of his specialty teams. I've never been here before. Okay. Specialty as in the military or out? When I was Army Special Forces, Savage said. Thane slung an arm around Savage's shoulder as they walked. Old Savage here took military leave, met me, and dragged me along for the ride, and the rest is history. Dave called us to discuss transferring to Erebus, Savage said, giving Thane an annoyed look, and pulled him into the room. Ice followed along with the others into the dining room and took seats around the large oak table. Dave's staff filled the table with platters of finger foods and more beverages. So, Echo split at the airport? Thane asked, reaching for a Danish and eating half before he spoke. And that was after he promised not to? Yes. Ice refilled his coffee cup and sipped at the fresh hot brew. I wonder why, Thane said, waving his pastry in the air. Savage caught Thane's wrist and brought the sugary bread to his mouth. Don't you dare, Thane scowled. But it didn't faze Savage, and he ate the thing right out of the other assassin's hand. Oh, you're going to pay for that tonight. Savage smirked, appearing unconcerned at the threat, and selected some cheese and meat from the charcuterie board. Dave's doorman stopped in the doorway. Sir. Yes, Dave said. A Mr. Real is here. Send him in. Real came into the room and everyone looked. Ice knew why. Real was a looker. Plus, he was ripped and reeked of power. After sweeping his gaze over the room, Real settled in the chair between Ice and Stone. I wonder if Echo was forced, Savage said around a bite of food, picking up where Thane had seemed to be going with the questions. Ice briefly closed his eyes. I was wondering the same thing. We need to bring in Rogue. I'll find him and bring him in, Stone said. No, Wrath cut in, his tone low and hard. I'll find Rogue. Ice didn't give a shit who found the fucker as long as he was located and stopped. Before Echo was hurt, or worse, killed. I need a minute, I said, shoving up from the table. He walked from the room with nothing in mind but escaping prying eyes. Grit's collar jingled as the big dog kept pace with him. Where the fuck was Echo? He stopped just inside of Dave's study. When he swayed, he placed a hand on the wall to keep his balance. Inwardly cursing his fucking lightheadedness, his eyes burned and his throat closed. A firm and comforting hand settled against his back and he sucked in a few quick gulps of air. They took him, Dave. They fucking took him. If that's the case, we will get him back, Dave murmured low. Ice doubled over, his face so heated that he thought his head would explode, and Dave wrapped an arm around his waist, holding him up. When he finally managed to stand upright, Ice stared at the far end of the study where the windows displayed the garden and the night outside. You tell Rogue and Solomon that I'm coming for them, he ground the words through the building rage. Just take the night to think about it. Then we will plan. Dave gripped him on the shoulders and booted the door closed with his foot. I need you to keep what you know quiet for now. Why? Ice glared. Because this is bigger than you can imagine. Meaning? Ice was so fucking confused. It was clear to him. Find Solomon, shoot him in the head, end of story. He has several facilities. His brain spun. Facilities? More kids in cages? What the fuck? Yeah. Dave ran a hand through his thick, dark hair with a sigh. How did you find out? Real has been working undercover. With Pegasus, Phoenix, Genesis. Who the fuck was Genesis? He put aside his questions on that for now. Answers on that could fucking wait. Then let's get all the teams and go in there and rescue everyone, Ice urged. Dave gave a sad shake of his head. We don't know where any of them are yet. Real only discovered Solomon's hand in this a few weeks ago. Ice clenched his hands, and he trusted Dave. But how in the hell had Dave hired someone like Solomon? I'm sorry, but what in the hell did you see in Solomon that made you want to have him head up Erebus? His father and I served together, Dave said. Ice closed his eyes. Shit. He knew firsthand how Dave felt about old military buddies and their kids. I vetted him, the man continued. He'd been doing jobs for hire for a few years. My mistake was in thinking he was another you. Dave's sigh was heavy, and it was his turn to grip the man's shoulder in comfort. Please tell me you have a plan, Ice whispered. Dave had to have a strategy figured out by now. The man was scary fucking smart like that. I do. We keep this quiet for now. Dave jerked his head toward the door. There are a bunch of loose cannons out there. I don't want any of them killing Solomon before we can find the children. That made sense in a fucked up way because Ice knew without a shadow of a doubt that Wrath would kill Solomon if he knew what the asshole had done to Rogue. All of you are staying here for now, Dave continued, and it wasn't a request. Suddenly Stone was there in the room. The man must have come through one of the many passages in the house. Had he heard them talking about Solomon? Stone placed a comforting hand on Ice's arm, but the only one he wanted touching him with comfort or anything else was Echo. He pulled away, gave them a short nod, and then walked out of the study with Grit on his heels. Jogging up the stairs, he made it to the room he usually occupied and closed the door. Dropping down to sit on the mattress, Grit pushed his nose into his hands and Ice absently caressed his head. The fucked up part was that he couldn't even call Echo. While he had a phone, Echo didn't. Unless, maybe he got a new one already. Ice punched in the number Echo had made him memorize while in the Maldives. It rang and went to voicemail. "Call me," he said gruffly. "I'm worried." Ending the call, his mind continued to race. Was Echo with Rogue? Did Echo leave by his own will? Or had he been forced? Chapter 23. Echo kicked at the cage door even though he knew it wasn't going to give. Two boys that couldn't have been more than 16 or 17 jumped and huddled together in the next cell over. They looked like they might be twins, and Echo had to wonder how the fuck Solomon had gotten his hands on them. Twins without a home seemed rare. They were both pretty, but one was slightly more delicate than the other. "Sorry," Echo said, and they stared at him with eyes that had seen more than any human that age should have. "When I leave this place, I'll take you with me." "You will?" the pretty one whispered. "Don't talk to him," his brother said under his breath, but Echo heard it and clearly knew who the leader was of the pair. "It's okay. I grew up in a shithole just like this, except we didn't have jail cells. We had dog cages." The leader stared at him, his face filthy, hair hanging in rat tails to his shoulders, and the clothes were dirty and worn. "How long have you been here?" Echo said. "A year," Pretty Boy said. "I told you don't talk to him," his brother hissed. "I know what you're going through, though," Echo told the leader twin, who glared at him, chin tipped up in defiance and his hands squeezed into fists. "Does he still use the rebar?" Pretty Twin ducked his head into his brother's shoulder and the boy wrapped him up tight. Echo held the leader twin's gaze across the distance. "I can help you if you let me." Hope, fear, rage, and terror filled the boy's eyes. Echo knew that feeling. It was born out of murdering, and his chest hurt so fucking bad. He'd never regretted what he'd become until this very moment. He knew without a doubt he'd never stop being an assassin, but these boys didn't have to live this way. "Stop giving them false hope," Rogue said from the doorway, and the twins tried to make themselves as small as possible. Echo turned on the man he considered a brother. "It's not false. Let me out of here, Rogue. Do the right thing." "When have you ever cared about doing the right thing?" Rogue growled. "I'm learning how to do that from watching someone I admire." Rogue narrowed his eyes. "Who? Ice? He's a killer. By choice, not by force." Rogue snapped his mouth closed and stared at him, and Echo watched the myriad of emotions flicker across the man's face. Did Rogue regret living this life? Echo knew that Rogue had been too young to even remember how long he'd been with Solomon. He also knew that Rogue had been with Solomon the longest out of all of them. Even after Fisher had broken out of their cage at the age of 18 and disappeared, Rogue had stayed behind, too scared to leave through the broken door of the cage. Fisher had tried to get Echo's cage open, but it wouldn't budge. "Go, Fisher, run," Echo sobbed, clawing at the cage from the inside. Fisher tried until his hands and fingers were a bloody mess, while Rogue stayed frozen and terrified in the open cage. "Hurry, Fisher," Echo pushed the teenager's hands away. "Echo," Fisher said through tears. "Go. Live for us, and don't ever look back." "Fuck that. I'll send help," Fisher hissed, and then looked at Rogue. "Come with me." "I can't." "Go, Fish, run," Echo cried. A door clanged from far away, and Fisher had done what Echo had begged of him. Solomon had cleared out and moved them to another location that day, and it would be many years later before the three reconnected. Echo learned then that Fisher had indeed called the cops, but Solomon had been one step ahead. After that, Fisher had joined the Navy to escape recapture. "It doesn't matter if it's by choice or force," Rogue said, drawing Echo from whatever hell created the look in his eyes. Out of the three of them, Echo may be broken, but he had the softest heart, which had caused more emotional harm. Even though Echo would deny it, Rogue knew better. Echo could live a good life, but only if he disappeared and stayed gone. Loving Ice was not the answer. Rogue thought his brother would have stayed away when he'd been gone for 6 years, but Echo had found his way back. He suspected Solomon had had a hand in that. "They're just kids. They're like we used to be," Echo said, and Rogue shook his head. "They stopped being kids the moment they killed." "Are you working here?" Echo's voice sounded appalled, and Rogue clenched his teeth at the accusation. "If not me, then who?" At least this way he could keep Solomon from going overboard. "Why the fuck did you come back?" Rogue whispered, and his eyes burned. "You were in the clear." "I came back because of you." "Me?" Rogue looked confused. "Solomon promised to let you go if I came back." "Fuck that," Rogue spat. "You idiot!" "I know that now," he whispered. "But we need to put an end to him," Echo whispered. "If we'd done it years ago, none of this would have happened." "How are we going to do that? He has power." "He can be killed," Echo said, gripping the bars to keep their conversation low and almost inaudible. "There's more than just this place," Rogue hissed, his eyes burning. "How many more places like this are there?" Echo asked, his voice filled with shock. "3 that I know of." Rogue's eyes held agony. Echo reached through the bars and caught the back of Rogue's neck and drew him closer. "Get me out of here and we'll rescue them all. We don't know how many there are. What if there's some 5-year-old waiting for him to come back and feed him?" Rogue caught his arm and shook his head. Echo tightened his grip, but Rogue twisted away, taking several steps from the cage. "We can make him give up the locations," Echo argued. "Don't you think I've thought of that? Don't you think I've dreamed of 100 different ways to kill him like I said? He's got power." Tears stood in Rogue's agony-filled gaze. "I'm sorry." Echo reached through the bars, but Rogue backed further away. "It's better not to fight," his brother said with a dull voice, and turned his back. "I used to think that way too," Echo whispered at Rogue's back. But he didn't think that way now, and the biggest difference was that he had Ice in his life. Ice gave him courage, and Echo wanted to give that courage to Rogue. He knew in his heart his brother wanted to do the right thing, only the fear could be paralyzing. Rogue was absolutely right. What if there were other street kids caught in cages and couldn't get out? They'd slowly starve to death waiting for Solomon. All this time, Rogue had carried that weight on his shoulders. Fuck. There had to be an answer to this mess somewhere. "Where's Fisher?" Echo asked. Rogue glanced over his shoulder, and Echo's heart pounded in his chest. "Tell Fisher I want to see him," he hissed when Rogue walked toward the door. "That's the least you can do," he shouted. But Rogue didn't turn back. "Fuck!" He slapped the cage and then glanced at the twins. He longed for the days prior to Ice when he didn't give a shit about anyone else but his own skin. But something had changed him in the Maldives, which wasn't true. If he had to pin a time down, it had started when Ice began pursuing him. It was on the island where he'd opened himself to Ice, and now he fucking cared about these kids. He shook his head when it dawned on him. Damn it, he'd always cared about the kids, so that wasn't new. But he'd forgotten about. His humanity had crumbled beneath the onslaught of blood and gore, and Ice had been the one to remind him of who he was. And he remembered what it felt like to really care for another human being. "We're getting out of here," Echo promised. The boys stayed silent, watching him with dull gazes, and Echo remembered that feeling of hopelessness. This time, though, Solomon was not going to win. Chapter 24. "You think he'll be okay?" Stone asked, gazing after Ice. Dave sighed and made his way toward his favorite armchair. "I hope he doesn't do anything rash." "Rash?" Stone growled and dropped into the chair opposite Dave. "It sounds like you have a leadership problem." "Mm-hmm." Dave cleared his throat and gazed out the window at the garden that lay shrouded in darkness. "Did Solomon set Ice and Echo up?" "It seems so, but it's bigger than that." "Are you talking about the facilities?" Dave finally turned from gazing through that damned window, and Stone got a look at the man's face. Their eyes locked and held. "How much did you hear?" "I came in around the part where you told Ice this was bigger than he could imagine." "So then you know about Real?" He grunted, irritated. "When did you start up Genesis?" "A year ago." Well, that just showed him how much he was really needed around here. They'd talked about Genesis together, when they actually had talked in the past. Now he and Dave didn't communicate much. They just skirted around each other. It was a bitter pill to swallow. "I'll get out of your hair." He stood and Dave grabbed his wrist. "Stay. I'll tell you what's going on." "I'll hear it when the rest of the team does," Stone growled, pulling his arm free, and walked out. "Stubborn," Dave whispered, closing his eyes. He dropped his head against the back of the chair. The hurt on Stone's face had been hard to miss. But Genesis was top secret right now, and there were reasons he hadn't been able to share it with Stone. There were reasons they hadn't done it together. If he could have told anyone about the president's order, Stone would have been that person. However, getting Stone to believe that he had no choice was a different story. It was another nail in the coffin of their constant conflict. And he silently chided himself to remember that they would never work. Closing his eyes, his mind raced over the steps he'd need to take to have Solomon eliminated and his facilities found before more children could die. And as much as the president did not want Genesis exposed, Dave really didn't see any other way. He couldn't have Phoenix or Pegasus caught up in assassin business. With the exception of a few key people on both of those teams, all other members were out of the loop, and for good reason. In the past, during Jackson West's and Hunter's leaderships, Erebus assassins worked more as a team. Of course, not all the time, but a good portion of it. But now under Solomon's leadership, Erebus assassins did not work together. So what it boiled down to at this very moment was to initiate Genesis. Dave stood up and walked toward the secret room that held the red phone. The following morning, all who'd stayed the night before filed into the room. Ice was pleased to see that every single man had stayed. Stone, Real, Wrath, Savage, and Thane all took a place at the dining room table and filled their plates with food Dave's staff had brought in. The chair next to Dave was empty, and Stone walked over and sat. Ice noticed Dave's small start of surprise, but he was positive nobody else had. "Good morning," Dave said, and the rest of the men mumbled the same between eating and sipping coffee. "Eat first," Stone said, placing a plate piled with food in front of Dave. That got the attention of several of the men at the table. Ignoring them, Stone lifted another plate and dished up more food. Dave slanted Stone a look, but lifted his fork and took a bite of sausage. "I spoke to the president last night," Dave said after swallowing. Nobody batted an eye. They all knew who they ultimately worked for. And as expected, the room dropped down to muffled eating while every man gave their full attention to Dave. "Last year I was tasked with organizing a group of military assassins. The president and I were the only two who knew of the team, except for the team members. Now you all know. However, POTUS and I ask that it doesn't leave this room." Every head nodded, and Ice wondered why Thane was included in this conversation. Dave already knew Savage, and now it appeared he also knew Thane. Interesting. Ice forked up some pancake and wondered if Echo had food to eat. He suddenly lost his appetite and took several swallows of coffee instead of the bite. "There's a man who is taking runaway children off of the streets, and he's turning them into killers," Dave said. At those words, the whole room stopped moving. Every pair of eyes locked on Dave as if to see if the man was joking. "Let's kill him," Thane said, and Savage shook his head sharply. Thane covered his mouth with his own hands and gave a muffled sorry. "I wish it were that easy, Thane. I really do," Dave gave a sad frown. "However, it's going to take more than that." "Tell us," Wrath said. "The hard part is that we don't know how many facilities this guy has. If we kill him without that information, those kids will die. They will starve to death in their cages." "Is this the same guy that locked up Rogue and Echo?" Wrath asked. "And Fisher," Ice added, holding Wrath's eyes across the table. "Fisher was there too?" "Mm-hmm," Ice nodded. "Is it?" Wrath turned on Dave, but Stone gave the assassin a death glare and Wrath sat back. Ice got it. Nobody wanted to fuck with Stone, unless they had a death wish. "In answer to your question, Wrath, yes, it's the same man who caged Echo, Fisher, and Rogue," Dave said. "Who was it?" Wrath practically spat the words out and clenched his fists on the table. Dave didn't look away from Wrath. "I want you to remember what I said. If we kill him without knowing where those facilities are, those children will die." "I remember," Wrath snarled. "It's Solomon." Wrath slammed up from the table and forks and plates rattled. Ice lunged to his feet. When Wrath stalked out of the room, Ice hurried in his direction. "Give me 5 minutes," Ice called back to Dave, and the SecDef nodded. 15-minute break. Finish eating, use the restroom, stretch your legs if you need it. And then come back ready to make a plan," Dave ordered. Ice didn't wait to hear anything more. When he caught up to Wrath, the assassin was sitting at the bottom of the large grand staircase, head bent, elbows on his knees, staring at his hands. Ice took a seat on the step next to him. "You're not going to go off and kill him, are you?" Ice asked. "I want to." Wrath closed his eyes and then popped them open. "When I charged from that table, he was a dead man. But I can't do that to little kids, you know." "I do," Ice said, gripping Wrath's shoulder firmly. "He had Rogue," Wrath croaked. "As a little boy, and he had Rogue. I've seen a bit of the scars on his wrists and forearms, but I don't know how many there are, nor what was done." Ice stayed quiet. His heart told him Rogue had been given the same fucked-up treatment as Echo. "Do you know how much he tortured them?" Wrath's voice turned raw, the question ragged. When Ice didn't answer, Wrath held his eyes for a long moment and then tipped his head back and gazed up at the ceiling. All Ice could do was make the only promise he could. "We're going to kill that son of a bitch the minute we find all the facilities." Chapter 25. The next night, and probably a couple of hours prior to daylight, a pinging sound came from the front of Echo's cage. He feigned sleep. The person tapping a small rock against the metal was someone new, someone he'd never seen before, and he waited, watching through his lashes when the kid, who couldn't have been more than 20, if that, stood indecisive. "Hey," the kid whispered. "He's sleeping, Cash," the bossy twin said. "I don't care. I heard he's one of the originals." "Yeah?" The twin's tone changed to hopeful. Echo stayed still. He'd heard from Solomon that he, Rogue, and Fisher were the original 3, but he didn't know it was a thing. "Yeah, they're legends. If only you knew, kid." "Yeah, that's what I heard too. I want to see how he got caught," Cash said. "He wasn't caught. He was locked up," Pretty Boy Twin said, his soft voice rough from sleep. "I wonder what he did to piss Solomon off," Cash said. "I didn't do anything," Echo murmured, and the young man jumped, dropped the stone, and stumbled away from the cage. Echo rolled to sit up and then stood. Walking to the bars, he gripped them and studied the guy. He may have been young, but Cash looked sturdy, like he was getting enough to eat. Rogue's doing? Echo wondered. "Why aren't you locked up?" Echo asked. "I'm 21 now." Echo knew what that meant. Instead of being taken from the cage and told to kill and then locked back up, Cash had reached the age where all Solomon had to do was tell the young man to point and shoot. Why haven't you gotten your own place? I don't have the money. Cash hung his head. Ah, that was right. Boys this young couldn't work for Erebus. He had blanked out a lot of his youth, but some things had stuck, like having to stick around until he had the skills to become a paid assassin plus have Solomon trust him enough to pay him. When Solomon started working for Dave, they still had to wait. Even after Dave's interview, Echo still had to wait until Solomon said he could work for Erebus. It'll be another year or two before he'll pay you, Echo told Cash. But at least I'm not locked up, Cash whispered. Echo saw it all on the boy's face, the pain, anger, the fear. What are your names? Echo asked the twins. If they spoke to him at all, they would give him their assassin names, but it was better than Bossy and Pretty Boy. The pair were standing and holding on to their cell bars. Apparently he'd lost his scariness, and they both felt bold enough to get up from their constant huddle. I'm Apollo, the Bossy twin said with a jerk of his chin toward the Pretty twin. And this is Azrael. Are those your real names? Echo asked just to confirm. No, Azrael said. Apollo glanced up to where the ceiling met the wall, and Echo knew what the twin was looking at. The camera hung, pointed at the cages. If anything, Solomon was thorough, although at this time of the night Echo would bet money, and if Solomon stayed true to form, that the fucker would be fast asleep and nowhere near this warehouse. What about you? Is Cash your real name? Echo asked the kid, who had lost some of his fear and moved closer to his cage. Cash shook his head. And you've been here a year? How long have you been killing? Echo asked the twins. A couple of months, Apollo said. And you've been killing for a few years now? Echo asked Cash, who nodded. Cash, can you open the door and let me out? The kid sputtered. Yes, at 21 to his 30, Cash was still a kid. Eyes wide, Cash vehemently shook his head. I can't do that. Come on, I'm not going anywhere. I'm one of the originals. And I do need to use the washroom, Echo coaxed. I don't have the key, Cash whispered. But you know where it is, don't you? Cash swallowed hard, gazing at him through a fall of hair, his eyes filled with fear. Please, Cash. If you get me, Apollo, and Azrael out of here, I have a place you can all crash. You can get a legitimate job and the twins can go back to high school. Cash darted his eyes between him and the twins, and Echo saw it. The fear, but also the curiosity as the kid wondered if he was telling the truth or not. Cash, Apollo whispered, and the pair stared at each other through the bars. Was that a spark of something? Echo thought yes and played on it. Cash, get us out of here, and you, Apollo, and Azrael can be together. After another moment, Cash didn't agree to help them. Paralyzed by fear of Solomon did that to a person. Solomon had done the same fucking thing to him, and was still doing it to Rogue and probably Fisher. I'll be back, Cash whispered, and hurried from the cage area. All we can do now is hope he does the right thing, Echo told the twins. Tears stood in Apollo's eyes when he finally turned from Cash's disappearing back. I've asked him before, Azrael said with a sad shake of his head. He won't do it. He didn't do it before because we didn't have help. He might, Apollo whispered. He might do it this time. Will you keep your word? On my life, Echo promised, gripping the bars so hard his hands hurt. Hours passed and he really had to take a piss, so he used the bucket in his cell with his back turned to the kids. Shaking it off, he zipped up and glanced over to the boys' cage. Do either of you know where this place is located? They shook their heads. So that meant, although they had killed, it had been a controlled kill guided by Solomon. Or had Rogue moved up in rank? I hear a train whistle in the distance sometimes, Apollo said, and then jolted to his feet when Cash reappeared and walked toward the cages. With a huge bunch of keys clutched in his hand, Cash walked right over and handed them over through the bars. Shit, this was going to take a while, plus the other cage. Echo tossed a glance at the narrow windows that ran along the top of the building. Daylight was less than an hour away, and that meant Rogue would be coming back. Echo launched into action, trying one key after another, not giving a fuck that he was noisy as all hell. Cash anxiously waited, shifting back and forth on his feet and tossing glances over his shoulder. The twins were gripping their bars as if their lives depended on it. Finally, Echo found the key that opened the cell door. Hurrying to the twins' cage, he started jamming keys into the lock. "Hurry, hurry!" Cash begged. "Rogue shows up before daylight sometimes." Fuck. And Rogue would probably come early because he was there. "When I get them free, you stay on my ass. All of you. Stop when I stop and run when I run. You got that?" Echo shoved another key in the lock and it turned. Panting, he jerked the door open and spun toward the wall of the warehouse. Even though there were sheets of heavy plastic hanging from poles as makeshift partitions and stacks of shit everywhere, he took them away from the open space into the wall. It would be there along the shadows that they had a better chance of escape. Remaining unseen was as easy as breathing for him, but being that stealthy with 3 kids in tow would be tough. A door banged somewhere north of their position, and Echo pulled them all into a huddle at the far wall. They wouldn't be seen here in the dark, and here they were far beyond the light streaming over the cages. There was junk stacked here and plenty of places to hide. "Stay quiet. Your lives depend on it," he whispered. "Use those assassin skills and hide your eyes." All 3 boys immediately sank back and melted into the blackness as if they were one entity. Rogue entered the warehouse, knocking heavy plastic out of his way. He took one look at the empty cages and cursed. "God damn you, Echo!" Rogue yelled, and Echo felt Cash jerk slightly and then still. Echo held his breath. Chapter 26. After the break, they gathered around the table again, and this time Reel stayed standing next to an empty chair. "I belong to an organization known as Genesis," Reel said. "Like Dave already told you, we've been operating for a little over a year." Reel reached for his cup of coffee on the table and took a sip before continuing. "A few months ago, I caught wind of runaway kids disappearing from the streets of Los Angeles, and I started investigating. During my investigation, I discovered Solomon Mercy was involved, and I wasn't sure how." Reel glanced around the table, took a sip of coffee, and then held his gaze. Ice had known that Reel would land on his feet after the military. The former Navy SEAL had gone all the way to Chief Petty Officer before leaving to pursue other things. Reel's area of expertise was in hostage rescue and special reconnaissance. Reel had stayed a full 13 years in the Navy. Not Ice, though. He'd done his 6 and gotten out. "I brought what I knew to Dave a few weeks ago," Reel said, regaining his attention. "You've known about this for a few months? Why did you wait so long?" Wrath growled. "I discovered that Solomon was involved. I didn't know he was the head of the snake until 2 weeks ago," Reel responded calmly. "How did you find out?" Ice asked, bringing his friend's eyes back to him. "We have Genesis on the streets throughout New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. We're also moving into Houston, Philadelphia, and Phoenix by next year," Reel said. "Why?" Thane said this time. "What's the purpose?" "Those are some of the major cities in the United States. Our hope is to keep order behind the scenes." "You mean beneath the scenes," Savage said. "You don't run above board like law enforcement, so you have to keep order without anyone knowing you're doing so, kind of like Phoenix and Pegasus." Reel nodded slowly. "Kind of. But law enforcement entities will not know we exist like they do with Phoenix and Pegasus." "So, what are you exactly?" Savage asked. "We're military assassins." "Are you still in the service?" Thane asked. "No, but every person in Genesis is former military." "Okay, let's get back to the issue at hand," Dave said, and Reel nodded. "I went undercover as an assassin for Erebus about 9 months ago. You all didn't see me because I didn't want you to." They stared at Reel, and Ice smirked. His friend was definitely a badass. "It took months of reconnaissance on Solomon before Genesis saw him taking a child from the streets," Reel finished. "Why did it take so long?" Thane wanted to know. "Because he doesn't snatch a kid every day," Reel frowned at Thane. "Plus, Solomon is an assassin. He'd be extra careful," Savage reminded Thane. "Moving without being seen is our area of expertise," Thane finished with self-annoyance. I got it. Go ahead, real sorry. Exactly. Solomon is good and extremely careful. And while he did take the child, my team couldn't get a beat on where he took him. How is that possible? Thane asked. He quickly disappeared, so we think he has either an escape route or he has help. So, what do you need from us? Ice asked, pushing away his uneaten food and opting for more coffee. We need your craftiness, your secretiveness, and your ability to move through the night undetected. We also need your numbers so we can find every location that Solomon has and neutralize the threat. Every head nodded in agreement, and the table remained silent, waiting for further information or instructions. What we don't need, Dave spoke, is someone losing their cool and killing Solomon before we find all of his facilities. The SecDef stared at Wrath, and after a moment, Wrath nodded his head. When Real took a breath to continue, Ice cut in. One of Erebus's assassins is missing, and his name is Echo. I suspect that his disappearance is tied to he and I being recently set up. Someone took Echo after we got back from the Maldives, and I'd venture to say it was Solomon. Do you know for a fact? Real countered. No, but if it wasn't Solomon, then one of his men did it. He has to have men to be able to do what he does. So far, the only people I know associated with Solomon's shit are the kids from his past. And who would those kids be? Real frowned, and Ice had to guess that his friend didn't know who all had come out of those cages and into this way of life. Well, they're far from kids now, but it's Echo, Rogue, and Fisher. That we know of, Ice said. I met Rogue in Solomon's office. I don't know Fisher or Echo. Well, now you know of them. They might be mixed up in Solomon's shit, but don't forget that they started out as innocent children. And that's one creed we don't mess with, Ice said flatly. I agree, Dave said quietly. We defend the innocent, and we protect Rogue, Echo, and Fisher, even if it's from themselves. Real held Ice's gaze across the table, and a small smile cracked the corner of his friend's mouth, and was soon gone. Then I'll need descriptions, and I'll get those names out to Genesis, Real said. How do we stop from killing Genesis? Stone finally spoke up. What do you mean? Real frowned. I mean, Stone reached up and unbuttoned his shirt and pulled it open to show ripped abs and a muscled chest. The man pointed to the letter E inked on his right pectoral. We all have an identical tattoo about the same spot. Real glanced at Dave, who nodded, and Real worked the buttons open on his own shirt. His friend pulled open the button down and displayed a small pair of black-inked angel wings on the same right side. I can just see it now, Thane chortled. Us out there pulling our shirts open for each other? It won't be like that. You can just say who you're with. But if a member of Erebus or Genesis is unconscious, you can identify them by their marks. I'll give you the names and show you the faces of the 3 members we currently have in Los Angeles. But you won't be able to take their photos, so memorize their faces. They are doing the same with you. 3? Only 3? Wrath looked aghast. Remember, we cover a lot of ground elsewhere, not just California, Real responded and took a seat back at the table. Okay, so 3 Genesis and all of us should do the job, I said. If we can find Echo, he'll join up with us. I can't speak for Rogue or Fisher. Rogue is in the wind, and Fisher wants me dead, so. Who's keeping eyes on Solomon? Wrath asked, glancing at Dave. I'll handle that, the SecDef said. Stone turned on Dave, who only lifted a hand to keep Stone quiet. Okay then, meeting adjourned. Eat up, rest, and I'll see you all in my weapons room at dark, Dave said and stood from his chair. Everybody in the room got to their feet and nobody moved until Dave left the room, followed by Stone. Ice had placed a bulletproof vest on Grit. It was designed to look like a doggy's shirt, and it also served as a harness. He'd put a leash on Grit tonight, but it was only for show. The dog never strayed far from his side. Earlier, he had pulled one of Echo's shirts from the suitcase and gave Grit a good sniff. There was a slim chance he'd find Echo in Los Angeles, but it was worth a try. He and Wrath split, and each of them took one side of the street. The other assassin looked damn good wearing jeans, a pullover, and chunky boots. Add in the fact that Wrath had left his light hair loose, and the man was attracting glances from both men and women. They looked like ordinary citizens walking down Broadway in the Manchester district, if a person didn't look too closely at their eyes. Ice wore his favorite dark blue and black checkered vest with leather around his neck and on his wrists. He'd caught his blonde hair back with a tie, but some of it had escaped. "Oh, cute dog," a woman said and held out her hand to Grit. Looking at him for directions, the big dog waited. "It's okay, boy," Ice said, and Grit wagged his tail, letting the woman pet his head. "You're out here pretty early?" Ice said, opening up a conversation. "Yeah, I have this morning shift at the coffee shop." "I'm new around here. What are the places to stay away from?"
Around here?"
She tipped her head and then glanced around.
"I'd say the underpass at Century and 10. Probably want to steer clear of that."
"Thanks, I'll do that."
"Come by the coffee shop when you can. We're open all day," she said,
giving Grit one last pat and then continued on her way. Ice pressed the earpiece tucked in his ear. "Wrath, what's up?" He filled the assassin in on what the woman had told him, and they picked up the pace, heading in the direction of where the two freeways intersected. He pulled Echo's shirt from where it was tucked and hanging out of his back pocket and held it out to Grit. His best friend suddenly wanted to play tug-of-war. "Leave it," Ice warned, and Grit gently released the fabric. "Be careful. You have a target on your back," Wrath said via the comms, reminding him that Fisher still wanted him dead. Ice had no clue where the assassin was at the moment, but he couldn't wait around for him to strike. "That's why we have Justice tailing us," Ice said. You couldn't see the assassin, but Stone told both him and Wrath that Justice would be hidden while they walked the streets. Then, once enough time passed, the pairs would switch off and change clothes so it didn't look suspicious. "Don't remind me." Wrath didn't sound too happy about the fact that Justice was even here, but Ice didn't care. He needed Justice to keep Fisher calm while they told him about the plan to take down Solomon. If Fisher got the upper hand on Justice, Ice's idea might not work. And in that case, they were all fucked. But it was worth a try. Chapter 27. "Stay here," Echo whispered and melted away. If there was one thing he knew for sure about Rogue, it was the fact that his brother would not hurt him, at least not seriously. They'd played this game during Solomon's training, and if he could just get close enough, he would be able to snag one of Rogue's knives. He knew where every single one of them were, or better yet, have Rogue throw one at him. Echo's spider climbed up a stack of wooden crates and crouched at the top. "Hey, Rogue!" The assassin spun, eyes darting around. "Up here," Echo called out. Rogue finally located him. "What did you do?" Echo shrugged, staying on the balls of his feet in a crouched position. He bounced slightly on his perch and grinned. "Where are they?" Rogue spat, stepping toward him. "They are long gone." "Your mistake was not going with them." His brother's voice turned flat. "Still carry that 9mm? Rogue's face suddenly resembled stone beneath the bright cage lights, his expression giving nothing away. "I would never shoot you." "You might have to," Echo said conversationally. "Why?" Rogue's voice turned hoarse. "Why don't you stay here with me? I won't lock you up again. It can be like before." The man's voice cracked. Echo briefly closed his eyes. His friend was so far under Solomon's influence that he wasn't sure he'd ever break away. He felt so fucking bad and guilty and pissed off all at the same time. "And do what, Rogue? Snatch children who already have a fucked up life and make it worse?" "It's not worse," Rogue argued. "They get food and a safe place to stay. When they aren't being tortured by a piece of rebar and limited food," Echo added. "Oh, and let's not forget, forced to kill. It's not like it was with us. I make sure they get food." Rogue's hands fisted. "You always were a bleeding heart," Echo reminded his brother. "No, I'm not. That was your job. Rogue shook his head.
And how many times did you share your food with me and Fisher?
There was a sudden tiredness that swept over Rogue's face, and it made Echo worry. It was the look of defeat. Rogue was on the verge of giving up and ending it all. Echo could see it. The weariness that went bone deep, and with it the urge to sleep and never wake up. And the hope that, with that never-ending sleep, there was a peace that came with it. Echo shook his head and blinked back the prickle in his eyes.
You know, I'm just curious about something.
What? Rogue frowned.
When I shot Ice, why weren't you there to make sure the job was done?
Rogue glanced away.
You couldn't do it. I guessed correctly. You couldn't kill Ice because you knew that I would never forgive you.
Perhaps his brother thought that he would just kill Ice and be done with it. But Rogue had not factored in just how much he'd begun to care for Ice, even if he hadn't yet realized it himself.
I know you set us up. I know you replaced my bullet so I wouldn't miss killing whomever it was. And I was even thankful that you'd done that when I left my apartment.
Their gazes locked and held across the distance. Other than the one earlier step, Rogue hadn't come any closer.
But it wasn't you, was it?
Echo said softly.
I bet my life Solomon gave the order to kill Ice.
Rogue glared at him across the distance with his chest heaving and his hands fisted.
He used you like a weapon because he couldn't do it himself, Echo continued. You know why? Because he doesn't have any fucking backbone. He's a low-life motherfucker who preys on children.
Rogue's face filled with pain, and he looked so much older than his 32 years. This was a hard life to begin with. Having gone through what they had made it even harder. Echo kept his eyes locked with Rogue's, but he saw movement behind the assassin. Fucking hell. Cash came up from behind Rogue. The kid was going to get himself killed, and he'd hate to see that. But damn, the young assassin was pure poetry in motion. And super fucking quick. Cash didn't have any weapons, so Echo hoped the kid had paid attention in hand-to-hand combat class. To distract Rogue, Echo sat on the edge of the top crate and hung his leg over like he was going to jump. That did the job, and Rogue widened his stance. Rising up from the shadows from behind, Cash locked his arms around Rogue's neck and jerked the assassin backward and off his feet. Echo leaped from the box at warp speed, hit the ground running, and launched himself into the pair. The hit took them all to the ground, and Echo rolled, jumping up. He kicked the gun farther away from where Rogue had dropped it when they hit the ground. Rogue jammed an elbow back into Cash, but the kid was strong and hung on. Rogue pulled a knife, and Echo grabbed the man's wrist and twisted it away.
Don't hurt him,
Echo said, now holding the knife. Rogue took both him and Cash by surprise when he abruptly stopped fighting and lay still. Echo knew that if Rogue had wanted to use all of his skills, Cash would be dead.
Let me go, Cash,
Rogue croaked. Cash lay flat on his back on the concrete and had his arms locked around Rogue's neck and his legs around the man's waist using a death grip. Echo held Cash's enraged and terrified gaze over Rogue's shoulder. Echo snatched the 9mm from the ground.
It's okay. He won't hurt you,
Echo said. Cash released his arms and legs, and Rogue jumped to his feet. Cash wasn't taking any chances and leaped away and disappeared into the dark.
If Solomon checks the cameras, we're all fucked,
Echo said, tucking the weapon into the back of his pants, but he kept the knife in his hand.
What the fuck do you want from me?
Rogue squeezed his hands into fists.
Do the right thing, bro.
Chapter 28. Ice could have been smacked stupid when his personal cell phone rang. Yeah, it was against Erebus rules, but he was not leaving his cell behind in case Echo tried to call him. Fumbling, he pulled it from his pocket and dropped it to the pavement. Scrambling, he jerked it up and punched the answer button on the call from an unknown number.
Hello? Ice.
His eyes closed. His breath stopped, and he squeezed the phone so hard that his knuckles ached.
Where are you?
He rasped, his voice unrecognizable.
We were in a warehouse, but now we're on the streets of San Bernardino.
Fuck. That was an hour and a half away. With Grit at his side, Ice ran back toward the massive parking garage where he'd left his SUV.
We? Yeah, I found some of the kids and I took them.
The laugh Ice almost let out bordered on a sob.
Of course you did. So, we need a ride.
He could hear the smile in Echo's voice.
Whose cell phone are you on?
Rogue's.
Where is he? Is he right there listening? If he is, just tell me what I was wearing when you ran to me on the beach.
If he were listening, he'd hear me say you were wearing a stupid hat, Echo teased, and Ice thought his heart would jump out of his chest.
And trust me, he is not here. I'm almost to my SUV. What were you doing? It's a long story and I'll fill you in when I see you, but it's going to take well over an hour to get there. Is there somewhere safe you can go?
He pressed his earpiece before Echo could answer.
Wrath, I have Echo on the phone. I need to pick him up. Copy.
Yes, Echo was saying. There's plenty of places to hide around here. Plus, it's still dark, so we should be okay.
I want you to tell me a landmark and then toss that phone. There could be a locator app on it, Ice ordered. Don't worry, I disabled it.
He'd forgotten for a moment just who he was dealing with.
Please destroy and toss it, just in case he put several backups on it, he pleaded.
Okay, Echo said softly.
Hang tight. I'll be there as soon as I can.
Echo ended the call and Ice careened around the corner and into the parking structure. He plowed into someone who stepped in his way. The hit knocked the other person back, and that was because he wasn't a small man, and definitely had height on the other person, who was none other than Fisher. Fucking Fisher with a silencer in his fist. Ice didn't wait. He slammed his hand down on the top of Fisher's gun arm and knocked it out of his way. He'd heard about Fisher's fighting skills from Creed and Owen, and he might not win this fight, but Fisher was going to have to kill him. Grit launched up, snarling.
No, down,
Ice barked. No way in hell did he want his dog shot at close range. Grit snarled but lowered his belly to the concrete. Ice snap-kicked at Fisher's gun hand, trying to get the assassin to lose his grip. It didn't work. Locking both of his hands around Fisher's wrist, Ice pointed the gun upward. Fisher delivered several blows to his side. Each jab sent pain splintering into his ribs.
Don't do this, Fish. I found Echo,
he growled, holding on to that gun arm with every bit of power he had. And he had a lot. In an arm wrestling match, he would have won hands down, but this was different. Fisher was deadly. Up and out of nowhere, Justice finally arrived. Wrapping an arm around Fisher from behind, Justice, who was bigger than both him and Fisher, closed his hand around the gun in Fisher's grip.
Fisher!
Justice squeezed the arm around Fisher's waist and kept his hand clamped around Fisher's gun hand. Fisher was gasping for air, like he'd just run a marathon. And using his free hand, he clawed at the arm Justice had cinched around his waist.
Go,
Justice told Ice. Stepping away from Fisher, he stood indecisive until Justice snapped.
Just go, Ice.
Fuck. Ice didn't have any more time to waste.
Grit, heel.
He sprinted up the concrete ramp to the 3rd level. He tore out of his parking space, and when he passed the spot where Justice and Fisher had been, it was empty. Once off the freeway, he turned onto Main Street in downtown San Bernardino. It had taken an hour and 20 minutes. He'd broken a few traffic laws. He punched in the address of the Econo Lodge, not that Echo had any money to get a room, but he said the place was busy for this time of the morning, and in numbers there was safety. Solomon had to be looking for them by now, was all Ice could think. He didn't want to run in with Solomon until they found all the locations, or before he had a chance to tell Echo what had transpired at Dave's house. From the passenger seat, Grit whined.
You'll like him, boy,
Ice said. Parking at the lodge, he got out of the SUV and Grit jumped out of the driver's door. Ice lifted Echo's shirt from the back seat and held it out to Grit. The dog nuzzled into the fabric again and then looked up at him. Ice grinned. Grit was patient, always waiting for his command.
Seek!
The dog took off like a rocket, and Ice let out a shrill whistle to make him slow down. Grit ran in a half circle and back to him as if to say, "What's the holdup?"
I'm old, I can't move as fast as you,
Ice told the dog and snapped on his leash. The few people who smiled at them had to be dog owners. Only pet owners talked to animals. Echo had said kids. Were these little kids or big kids? He didn't know what he was looking for, so he just kept running his gaze over every dark-haired head he could find as he followed Grit and hoped the dog could locate Echo in this busy place. At only a little over a year old, Grit was still a bit green, but he pulled on the leash and Ice went with it. "Ice!" Hearing Echo call his name, Ice glanced around and found the man standing next to three strangers. Grit pulled him through the cars and across the parking lot of a big box store. Walking right up into Echo's space, Ice didn't hesitate to pull him into his arms. "Is he your boyfriend?" a young voice asked, and Ice pulled back enough to grin down at Echo. "Am I?" "Your position is going to be revoked if you have to ask that." Echo gave him a narrowed look, and Ice laughed. "Yes, he's my boyfriend. You can call him Ice." Echo turned to the three others, pointing to each one. "This is Cash, Apollo, and Azrael." "Ice, that's a cool name," Azrael said. "Minors," Ice flicked his eyes over the three and then back to Echo. "I'm not," Cash said, then pointed to the twins. "They're 17. "All right. Let's get back to my SUV and we can find a place to eat." "Cool. I'm starving," Apollo said. "Me too." Azrael gazed at Ice with wide eyes. The thought of Solomon making assassins out of these young boys boiled his fucking blood, and Ice vowed he'd have a hand in killing the son of a bitch when he got the chance. Gathering up the group, Ice guided them back toward where he'd parked. Azrael seemed fascinated by Grit and vice versa, so Ice handed the leash to the boy. The twin didn't smile, but Ice hoped that one day he would. Apollo was very protective of his twin and slung an arm around the slider boy's shoulders as they walked, and Ice did the same with Echo. Cash brought up the rear. The morning breakfast and work traffic had started, and that brought out more people and bigger crowds. That meant better cover for them within the city. Turning the corner, Ice pulled everyone to a stop before they could take a step farther. Echo jerked Apollo to a stop, which brought Azrael standing still. "What is it?" Cash asked. Fear had thickened the boy's voice. "I don't like the look of things," Ice said flatly and urged them back around the corner. "Did you see them?" "Yes." Echo's gaze was fierce. Somehow Solomon's men had found his vehicle. Assassins were tricky like that. Chapter 29. "What now?" Azrael whispered, clutching at Grit's leash. "Are we going to run?" Cash asked, glancing around. "No, we don't run. Ice is going to call someone to come and get us," Echo said. "Why don't we just kill them?" Azrael said, as if it was regular old conversation to have on the streets, and Echo's heart fucking hurt. The younger twin reminded him so much of himself at that age. A couple passing by shot him a few concerning looks, and Echo closed his eyes. Could shit get any more complicated? "He's just joking. We don't kill plants," Ice told the couple, patting Azrael on the head. The pair smiled and continued on their way. "Oh my God, can you be any more obvious?" Cash glared at Azrael. "Yeah, bro," Apollo said. "What happened to your training?" Azrael tore away from his brother. "Screw you both!" Dropping Grit's leash, the slender boy spun wildly around, much like a dancer would, and sprinted down the sidewalk. He didn't get far. Azrael crashed into Real. Rather than let the boy go, Real hefted Azrael over one shoulder. Ice tightened his arm around Echo's suddenly tense shoulders. "That's Real. He's with us on this," Ice murmured, and Echo nodded and relaxed. "You guys ready?" Real said, and smacked a hand on Azrael's butt when the boy wiggled. "Are we ever?" Ice wasn't going to laugh, and he caught a hold of Apollo when he looked like he wanted to kill Real. "Easy," Ice whispered next to Apollo's ear. "He's with us. He's also a military assassin." Apollo froze, blinked, and then licked his lips with a nod. Cash walked up and slung his arm around the twins' shoulder, and Ice picked up Grit's leash and then pulled Echo close again. "Well,
Nothing like a bit of family drama, Echo said, sliding his arm around his waist. We taking them home? He quirked a curious look down into Echo's upturned face. Echo only smiled. Damn, he could conquer the world with that smile. Real dumped the boy in the far back inside of his Suburban. It had 3 rows, but the very back would fit Grit. The kid glared at him through a tangle of dark hair. Real leaned in close, searched the seat, and pulled the boy's seatbelt around and buckled it tight. Rather than sink back in fear at his closeness, the boy snapped his teeth at him and made a hissing sound. What's your name? Real said. Screw you. Okay, Screw. Just sit tight and we'll get you some food. Not sure why he did it, but Real brushed the hair back from the boy's face. The kid jerked his head away with a glare. Only this time he was panting, fists clenched. My name's not Screw. It's Azrael. More hissing along with a throaty growl. Real pulled back. Those sounds were going to get the boy into trouble one of these days. Wait, what's yours? The kid asked. Turning away from those big dark eyes, Real shut the door without answering. Ice and Echo got the other boys into the vehicle and then came around to his side. What's the plan? Echo said. We can't touch Solomon yet, but we can get rid of his men waiting at your vehicle, Real said. I don't want to split up and Echo's not leaving these kids. Don't worry. Real lifted a hand and another vehicle door opened and shut. Savage and Thane approached, looking casually dressed, but there were a few subtle differences, like the shoes, gloves, and beanies. It may reach into the mid-70s during the day, but it did drop to the low 50s at night, so they could get away with wearing what they were at this time of the morning. Ice handed over his SUV keys to Thane. I'll take yours back to Dave's place, Ice said to Real. Meet us there. We'll be along shortly, Thane said cheekily and twirled the keyring around his finger with a jingle. I don't even want to know, Ice told Savage, who only laughed. Instead of a restaurant, we're doing drive-through, Ice told the kids when he pulled out of the parking lot after they were all loaded up. What's that guy's name? Azrael asked, hanging over the seat where Cash and Apollo sat. His name is Real, Ice said. He picked you up one-handed, bro, Apollo chortled, and Cash laughed, lifting his arms to flex his muscles. So? Azrael crossed his arms and gazed out the window. They made it back to Dave's place in just under 3 hours, and Ice pulled through the gate. Once out of the vehicle, the boys and Echo were frisked. It's standard procedure, Ice apologized to Echo, who gave him a dry smile. I work for the man. I don't blame him for being cautious, Echo said. Wow, this place is huge, Apollo whispered, and Echo caught the boy's wrist to keep him moving. Cash walked close next to the twin. Grit darted ahead, already knowing the way. Ice turned when he found Azrael not moving. Come on, you're safe here. The boy lifted his tormented eyes to his. Nowhere's safe. Ice took Azrael's hand and urged him toward the house. There was no way out of Dave's property once you went through the front gate, and that was mainly to keep suspects contained if they ever found a way to breach. Do I hear the beach? The boy whispered. You do, and I bet you can swim in it later. Ice pulled Azrael along the wide walkway, around the brick pillars, and up the front steps to where Echo and Dave's doorman were waiting. All good? Echo asked. Just a moment of jitters, Ice said, urging Azrael into the house ahead of them. Grit trotted immediately to the young boy and nuzzled into his hand. Thank the powers that be for dogs. Real, Savage, and Thane returned around 3 o'clock that afternoon with Ice's SUV. Echo had convinced Cash, Apollo, and Azrael to accompany him and Ice to the beach that lay several yards from the back of the massive garden. Wearing tight swim briefs, the young assassins looked even younger as they played like wet seals in the water. Dave is pretty amazing, isn't he? He got them clothes over the phone, Echo said, turning his head to look at Ice. The man sat wearing swim trunks and sipping a beer. He is. A quick call to Wild, Storm, and Roscoe, and they were all over that. Who are they? part of one of Dave's specialty teams, Phoenix. Wild is filthy rich, and they raised a boy about the twins' age, plus 2 little ones. I guess people can have families and work this type of work. Not really. Those types of teams are different. They're not like us. Why? Do you want kids? Not necessarily. Echo gazed at the 3 in the water. But I wouldn't mind helping them. Ah, I see. No diaper changing? Echo made a face and laughed. Yeah, yuck. Rio walked across the sand wearing blue jeans and a tight gray t-shirt, carrying a lawn chair. Placing the chair next to Ice, the former Navy SEAL took a seat. Ice dug into the cooler that sat between them and handed Rio a cold green bottle of beer. His friend gave an up nod and cracked open the drink. Rio was looking toward the waves, and Ice glanced over to see Apollo and Azrael dodging Cash, who looked determined to dunk the twins. Cash and Apollo were laughing their asses off. Azrael was not. Nimbly, Azrael kept 1 step ahead of Cash, eyes wide, evading any and all lunges. How old are they? Rio murmured. 17, Echo said. Where are their parents? Rio asked. Drug addicts, Echo sighed. Rio drank half the bottle and then wiped at his mouth with the back of his hand. Dave called another meeting in a few hours. Cool. I want to ask him if the twins and Cash can stay here until we figure out what to do, I said. Rio's blue eyes snapped to him. What do you mean? Ice lifted Echo's hand and linked their fingers. I mean, they don't have any parents. I'm hoping that Dave can let them stay here. And they're cool with that? Rio squinted toward the ocean. They are. Azrael is a bit hesitant, but once he knows Dave is trustworthy, he should be fine, Ice said. So, what's going to happen? Will they be taught to be better killers? Rio growled, his hand clenched around the frosty bottle. Silence swept over the 3 men and continued for several long moments. The sound of the ocean and boys' laughter drifted on the wind. No, that's not Dave's style. Perhaps Cash can get a job and Apollo and Azrael can finish school, Ice said. How far did they get in school? Rio asked. Solomon took the twins last year, so I'm thinking they were either freshmen or sophomores in high school, Echo said with a quick glance at Ice. What? Ice brought Echo's hand to his lips. I'm just thinking that if Dave can't keep them, what will we do? We will figure it out. Ice pressed a kiss to Echo's fingers. Chapter 30. Around 7 o'clock, they gathered around Dave's dining room table. Echo sipped on a hot cup of coffee. Ice was next to him, with Wrath on Ice's other side. Across from him was Savage and Thane. Rio was on his feet, and Dave was at the head of the table with Stone at his side. Dave glanced at his watch. We're waiting for one more to join us. It had to be Justice. Echo glanced around. The only other one that he knew of besides those already here was Justice. A few moments later, Dave's doorman showed Justice into the room, and the assassin took a seat next to Wrath. Wrath gave Justice a dark look, but Justice only smirked at his brother. Dave glanced at Rio. Do we know how many locations Solomon has? Noise at the coffee counter jerked several pairs of eyes, including his, and he found Cash casually pouring a cup of coffee. The young man turned and leaned against the counter and lifted the cup to his lips. Cash didn't seem at all intimidated by the stares from the Erebus assassins. I'm sorry, Rio said with a shake of his head, but you can't be at this meeting. Cash gazed at Rio. Fine. I lived with that asshole for 10 fucking years. He has 3 places. Cash snapped his mug down on the counter and stalked toward the door. Ice stood abruptly and blocked Cash from storming out. Easy now, Ice said, closing a hand around Cash's wrist to keep him from leaving. Cash gave Ice a defiant look and then glared at Rio. Rio turned toward Dave, who lifted a hand. Let him stay. Turning back to Cash, Rio pulled out a vacant chair and gestured to it. Instead of sitting there, Cash pulled out the chair next to him and sat. Echo patted Cash's shoulder. Cash, Rio said, carrying over Cash's abandoned coffee. Are you sure there's only 3 locations?
Yes, Cash said, taking the cup from Real. How do you know that? Real asked. Because I've been to the other two. You've been there? Echo asked, his attention locked on Cash. Has Rogue or Fisher been to those locations? Cash shook his head. I don't know who Fisher is, but Rogue has never been. How can you be sure? Because Solomon is paranoid. Then why would he show you? Echo was confused. Because I'm his nephew. Dead silence swept over the room and Cash huffed out a sigh. You all must be thinking that I'm a traitor. Or why didn't I run when I had the chance? You have no idea how many kids he has locked up in those 3 places, Cash said between his teeth, sounding so much older than he should have. Nobody spoke, and Cash took that as the okay to continue. He shows me all of his business, because I'm his only family. He thinks I won't betray him and that I'll take over when he's gone. Why are you turning him in? Real asked gently. Because he's got 3-year-old Josiah. Cash clenched a fist on the table and his other hand around the forgotten mug. What the fuck was a 3-year-old doing on the streets? Thane hissed, and Savage placed a hand on the man's shoulder. He wasn't. Josiah was snatched from a drug house, Cash said. Why didn't you go to the cops? Thane asked. Cash looked at Thane like he had a screw loose. Cops? First, Solomon has connections, and secondly, he would have killed as many kids as he could before the cops even stepped through the doors. What do you mean? He has booby traps. So why are you telling us now? Echo murmured, pressing on Cash's shoulder in comfort. Because you got us out of that place. Cash's voice cracked, reminding Echo of just how young 21 years old could really be. You saved me, Apollo, and Azrael. And I figured if you could do that, you might be able to save the rest. You are one of the originals. Originals? Dave asked. Yeah, the original 3, Echo, Rogue, and Fisher, Cash said. Okay, thank you, Cash. Let's take a break, Dave said gently, and Cash hurried from the room. The rest got up to stretch their legs and get fresh coffee. Echo, along with Ice, stepped out into the hallway and found Cash and Apollo waiting. Cash told you everything? Apollo asked him. Echo nodded. We'll meet up in a few hours and make a plan. Can we help? Apollo offered. No, Real said flatly, coming to stand next to him and Ice. Not this time, Echo said gently, shooting Real a glare. What you can do is stay here and tell Dave everything you can about Solomon's operation so we don't miss anything, Ice said, placing a gentle hand on Apollo's shoulder. Where's Azrael? Echo asked. I don't know, Apollo shook his head. I've searched the entire house, but he's hiding. Where can he hide in this place? Echo turned to Ice. If anyone knew this place, it was Ice. What room was he given? Ice asked Cash and Apollo. Dave said to pick our own. You two. Search every room. Echo and I will look outside. Take my cell phone and call Echo's number if you find him. Ice handed over the cell phone to Cash. Real cursed under his breath and stalked to the base of the wide staircase. He jogged up the steps and reached the second landing and kept on going until he was on the 3rd floor. One by one, he searched behind each door, trying to think of where he would have hidden when he was a kid. Someplace dark, maybe. Someplace small. No, he hated confined spaces. He walked along the hallway, not knowing this place at all, but he figured it was like the first-level rooms, where he was currently crashing. At the end of the wide hallway was the last door, and he pulled it open to find a set of stairs going upward. Taking those to the top, he stepped out into an attic. With a bed, dresser, and lamp, it was sparse but doable. On the bed, he spotted the hoodie Echo had given Azrael. The open window drew him, and he leaned out, checking. Nothing. He stepped out onto the slanted roof and gazed around and then behind him. Azrael sat, knees bent, arms wrapped around his legs. Wearing a long-sleeved t-shirt and jeans that were both too big, the boy looked even smaller than he'd looked earlier on the beach. Their eyes met, and Azrael brushed his wildly blowing hair from his face. Real pulled out his phone and called Cash. Cash, it's Real. Call Echo, I found him. He hung up before Cash could ask where. Walking up the slanted tiles, he sat a few feet from Azrael. From there, he could faintly make out the ocean through the riot of color that was the setting sun.
"Are they looking for me?"
"Yes," he said, keeping his eyes on the sunset before turning to gaze toward the beach.
"Sorry."
"Sometimes you just need to be alone, I get it."
"Yeah."
The boy's voice was thick with tears. "People worry because they care," he murmured.
"I'm not used to that."
"I know. It'll take some time."
"Are you going to kill Solomon?"
Azrael whispered, wiping his sleeve against his nose. "Yes."
"Good."
The boy's voice was fierce and hate-filled and tormented all wrapped together. "I won't let him live," Rio promised.
"There you are!"
Echo popped out of the window and climbed out to stand.
"Wow, what a view!"
And that was his cue to get going. He stood but stopped when Azrael gripped his hand and gave it a brief squeeze. Rio walked away, not looking back. He climbed through the window and down the stairs, flexing his fingers. A few hours later, they regrouped in Dave's dining room. Along with the locations, Cash told them that there were, to his knowledge, 9 kids, including him in Solomon's places, 3 children in each place. With Cash, Apollo, and Azrael rescued, that meant there were 6 remaining. "Real? Get in there and get it done," Dave told the former SEAL. "If you meet any resistance, you know what to do."
"What about the assassins under Solomon's control?"
Wrath interrupted with a hard voice. "Are they just going to be eliminated?"
"What about the original 3?
Justice cut in over Wrath. Both men stared across the table at Dave. The former SecDef briefly closed his eyes, pinched the bridge of his nose, and sighed. "We need to get those kids out of there before they are killed. If any assassins get in our way, you'll have no choice."
"Don't forget we were just kids when we were brought into this life,"
Echo reminded Dave. "I remember," Dave said. "But you're no longer children. And if Rogue, Fisher, and whomever else is involved tries to kill those kids or prevent us from getting them out, my hands will be tied." With that said, Dave stood and nodded at Rio. When the SecDef left the room, Stone stayed behind. "Our best bet is to locate Fisher and Rogue before we breach," Stone told Rio. "And how are we going to do that?" Rio asked. "We're Erebus. Finding people is what we do." Rio returned Stone's smirk, and then turned to Wrath and Justice. "You two seem invested in finding Rogue and Fisher, so you're tasked with getting the message to them. Tell them that if they interfere, they will be eliminated." Justice shoved up from the table and stalked out of the room. Wrath moved more slowly, exchanging a squinty-eyed look with Rio. "You're not my commander," Wrath said silkily. "I don't take orders from anyone." "Wrath," Stone said, and Wrath held up his hand to stop Stone's words. "But I'll do it this time because I want to see those kids rescued." Rio, appearing unconcerned, nodded and lifted his cup of coffee to sip at. "What about your brother?" Rio asked Wrath. "Justice is good at finding Fisher." "Okay. There will be 2 teams, one for Long Beach and the other for Los Angeles. We will breach at the same time at each location," Rio said. "Don't forget to wear your comms, take radios, and grab a burner phone. I already programmed my number in the phones. Leave your IDs." Everyone snatched up earpieces, long-range walkie-talkies, and a burner phone from the pile in the middle of the table. "Feels like I'm back in the military," Savage said, tucking the earpiece into his ear. "Then I'll be sure to sound the bugle in the morning." Thane grinned, and Savage thumped him on the forehead with his finger. Rio shook his head and turned to Echo and Ice. "Are you two ready?" "We are," Ice said, taking Echo's hand. "You got a plan?" "Of course," Echo replied, and then smiled. He, Ice, and Rio would take out Solomon and whoever he had for protection. It wouldn't be easy, but nothing worthwhile ever was. Now all they had to do was not get dead. Chapter 31. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, they left Dave's place. Cash and Apollo waved them off, but there was no sign of Azrael. Echo knew the boy was wary of people other than his brother and Cash, so he didn't really blame him. It was going to take some time to get used to all the changes after being caged for a year. They took Real's Suburban and lent his SUV to Savage and Thane, since they were from out of town and didn't have a vehicle yet. Grit jumped in the far back, wiggling from excitement. "Settle down," Ice told Grit, and the dog immediately curled up in the back behind the rear seats. "So, how are we doing this?" Real inquired when he drove up the on-ramp to Highway 101. "I'm going in first," Echo said from where he sat in the passenger seat. He checked each dagger on his belt and also the handgun he'd borrowed from Dave's weapons room. The man had an arsenal in his house. "And?" Real said, shooting him an annoyed glance. "And you and I will come in about 5 minutes later," Ice said. He wasn't thrilled with the idea, but it made sense. He knew for a fact that Solomon would not want to see him there. Echo, on the other hand, Solomon coveted, so that was the plan. Get Solomon distracted and then slip in and do the deed. Arriving at the warehouse, Real parked and Echo got out and jogged to the door. Sure enough, Solomon had 2 men guarding the entrance. "Probably guns for hire," Ice said. "That's what I'm thinking." Real pulled his weapon and kept it down out of sight. If he and Real couldn't get through the door right away, then that would hinder them helping Echo. Not that Echo needed help, but he didn't know if Rogue or Fisher were in there yet. He pulled his phone out and stared at the screen, waiting. The plan was to get a text. "Echo. No signs of Fisher or Rogue." The buzz startled the shit out of him and he gave a sigh of relief. "Looks like Wrath and Justice did their jobs." "Maybe," Real said. Grit was growing anxious and Ice got out and opened the rear side door and the dog jumped over the back of the seat and darted out the door. He lifted his leg on the nearest bush. "Sorry, boy." Ice patted the dog's head and pointed to the back seat. Grit leaped back inside, but instead of sprawling on the seat, he once again jumped over the seat to the far back. "Taking him in?" "No, not at first. But he can open the door with these types of pull handles." "Well, that's fucking cool," Real huffed on a small laugh. Echo rapped on Solomon's door and waited. It had been tricky getting up there, and he'd had to leave all his weapons with the hired thugs downstairs. "Come in." Entering, he found Solomon sitting behind his desk. The room was empty, no signs of Fisher or Rogue, and he hoped they would stay away. "What's with the weapons check?" "Were you at my warehouse?" Solomon snarled, cutting right to the chase. "What warehouse? Don't play stupid. I have missing assassins and the video feed has been removed." "Are you admitting that you had Rogue take me there and cage me like a fucking animal again?" "You're getting out of hand." "Why? Because I want a life with Ice?" "You can't live a normal life. Fuck you. You're the twisted motherfucker here, not me or any of my brothers." They were told they weren't allowed in the building, and Ice had to smile at that. "No?" "No," the big guard in front of the door said, placing a hand behind him as if reaching for a weapon. Ice throat punched him. The impact was hard, and he pile-drove the fucker into the ground. The man's head hit the ground, and he gasped in agony. The gun he'd reached for tumbled to the ground. Real was on the other guard almost at the same time. Navy SEALs didn't fuck around when it came to combat. The guy at Ice's feet would probably die, but he was far from caring. His only thought was getting to Echo. Inside, he and Real were met with more resistance. And instead of a sneak attack, he was going to need to be more creative. Twisting on a silencer to the end of his Banish 45, he took out the nearest fucker with a shot to the chest. Ice darted forward, shooting the guy in the head as he ran past. Bullets pinged a metal pole. He ducked and fired. Another man went down. Side by side, he and Real worked their way across the warehouse and up the stairs. At the top, they stopped. That was where they met the most resistance. Before Ice had time to register, he and Real were fighting 5 men. They were fucking good, with skills that compared to him and Real. Ice would bet money they were paid assassins. Grit was suddenly there, and Azrael darted up the stairs behind the dog. "Azrael!" Real growled, but the young assassin didn't stop.
A man turned on Grit when the big dog lunged and Ice saw the gun come up. He shot the fucker 3 times before he could get a shot off. "Grit, down!" The dog dropped to his belly. It wasn't hard to miss the noise outside. Echo watched Solomon's face change. "You brought help." "Yes." "You disappoint me." "Like I give a fuck," Echo said. "Your minutes are numbered." Solomon slowly pulled up the gun he was holding. "I don't want to kill you, but I will if you force my hand." The door slammed open behind him. Fuck. It wasn't Ice and Real as he expected. Azrael stood in the doorway, his eyes wild, his hair hanging in his face. The long-sleeved black t-shirt miles too big for his small frame. "What are you doing here?" Echo snapped and grabbed at Azrael. "You had no right to take me away from Solomon," Azrael shouted at him, twisting away. Echo stood stunned. He looked from Azrael over to Solomon. Something nasty and sinister filled Solomon's eyes, and he held his arms out for Azrael. "Don't," Echo said, grabbing Azrael's wrist again, but the boy jerked free and raced across the room. Azrael launched himself into Solomon's lap, and Echo watched with growing horror when Solomon cupped Azrael's ass. The next second changed everything. Ice and Real burst into the room behind him. Solomon gasped and gurgled with his mouth like a fish. Blood spurted from the man's neck, and he slapped a hand up. The wooden end of a corkscrew protruded from his jugular. The spray of dark red covered Azrael. The boy seemed frozen, staring at the pulsing blood. Then, as if snapping out of it, Azrael reached up and twisted the corkscrew deeper, even though Solomon was dead. Leaping agilely away, Azrael stumbled. Real stalked across the room and snatched the boy up. Azrael screamed and clawed, but Real held him tight. "He's dead," the big soldier soothed, and Azrael broke down in tears. Echo turned to Ice, who enclosed him in his arms. "Did we get the kids?" "Yeah, we got them all." Azrael's sobs filled the room, but somewhere in Echo's chest, he felt the first stirring of relief. They'd ended decades of tyranny. Perhaps now he and the rest of the lost kids could find peace. Epilogue. 2 weeks later. Crouching over the mark, Echo twirled his knife in the open wound. The sexual predator had died a few moments ago, but that didn't bother him. He drew a pattern and then lifted his hand to stab into the meaty flesh several more times. "Let's go, baby." Smiling, he wiped the end of his blade on the dead man's shirt and stood. "Where?" "We have a big day tomorrow with the guys," Ice said. Tucking his blade away, Echo stepped away from the body and took the flashlight Ice held. He panned it over the man's body and studied his handiwork. The mark was sitting in the front row seat of a shit-brown 4-door sedan, and Ice poured hydrofluoric acid all over, completely covering the body. It wouldn't take long for the liquid to destroy tissue, bone, and all evidence. Echo took Ice's outstretched hand, and Ice pulled him into his arms. When Ice tipped his head down, Echo lifted up on his toes to meet the long, lingering kiss. The man pulled him farther away from the scene, killing the light, so they had to use the infrared glasses to avoid tripping in the dense Northern California forest. Some 15 minutes later, they reached the dirt road where they'd left their loaner car. They stopped at an all-night diner on their way back to Ventura. "Feel better?" Ice asked, lifting his hand to his lips. "I do," Echo said around a mouthful of burger and fries. There was nothing better that he could think of. He got to live the life he wanted with Ice, a man he was quickly coming to adore, plus keep on killing bad guys. What more could a guy ask for? A few weeks later, Dave made changes in the Assassins' organization. Savage had taken over leadership of Erebus. Thane also joined Erebus, and seemed content with being near Savage. After all the kids had been rescued, placed with Child Protective Services, and set up with appropriate counseling, things were starting to settle into a routine. Aside from Josiah, who was 3, the other kids had been between the ages of 8 and 10. Luckily too young yet to have been ordered to kill anyone. Dave ended up keeping Cash, Apollo, and Azrael at his place.
although it had taken Real some time to get the boy to commit to staying put. Azrael went to therapy, as well as Cash and Apollo, and they seemed to be doing well. Ice still worried about Azrael. Killing Solomon seemed to have put the teenager on a path to murder, and Echo agreed. Dave wouldn't hear of any of them joining Erebus until they were of legal age. That was only 2 months away, not much time at all. Plus, what would really change? The 3 boys would still be altered from Solomon's abuse and way too young to know what the hell they wanted out of life. He only hoped that over time, all the boys would change their minds about this line of work. Because if there was one thing Ice did know, if Azrael wanted to kill, he'd find a way. If not with Erebus, then as a gun for hire. Dave had agreed with him when they'd talked about it, so Ice remained hopeful that Azrael would choose to live a normal life. Fisher never did show up to any of the locations, but Wrath told Ice that Justice had gotten a hold of him before shit went down. Something had happened between Rogue and Wrath at one of the locations, but Wrath wasn't saying. All Ice knew was that Rogue had disappeared shortly after learning Solomon was dead and the kids had been rescued. Ice knew Wrath was still looking for the assassin. Dave wanted both Rogue and Fisher back in the fold. It was better than the alternative. Savage started changing the way they worked together and began pairing them up instead of solo hits. Along with all that, there had been other changes over the past 2 weeks, and the main one for him and Echo was they finally got a place together. One of Dave's friends found it for them and helped with the quick closing. It was located on Ventura Beach and hella expensive, but worth every penny. Getting to come home with Echo made life worth living. They'd even grocery shopped together. Of course, the first time had been nuts, because Echo kept throwing junk food in the cart while he'd been trying to pick out vegetables. All in all, he fucking loved it, and so did Echo, if the light in the man's eyes was any indication. "You about done?" Echo called, his voice floating from the balcony. "Yup." Ice placed 3 pieces of garlic bread on each spaghetti-filled plate and carried them to the balcony of their home. "Good, sunset is coming." "We got another hour," Ice huffed beneath his breath, sliding the door further open with his foot. "I heard you. You'll pay for that tonight." Ice laughed. Grit barreled out of the sliding doors and down the stairs leading to the beach before sprinting at the waves and barking. Setting the plates down, he hurried to grab them both beers from the fridge before taking his place next to Echo at the patio table. They had just enough time to scarf down their food, and when the sun sank into the smattering of clouds, colors of orange, gold, and yellow shot across the sky. Echo linked their hands together and sighed. At the touch of lips on his fingers, Ice turned from the view to the beautiful man beside him. Echo smiled and squeezed his hand tighter. Ice was more content than he could ever remember. This right here was where he belonged, where they both belonged. He got to kill the scum of the earth and also be with the man he'd given his heart and soul to. Life couldn't get any better. This concludes Broken by Reese Knightley, narrated by Aidan Snow. Copyright 2024 by Reese Knightley. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Reese Knightley and was produced in the year 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.